I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I know it.
Still the same. How was the game yesterday, by the way? Because I haven't tuned into that. And how about today? Are you looking forward to Wolves and maybe them finding success again?
Well, yes, so I'll cover the first one. First of all, DRG versus XLG, a hell of a series, but a outcome that maybe I had not predicted, and my co-caster Dev had not. But Wolves versus Trace here today, yes, very, very exciting to get into it and see what we've got in store for ourselves here. Of course, Wolves, essentially the poster boys of VCT China just after the first Masters showing in the international event. So still quite a lot of hope and love for them. And then Trace as well, having some updates to their kind of style and you know, that rebuilt 2026 attitude that they now have bringing into this stage. So quite a lot different for both of these rosters. It'll be exciting to see what changes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just gonna talk about Trace, their team that I'm a little bit more interested in. At least for like my own personal biases. There's Viva that was there with XLG in 2025 when they're able to win stage 1. I still think that Viva is an excellent player. Trace and Kickoff just weren't really able to get the ball rolling. They made a couple of good changes. They'll be still in there. They got Abu from TEC, who actually were doing pretty well for their own stage 1 roster. So I'm very excited for this Trace because I feel like the pieces are the right ones, right? You got Del V, you got Viva, you got Kai, you got Albo. It's just a question of can Xiao actually keep up with those guys because he's going to be completely fresh. Of course, they still got Luo King in their substitutes. At least that's what I understand, that Luo King is actually benched and not a starter. But I'm not 100% on that. So that's why I'm thinking like, hey, Trace got the value, they got the core that should be stable. Didn't pan out too well in Kickoff. Will those changes actually elevate them? Because I'm gonna be fair, Luo King was just not up to snatch when it came to the fragging in Kickoff.
No, Luo King definitely was struggling there for Trace, and it was like something that they relied on, okay, and it just didn't really bear fruit. And well, Wolves have got their own kind of reliance here as well. So for anyone that doesn't know, Satoshi and Kitan, they left just earlier, just about kind of a week and a half ago at this stage. And then Glacier has joined. The big thing about Glacier, though, is he's not 18 just yet. So he'll be 18 just as stage 1 concludes. So Wolves now have, at the same time where Trace are kind of updating the core and kind of, you know, trying to go for a fresh start with the new pieces that they've stuck to themselves. Wolves very much going for that longer term play. Everyone else still quite the same. The rosters as much as you would expect. Spring, Sufat BB, all names that are going to be showing up that we don't really need to introduce. And yeah, we can just get a look at the team stats here starting us off. And yeah, we can get a conversion there for them. And anything that surprises you, Volt, in particular here?
I mean, nothing that surprises me if you've tuned in to Kickoff. Unfortunately for Wolves, their pistol record, that was just horrendous. Like, I imagine that if they had closer to 50% actually win rate on the pistols, this would have been a very different look. In the head-to-head, again, I'm not counting 2024 and 2025. Those were very different rosters. I'm looking at the results from Kickoff, where Wolves were able to find the early success, but then Trace, as we spoke of, like once the experience came in and was a factor, Wolves just collapsed on the thing that made them successful in 2025, which was the mid-round calling, which was that part of the game where a lot of teams in China can feel lost, can lose some concentration. 2025, they were the team on top in that sense. 2026, unfortunately, with that new roster, didn't really find the direction that I was hoping for. And maybe with those changes, now that there's even more firepower on both ends, maybe they're going to rely on that a little bit more, and that will alleviate some of the, I guess, tactical burden on the team.
Yeah, and speaking of tactical burden, well, you asked about the DRG and XLG. We've seen our first mix come up for the entirety of VCT thus far, not just China, but for every region. We've seen Flex and kind of running that new agent, so we are definitely seeing here an ability and a capacity for these players to go for the slightly off meta, to try something a little bit new. Is risky, of course. All of this is a shot at the chance at Masters London, so kind of giving up any even round differentials this stage on can be a risky play. But enough with that in terms of the foresight and potential for what we can see here. Abu's stats really showing, highlighting not only just the impact that you can have, but the flexibility, right? Going from Julius to that Sentinel role, especially with how Sentinels are currently playing the agent role, not the team. It does seem to be, you know, a highlight of Abu's capacity.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Albo, very successful, very capable. And with this meta, you really need someone that plays a second duelist. Because we won't always play double duelist nowadays, especially with as you can tell there, the aforementioned Yoru, I wouldn't say completely destroyed. There's definitely a world where you can play him. But I think that people are overestimating the nerfs a little bit just because of how good Waylay still is. You know, the nerfs are coming, the leaks are there, and if they are to be guaranteed, then we see them actually convert. I think that we're going to see a lot less Waylay. But until then, teams are going to keep exploiting what we call, at least in MENA regionally, the mosquito playstyle, where you dash in, you send a saturate, somebody can play the game, and your secondary duelist, which is usually the Neon nowadays in stage 1, just walks in, there's someone that is hindered. It's such an easy kill for a Neon with how mobile she is. And right, we know we've seen that in the game for EDG, we've seen that in the game for All Gamers, both of which really capitalized so well on the Waylay. It was something that, unfortunately for Trace though, I didn't think that they had the best Waylay with Fong Fong, so maybe with this new roster, things can improve a little bit. Yeah,
Fong Fong was having... Because we were discussing this quite a lot, right? A lot of teams, particularly for China at least, were kind of struggling with the acceptance of the kind of triple duelist kind of style. Yes, okay, we don't ever see triple duelist like actually run, but that triangle, right, just as we've been saying, the agent has popped up basically. Yoru, Neon, and Waylay. With Yoru, yes, okay, gate crash is a massive nerf. I was really excited to see how Yoru would be played when Fracture came back into the map pool, which of course we now have. Whether we have Yoru that even gets played in the in Fracture anymore, different question altogether, because for anyone that does need a rundown on it, his gate crash is only half as long now, so it's only it only takes like 15 seconds before it dissipates, and Yoru's down 1 flash. Particularly because Skye has had her flash now been graced by the gods, allowed to be recharged again. I would actually start to see that second duelist maybe fall off, and we start to see that initiator and Skye really come through.
Yeah, I think that Skye is totally back. But again, like for me, when I'm thinking about the map pool, of course, she's always going to be great on split. She's always going to be good on bind, if you want to like run her on there, especially with the newly regenerating flashes. But I mean, one of the things that I actually want to talk back about, you know, you were mentioning Mix and the debut of Mix. I just think that the only map where I see Mix actually carrying any true value is Fracture. I mean, this is why I think of it that way, by the way. Because I'm thinking, how can you make the most out of that like heal slash stun? And you need corners, because they actually go through terrain. And I'm thinking of like parts of the map like Fracture, where if somebody like, for example, on the A side or the B side, like you can toss it underneath tower if you're going for the take, and a tower player cannot peek you. So there's definitely some elements of power in that, like going through walls elements. But again, I'm thinking about the map pool. Where would you throw it to gain value? For the majority of the pool, there isn't really anything there. Like, I mean, Breeze is a no-go, of course. Let's just be very real about this. And then you think about the rest of the pool. Like, there are only 2 or 3 maps where they're small enough and condensed enough, and there's angles to make the most out of it to get the best out of Mix. So I think that I don't want to see him getting the Clove treatment, because I feel like he's going to be an agent 100% for like competitive solo queue a little bit more than actual VCT level. But hey, like, I mean, one of the things that we're seeing here is actually is Glacier, the one that is playing that skirmish against LB. So no coaches this time, but interesting to see how this one is going to go, because a lot of expectation is set on Glacier. And I mean, there's always like, hey, like the Boo and Mini Boo, of course, they're not brothers, they're cousins, but again, like, I just wonder, is there something in the genes that I should know about? Should I go for a blood transfusion? Is that it?
Hey, you know what? So, hey, look, it's the best way to be good at games is just have family that are also terrifyingly good at games, and then the best player gets sent off to college, right? That's how that works. Surely, I'm sure. But hey, Glacier, the best player there, 5-2 against LB. And if anything, our first, at least my first taste of Glacier's capability just as a player, and the mechanics certainly looking solid already.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Mechanically sound is one thing, but what you do on the VCT stage is definitely another, which is one of the things that, like, again, I'm just gonna go to another place that have had a player of the, I guess, not of the age yet, in Sayonara. He was integrated really well in Vitality, so I'm intrigued to see if Wolves will use that time to actually build something out of it. At least for now, they have built a Veto. They decided to take away the split, starting a Lotus for themselves, with Trace answering with a ban of Pearl and then picking that's the bind, which again, like for me, a little bit intrigued about that one. I'm not really sure about picking bind, but one of the things that I'm sure about is that Spring did not have a good kickoff, and maybe that's something that they can try to lean upon, because we're still in a double duelist meta. If you're able to slow the game down enough or be fast enough to capitalize what was wrong with Wolves last split, this could be something else entirely. But again, the first look for the two teams, at least there's more that is stable on this Trace side in comparison to Wolves. So for Trace, this is kind of walking into the unknown, and I guess that's why they're preferring a map like this bind, because you can easily play your own game as much as you are possibly capable of.
Yeah, you really don't have to worry about your opponent's playstyle as much on a map like Bind if you play it fast. If you're playing slow, particularly with the kind of absence of sentinels that we have been seeing on a lot of these maps, that's whenever obviously the flanking and that concern really pops up, right? But initially speaking, Bind is very much just our game plan can work, and if our executes are there, we will be fine. We seen DRG actually struggle on that yesterday, mainly because XLG were kind of forcing them to play on their own side. DRG were trying this like aggressive defense style, both on Split and Bind. Split was getting absolutely kind of derailed underneath them, and Bind, I mean, it was starting to work out near the end, but not enough to kind of cross that distance. And I think Trace are gonna want to focus on the executes as much as possible once we get towards that bind, and they are going to want to focus on deterring Wolves from gaining any sort of confidence to face them back, because Wolves with confidence is a scary beast to tame.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, again, like the level that we've seen those players perform at before, whenever you consider like someone like Spring, like Sufat, I mean, both of them are really good when it actually comes down to holding down the line, clutching. So if they're put in a good mid round, they definitely can perform. So that's why I definitely concur that Trace needs to take the start to finish with confidence. Again, the team that on paper at least should be the one that comes out of the gate swinging, and I really hope that that is the case for them, because there's definitely a lot of talk on both groups, and like the strengths of group Alpha and Omega. And again, unlike a lot of people who seems to, at least here at Project Horizon, seem to think that Alpha is a difficult group. I mean, it's fair though. Like you got Billy, JDG, AG, even like Titan is definitely a very competitive team. But I'm thinking at Omega, and I'm thinking that there is really no weak team. Even Nova, that didn't have the best of showings against EDG, they should be really good given the time, and Alexar is actually able to make something out of them.
Yeah, they should. I can see given the time. I can see given the time, and especially with this, with the changes that we have seen again, like Sky getting, like coming back, the initiators now slowly but surely being able to kind of fall into place, and a lot of teams just having to really get used to the fact that Yoru is no longer someone that you can really afford to run in a lot of these maps. Lotus, okay, yeah, the gate crash, but it's not the same kind of overbearing presence that he used to have, right? And even Fracture, which we did see was picked up as the decider. If we do get to map 3, be really interesting to see what these teams are currently doing for that map. But that would be looking on a bit ahead as we get the cuddles all started up, the group hugs, and yeah, we're just a moment from getting underway.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see though how things actually do go. For me at least, I have a lot of expectations on Yosemite, right? Like, I think that Yosemite is a player that can perform, that can do a lot of great things. But, I mean, one of the things that was, for example, brought up earlier, at least from Viva, is that Albo right now is going to be a secondary caller. Yeah. Right? And one of the things that was working out so well for XLG in the 2025 system was the double calling system as well. It alleviated a lot of, I guess, micromanagement of Viva, which did allow him to soar individually. And we've seen in Stage 1 how good he was. So maybe that's something that could also, again, unlock more fragging from him. But then the question will become, how will they best use Xiaolele? Are they going to be able to make a use out of a youngster in such the same vein that we're talking about Wolves? Will they be able to do that? That's something that Trace needs to do right now.
Yeah, they've got to really kind of dig in deep here. I mean, we've got Viva, we've got, Kai, Feng as well. So we have good expectation. We've got a solid showing of players that have very much proven themselves beforehand. As we said again, Trace getting a little bit more of that extremities kind of handled, but still a very solid fundamental core that we are seeing. And just out of curiosity, we did see them there. For the mascots, Volt, who are you picking between the Traces and Wolves?
Look,
Just
I
purely
mean,
mascot.
look, the headphones are so nice, but I just look when there is any like Dragon Ball reference, I'm here for it. Okay, you won me, Wolves. Maybe you cannot win anything in the Prem, but at least you've won me over.
Maybe this time, maybe a different series of events. Wolves have shown us that they can do it before, but we'll get to have a look at the agent select, and I am seeing interesting setup here, particularly for Trace.
Oh, I am a massive fan of the Veto, if they're able to use it right. The main thing is, well, here you're gonna cut the tape. I'm gonna go all in on it, okay? I'm such a fan of this composition. When you think about things that you can deny, again, like, I'm thinking of the Saturate, I'm thinking of the Seas, I'm thinking of the Prowlers. It's just, how will they play it? Because we have seen two kinds of Veto right now in kickoff. We've seen the Vetoes that, I'm sorry, I just gotta say it, were completely out of sorts, completely unimpactful, and they were the ones that can shut down a game. One of the things that I really love about the Veto, especially once they go over to defense, is that you can treat it like a poison orb. It has the same properties where it can get stuck on like a ledge of a door. It can get stuck in a door frame on the top of it. It doesn't even need to go on the bottom. So it can be very tough to actually break it down. And also, if you hold it down for the start of the round, it can play such a massive part even on attack, in the same way that we've seen people use the trademark from the chamber as the initial point of contact, if that makes sense, right? You use it, it alerts you of somebody's presence, then you swing off it, and that alleviates the pressure of, hey, I have to swing and be traded. Now the util swings for you, and it makes the trading easier. But again, all of that depends on what they will do with it. The skill floor is so high with Veto,
Yes.
and it will be a question of whether or not they can make use of it.
Yeah, Veto is... This is why I'm still so hesitant on him. We have seen some teams have success kind of more in the Pacific region and such of the VCT with Veto, but I've just never been really committed to him. Even when Veto is played well, as you point out, just that skill floor, like, you need to be getting value off of his utility. You need to be doing something with his ultimate that isn't just running in and getting ran down and getting swung down. And speaking of a swing down, it's a fight for the A main here, as it always is. Pistol round begins here, and Trace looking to try and break through this very aggressive setup that Wolves have started on it.
Let's see though how this is going to go, at least for now. Utility seems to be a little bit light, of course. The entry have been found on Glacier. It's just a question of, can they find something on the retake on B? Prowler's in for Soulfab, but he's not prepared for that whatsoever. Crisp shooting from Albo, but Joa holding that line, and he's got no love for those attackers from Trace. Yet despite that, they're able to hold down their own Trace. 3-on-1 should be a done deal, and is.
Yeah, very close actually. Yosemite being allowed to survive as long as he did there. Could have spelt doom, at least disaster, but no, I mean, there's still 3 players he would have to deal with, 2 that aren't currently holding a bomb in their hands. So yeah, just a very clean, very solid pistol round just off the back of Trace there. I mean, solid patience as well. You can see the back and forth happening a decent bit, but yeah, just with this level of map control, with this level of kind of slow and deliberate gameplay, Trace comfortably taking the first slot, maybe off the back of Wolves' aggressive defense.
Again, you really need to earn some space playing the Lotus, right? Even now on this eco round, that is what they are trying to do. So then my question becomes, what are Trace going to be doing in terms of contingencies? Because look at this purchase, they got 2 pistols, only a single Vandal. That is going to be the main keepsake of this round. And for now, they have really not pressured Wolves on their mound presence. They know that they are there because they've taken control of A, but they're really waiting to see in terms of the movement. Will it be a rotation down through spawn and then maybe some capitalization from Viva? Or are they going to come back from their own actual defender spawn and then they can try to walk into them before getting to the side? At least that's what they're trying to do. And Abo finds the barrel. Great first opener.
Yeah, very clean. Now with that, the snake bite goes the top left of the spawn, but now we're just seeing, yeah, the pivot. Just we can hear all the steps from the A site there from heaven. Let's just try to get over towards the B site. Kai not able to land the initial shots from the Marshall, but it's a good crossfire he's got himself set up with here. The paint shell's a lot cleaner than the shots from the Marshall there. Abo as well, able to back it up, and now 1 versus 5 here, Joey. Yeah, the elbow's gonna get seen. Flawless picked up, the Vandal being secured into the next round, and every single gun you can hope for there going through. And Trace, a second attack round could not have went better if they had tried.
Yeah, they're gonna be really happy about how that one actually went. Again, really solid in terms of they earned the space, they weren't in a rush, and even when they went to the site, they made sure to clear their corners. That was a little bit of good luck, of course, for Abo on that initial take, but at least now for Trace. Really financially solid. They're not actually investing anything into this round. I thought that they would definitely invest something. They know that there's a player on Mound trying to use the util to extract Glacier, and it is going to be enough to force him out of the angle. It's a high-low out in the complete open. If there's utility, that might be an easy one, and unfortunately for Trace, Xiaolala doesn't really have a paranoia. Used it initially, and now I see very little ways or means, really, of them extracting them out of the angles, even a triple stack. But they might want to go back. There's a lot of space earned by Delby on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, if you can see here, I mean, we basically, Trace have forced 3 people to stack up on the ward C there, and you can see the door getting opened to kind of sell a potential rotate here. Prowler gets forced out as well from Sufat BB, so a lot of utility now being put towards the C site, towards that mount, just as you said, Volt, but it's going to be for not much here. The Viper Wall has gone up to kind of allow Trace all of this main site control here. Yosemite with the jump peak gets tagged a little bit, but it's a leg shot and I believe through the wall, so not going to be near enough damage to worry about just yet. But 30 seconds on the clock, you've kind of got to start pivoting towards the site now here, and Trace might have done it perfectly here with that pivot here. It's down to Sufat BB to hold this down. Good for 1 so far, gets the information on Abu, but has to force back.
3 on the window. Need to make it quick about that one. Great shooting from Albo. Really trying to spray down the second, but the timing comes in from Spring. The multi-man peak is good enough, and it is all about Delby, who finds 2 on the line, and he's gonna find a hat trick. 3 for the scoreboard, 3 for Delby, and nothing given for the Wolves.
Oh, absolute starvation there. Del 3 making it look so easy. We'll get to have a look at that again, but look at the setup here from Trace. Like a very good kind of mid split there, but that was just beautiful. And the initial transfer onto Spring as well. Spring not even on that initial angle, instead jumping up onto the box. So Del B having to readjust not just once, but twice. But certainly good enough to the task, certainly up for it. And this is the thing, right? Not really seeing much value off of the Veto abilities, but off of the mechanics, Del B is a man to be feared nonetheless.
Here's the thing, you say that, sure, the Interceptor didn't get any util, but just them here in the Interceptor also buys enough time that Trace can think, hey, we can set up behind there. That now the util comes in towards the rubble. Able to absorb that so well. Again, Trace, despite WOL supposedly having like players like Sufat, like Spring, they're supposed to be a team with experience, you can tell that this game is running on Trace time.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately for Wolves, not just the firepower, but also the calling has just been completely lacking in comparison.
Yeah, as well, and this is the thing, right? I mean, we were talking about him earlier with Glacier added in to the squad now, because he has just turned 18. I believe I may have said he was turning, so I do apologize for that previous miscommunication. But he has turned, obviously, because he is on the side with Wolves. But yeah, getting a new kind of fresh blood online, right? Yes, you've got that experience in Yosemite, in Sufat BB, in Spring, but Glacier, being so new, being so fresh-faced, he does require the support, and Kai doesn't need anything of the sort. Gets a perfect timing on the swing, picks up 3 for free. And I mean, it is a low buy here, so it is to be expected, but Kai potentially on for the ace here, gonna get supported by the rest of his team. You can see the jumping happening, you can see the bunny hopping, and because of it, Kai manages to get an ace for his team.
Not letting up. Trace, so experienced. Just the timing so good as well from Kai. And as you said, of course, with the weaker firepower, not really a lot of expectation from the defense of the Wolves. But this is a do or die round. Glacier got the sniper. And I'm thinking about the finances here. I think it should be good enough for a buy. Just a question of whether or not this timeout is actually going to carry a lot of value. Because from what we've seen so far, the one thing that worries me about Wolves is not only they're not shooting back, like they're not playing the defense as if they know how to maneuver around it.
This is a big aspect because you've hit the nail on the head, right? They don't really know how to defend without the Yoru gate crash, is what it seems like right now. Wolves are just getting kind of led around the map. Tracer and perfectly calling, right? You know, when the rotates should be happening, when we should pivot off from like the C or the A site onto mid instead. Everything that Trace has been doing from a decision-making standpoint has been absolutely flawless, and the pace that they're doing it at really is suffocating the Wolves, and I think we've seen that happen a couple times where just Trace are either already on the site and Wolves haven't even noticed, or Wolves have sacrificed so much trying to stop Trace get on the site that the retake then becomes completely impossible.
Yeah, and again, I feel like a good part of that comes down to the way that they're maneuvering around the map, but also comes down to the Veto, really. Because they're so wary of the potential of the presence of that interceptor that they just don't use Util early enough. Right now, the interceptor used in the first 5, Glacier. Big tests, but decides not to venture too far forward against Shalala. So that's going to be okay for them. But I'm looking at Joa here. Timing could be everything. Not the best start for DLB, but he recovers a lot faster than the Omen. Evolution turned on. Minute 15 with a completely open A site. Trace just not completely aware of it yet.
Yeah, not Trace. Still playing their patience, which is obviously good to see. It's sometimes that overconfidence can be the slow and insidious killer. So nice to see that Tree's still getting cleared. Nice to see that the angle's still being checked. Kai, the showstopper, just actually push Wolves off. Make the retake happen a little bit later, especially with this very aggressive positioning. Kai, the timing is good again!
My God.
He's just finding these moments where the Wolves are trying to find their pace, trying to find any semblance of hope, and then is good just to break it down. Kai has just been such an anger for his team. 8-2. You know, not to take away from DLB's performance, but there you go. Swings in, finds Yosemite holding his knife out. Showstopper's already been used here, and it's it's halfway charged again. Kai gonna fall, but done more than enough for his team, and Spring just having to save.
9 kills to his name, and ace into a 3K. Not really that much that you can say about that performance of Trace. That's textbook Valorant to the highest degree. And again, doing it without the waylay. Doing it really without a lot of the things that makes the meta what it is. This is back to maybe a more classical tendency of Valorant, but if your players are that sharp, like Kai, like there'll be not really that much that you can do on the side of Wolves, which again, we're 5 rounds in, this is the 6th round, and the entire team have found 6 kills. That's it.
Yeah, there's, I mean, like a consolation kill. Like, Trace have not finished a round, I believe, with less than 3 players. I believe the pistol was as close as that was, and even that was 3 players still standing from Trace. So, yeah, you can see just the style of it. And then the utility, absolutely beautiful. It's just Spring, though, that one saved Phantom, an absolute godsend right now as the damage is just back and forth here. And Trace actually the ones to walk away. The man disadvantage. But a lot of control here of the map here. The B site gained essentially for free. Abu just needs to find his timing. That link door still being intact. An absolutely massive factor here. You can see the Wolves realizing they've gave up the space towards that B and that C side. All eyes towards it.
Well, I mean, timing is everything in here. Alba holding the window, but they've gone past it. If they're going to check B, they're going to go from the side of water. That could be a problem for Viva, who just regained his C's, trying to play on that timing. Great intuition from Abo and Viva. The question is, can they hold on? 100 fuel, but 2 players speaking. Might be too little too late for the game anyway, and that's an answer right there. Spring capitalizing on the distance, and an unforced error by Trace. They tried to ram their way through on that A site, and they just got completely annihilated.
Yeah, there was a little bit that needs to be said there of just a very solid showing from Wolves on this defense finally. I mean, eventually, right, even if your opposition are having as mechanically sound a game as someone like Kai currently is, at some point the momentum will shift, even just slightly, but that was enough. That was the difference maker alone. Spring, now online, needs to do a lot more for his team to keep this momentum that's been started going, but at the very least it is something, and the ultimates as well, very much backing up Wolves for this round number 7.
Absolutely, and then the question then becomes, like, where is the variability from Trace, right? Like, it didn't work out once. They're trying the exact same thing again, and there's a vertical element to Glacier's presence, who decided to drop down. Of course, that lends the full A control teleport used by LB. Still got one more that he did set up, and they can try to make a play happen if they want to. Question is, do they pinch on that C side completely, or do they wait? For now, playing the slower game, minute on the timer, and they're absorbing still more utility from the side of Wolves. No more paranoia, no utility for Yosemite other than the one that is already established down in the C site. So if they go back to A, there's going to be a lot less resistance, and that's what they're trying to capitalize on.
Yeah, indeed. And good way capitalizing is with the From the Shadows, but Jawa, absolutely perfect timing there to just counter the Shadow Step. And with that now, tree control being held, being considered, at least Jawa does rotate back onto the side, but you can see Trace having to command a decent bit more utility there just to make sure that tree angle is completely safe. And then if even we do see that angle get cleared out, right, we get to see it is a pivot towards the link side. The snake bite goes down. Kai follows suit. Abu, the one from main, does a decent chunk of damage on the Glacier, gets knocked down, but with only 13 seconds left here, Viva's going to have to swing and get everything worked out, and Delby Spike is going to be under the watchful eyes of Glacier and Yosemite here. 2 seconds left. Just going to have to try and get this Vandal saved over. And Wolves, to their credit, they're starting to build up momentum.
Well, that they are, but I would be surprised if Trace just doesn't call a timeout sooner rather than later. Because they did play to an okay rhythm. I don't really hate what they tried to do, but I just think that there was a lack of synchronization when it actually came down to the play itself there. When they really needed to, I guess, press on is the right way that I would label it, on the angle, they didn't. They were too early with the From the Shadows, and there weren't even players that are close up enough to try to help them on that side. And again, they're trying to start with the same thing. This is supposed to be conditioning. The Interceptor used to deny some of the util, but clearly they've made a push through into rubble. Thankfully enough, though, for the side of Trace, able to still find something on the other side. They try to fake some presence towards A, and the main stack found an early kill that they are trying to make use of, and they will get the space. They got the site. The showstopper is not going to find much Medante. Then the question becomes, does Sky make a move? That was just too overeager.
Yeah, that was a bit overzealous. However, if this was intentional, which I believe it was, that overzealous push is to completely convince Wolves that no one is on the flank right now. The Nightfall comes through, and because of it, Glacier absolutely does fall here. Supat BB just moonwalks out of the Viper's pit. Delby nearly not fast enough to get the shots, but he will be able to do that. And this is the thing, right? I mean, absolute masterclass from Trace. The conditioning you talked about, starting up on the A site, and then it's actually the pivot towards the C site. Kai gets the first shot, showstoppers in, and then the Viper's pit just goes down. A complete execution masterclass from Trace on this round number 8.
Yeah, and it all started from Kai getting that opening pick on the C side. Pretty sure that we're going to see that in the replay. It's just going to be a question of whether it was a set play that they have made, or it's just an unforced error from the side of Wolves, because that's something that they have struggled with in the 5 rounds that they've lost, and it is going to be that again here. An attempted pre-fire. I feel like that was just completely an unforced error. No real need to do something like that, and we've seen the set play. That was in the mid-round. Snakebite coming in with the C's. A lot of value, of course, from the side of Trace. who are now in a pretty good position. They should just
Yes.
be able to win like 2 more rounds, and on an 8-4 start on the attack, especially with a composition like theirs, they should be pretty happy about this, because Raze, out of all the duelists, she got the best stopping power on defense.
Yes, it's I mean, showstopper, right? It is in the name, but it's very difficult. Like paint shells as well in the boombot. There's just quite a lot that stops an aggressive push, kind of dead in its tracks, or at the very least slows it down. And I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head, right? It's very scary to aggress onto any site if you hear that showstopper voice line come out, because you're essentially risking a stack of 2, 3, maybe even 4 people all down a single choke point. Lotus a little bit wider, but can still find those thin angles to do some serious damage here. And Trace, though, they're just trying to find any angle right now. This patient play that forces a mistake from Wolves. However, you pointed out, Vol, it's nearly not enough to force the mistake, just because Wolves maybe making mistakes of their own anyway.
Yeah, and I guess at least in this round, that's not what they're trying to do. Playing for the retake. We've got a 2-2-1 setup. Glacier is so far away. Are they going to wait for him, or are they going to try to press for an early advantage? Well, I say that. And it was Del B that tried to make a move, got punished for it. Right now, trying to play on the back of the angle. The lockdown destroyed by the Raze util, but that's a great shot from Joa. And they can try to build something off of that. 3-on-5. And the door is locked for now. The trades are working in the favor of Wolves. A chance here for a multi-kill for Viva. Almost caught in the angle. The IGL able to escape. And Xiao Lele able to play off the angle. Low HP. The tap comes in through the wall. And it's a 1-on-1 to boot. Xiao, patient. Looking for a timing to peek. Does not go off the tap. Goes in at the second time of asking. But Joa is going to be able to lock it down. Wolves still proving that they are quality.
Yeah, very nicely done. An expensive round, Cannot overstate that, though. The lockdown being sacrificed so early on and then just being stopped by the paint shells. Yeah, that Zhao actually just really coming alive where his team needs it there. Just really, really nice work there. Couple of solid shots. Jalele as well, nearly enough to do it, but just not the superior controller this time as the spike gets diffused. And, I mean, yeah, Wolves looking to potentially at least equate this half line for 6-6, but 3 rounds to go is still a tall order.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they're actually able to make the most out of this again. Operator play, rather aggressive, and this time Trace just disrespectful. They should have been aware that there's a push made there. It has happened plenty now. Yet every time they still go and test it, and Wolves have finally come up with an answer.
Which is it's a rare thing sometimes, right? Sometimes it just takes that or too long for that answer to come up, and then the problems start to test themselves. This time, though, a little bit nicer pace. Spring gets onto Kai, but the trade through, at least, Kai, I think, may have arguably will have already done what is required of them. You've knocked the Viper's Pit out of the sky, or out of the air, sorry. You've knocked the Viper's Pit out of any sort of contention here. And then Del B, at least, just falling on that angle towards A on his own there. And what started as a really nice split from Trace that we've seen before, right, Vol? Wolves now starting to adapt.
Yeah, I guess that's great for Wolves, of course. But again, Trace still able to absorb a lot of util, but time has been their bane for quite a few times. Viva could be getting caught off the edge of the smoke. That's a crucial miss from Glacier, yet still able to find a shot nevertheless. Albo, post-mortem, getting his own kill. 2-on-3 in the end. They run towards the A side. That's the right call for Viva, and he's at least going to be able to put the spike down. Now the question becomes, Xiao Lele last time was not able to lock down the clutch. Will he find the right timing? They're trying to. Oh no! Oh, I think he has enough time.
Time.
Yeah,
He's got time.
Okay. My heart dropped. My heart, man. I don't know why they're doing this to us.
We heard the audience. I think the entire audience in the actual arena as well. I think their hearts sank as well. Been hearing a little bit more from them. Sure, we're going to hear a little bit more depending on how this goes. That's one nice shot from Viva here, going for the second. A little bit overzealous because of that pace for his life, and now Jalele stuck in a 2 versus 1. Should have heard 1, but he has to do all of it here. The spike gets tapped, and there's just a little bit too much for him to consider. And because of it, Wolves only 2 rounds away from equalizing.
Great work from Wolves, but, you know, that was a round presented by Trace. They took a couple of 50-50s, and when it didn't work out that way with that composition, it was never really gonna go right. The timing on the wall dropping down was great, but then that kill there from Spring also interrupted any attempts or any hopes of them hitting that C-side.
Yeah, no, that was really nicely locked down. And to Trace's credit, you know, they got onto the A site pretty easily. They managed to get the plant down, but the post plant suddenly really going in Wolves' favor, right? All of a sudden, the utility placement is just a little bit better. The site control is just a little bit more solid before the retake actually begins. We're not seeing Trace get like complete dominant control of every aspect of a site, and it is making life a little bit easier for Wolves. And if you're Trace, I think what we're really starting to realize, what really should be getting discussed here is the aspect of, okay, the opening A attack with like the interceptor and stuff, maybe it's time just to change that up a bit.
And again, like, the timeout for me, I'm just gonna be completely frank here, is a little bit too late. Once we've seen the first 2 rounds from Wolves, I feel like, hey, we started to see real gaps. I wanted the coach to come in prematurely, make sure that they alert them, hey guys, you know, you're taking duels a bit too early, you're taking 50-50s, you don't really need to do that. The composition is built around having small bursts of action, right? Like, there's a burst around Kai speeding his way up, there's another burst towards maybe Viva and DLB trying to set up that second part of the take, and that's not what they've done. And now the question becomes, will Wolves continue to find success, or what is the adaptation from Trace? Because we see pretty much the exact same thing, except this time just more confidence from the attack.
Yes, the only thing that's really changed this time is Jalele has used both of the teleports to try and kind of get control in towards dugout or get in towards rubble, and instead
that's beautiful.
He has to just get out. Yeah. Oh, this is so nice from Glacier, and Evo getting a bit overzealous, right? Getting a bit worried. I mean, of course, it is towards your own side of the spawn. You should not believe it's a concern, but Glacier has been aggressive with that op a couple times at this stage. And speaking of aggression here, the paranoia set up the play, attempted. Trace able to answer back, but the damage might already be through here. 2 versus 3, the spike needing saved. And DLB here gonna be able to snatch it just from under the nose of Glacier, but there's still a lot more space that needs to be gained, and with 40 seconds left in the clock and Jalele only down to that low HP, I'm not really seeing how this happens here, Vault, especially. The paranoia does come through, not going to be enough to affect at that range, at least you would think not to be the case, but Sufat BB at that range certainly going to have his impact. A clean double and no questions left to be answered from the man himself.
A true interceptor after all. And that was, again, Trace not adjusting enough. I don't know what happened in the replay, but they still have the same problems, right? I like the fact that they were willing to put more resources in the fight towards the A side, but goodness me, Glacier is just so accurate with the sniper. And that's something that they'll have to deal with, right? Ever since the AWP came out, they have been so much slower in playing the game. And pace is the thing that breaks down an offer. So, again, still surprised by that one. Look, shift peek, that's the hold. Should have been a kill for Glacier. Yet he's the one that actually ends up losing out of that exchange, but not scared. If anything, more confident in holding down the same line of sight.
The double self as well, the Prowlers just being traded back and forth from Viva and Sufat here. I was a bit surprised, bit nervous whenever I heard that Wimbot actually had touch onto Glacier, but again, getting supported by his teammate, no issues here. And Trace, though, they're just staring down this mid-angle, and they're sending a lot to try and get this cleared out, but it's a quick disengage. It's an effective disengage from Wolves, and they managed to beat out one of the biggest pieces of utility that Trace had to seal this round.
They got under a minute, and they'll need to find success on either extremity. Aiming towards C with a spike, hoping that both Delby and on the other side, Albo, playing that cross towards the A side, can find some potential success. Spotted by the Killjoy util. They're trying to make their moves right now, keeping some pressure towards now. 30 seconds on the timer, and it is all in the hands of Ajoa that have decided to leave the A side open. Well, I say that, but it's only to go and smoke, and now in those final 20, everything rests on that moment.
Yeah, indeed. The pivot might actually go towards the B site, though. Yeah, we're not going to care about that. Glacier does get a shot on the Kai. Decent bit of damage has done. Divergent paths, but with 4 players set up, one of them being Delv, who can just stand there, doesn't have to worry about the utility. Able just to take down the fight. The spike going to get planted. Attempted to be stopped by Glacier in a clutch scenario, but not going to happen. Kai just manages to take him out on time. And now Yosemite and Joa, 2 versus 5 here. A decent bit of utility still online for Trace as well, and every angle that they could play with as the spike still just ticks down. A miracle required by Wolves if they want to try and get this round. It is the last in the half. They don't get to save anything. They don't get to, in any way, move anything over. And with the evolution still keeping Delv strong, no paranoia will get through him. His mind unclouded, and Trace managing to break the streak that the Wolves were looking to completely use to equalize the first half.
And here's the thing, that play rested entirely on the hands of one man. And if he did not get that initial kill on Sufat, that would not have been a play that is possible. They knew that they were walking into Glacier, and they needed that evolution. They made the best out of it. Of course, credit where it's due to LB, topping the scoreboard with 12 kills. But this is a half that could have gone better. You gotta give credit where it's due. Wolves definitely recovered a lot. I think that they were coming in, making those setups that makes you feel that they are anticipating the same pace from like a Neon Waylay, right? But of course the pace is so different when you got a Raze and you got a single boost.
It's this is an aspect of I think already with this kind of lineup and with the setup we've seen yesterday with DRG trying to go for mix, we're seeing a lot of, at least for China specifically, these shifts to the meta have been so massively impactful, Vol. It really cannot be overstated just how much the players are now needing to kind of learn from scratch again what the duelist setup really should be, what the controller setup should be if Mix does find his way into the meta, and then even if we're allowed Sentinels still in the game, because the way we are seeing this getting played through, I mean, hey, Veto is a Sentinel, maybe Yoru is the straw that breaks the camel's back, that compositions start to be, I think, what we would class as a little bit more average, shall we say, or normal.
I mean, if there's one thing that I'll just say, if you build compositions that rested on the Yoru, just play the same compositions, learn to be more efficient.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of the things that I feel like a lot of teams are, like, yes, I will just say, the nerf to the gate crash, I think, is just so unnecessary. I understand the intent behind it, but again, like, they needed to take one of the two directions, right? Either cut down the gate crash or give him a single flash. And when they did both at the same time, yes, you're solving the problem and you're integrating initiators back into the pool, just because now you don't have a duelist with 2 flashes and a teleport. But that means that as a standalone duelist, yours just feels like he's got no identity, right? He got 1 TP on a 15-second timer, so he either needs to make a play quick and then he becomes so telegraphed, or you just have to use them late, and then you can try to utilize that and play to your own pace, which Glacier does here to perfection. Viva down very early, but despite pulling the rotations, they're back towards the A site, where Del B have set his entire arsenal, both on tree and on site, to try to hold on.
This is a big deal as well. That's an opening frag. Wolves, we talked about the pistol win rate earlier. It was not looking great. Traces, I believe, near enough triple the percentage points that Wolves was having on it. So an opening frag there is absolutely huge from Glacier. Could be the first step to kind of breaking that streak, because we've seen Trace were the first ones to take the pistol back on the first half as well. So the fact that it's already looking so clean and so nice for Wolves, they just have to finish this off. It's going to be easier said than done. The interceptor as well coming through. Beautiful dodge the utility, but Glacier is so fast. Del B gets completely collapsed upon here, and the rest of the A site follows. Beautiful stuff, and a flawless could be on the cards here from Wolves. Gonna be taken down, Jalele not allowing that, but 4 players alive and a spike planted. Pretty solid pistol round.
I just feel for Charlotte. What is he even supposed to do there? Again, I like what Trace were thinking. I just think that they weren't really able to read how close the Wolves' attack was. And of course, with the Waylay, you get to cover a lot more distance. Up in their face, Delby couldn't do anything. And from there, they just tried small individual plays, right? You saw 3 players either pushing through a smoke or trying to get in sight. And it's very easy for Wolves when they either got the smokes to hold or the numbers advantage to just play around the round. And that is exactly how the cookie crumbled. Wolves getting that round means that they are most likely tying up this game. There is a bandit and a shorty. And I gotta say, I wasn't really one of the people that thought that the bandit would be that effective when it came out. I thought that I might as well play the sheriff.
Yep.
But now that I've seen a lot of players and myself have had the hand on it, I came to really enjoy the handling of the weapon, the rate of fire, the amount of damage that you can do, how you can even play CQC. It's such a good pistol in rounds like these because the 800 is too much that it would actually leak into the next round. But 600, especially if you got a kill on the pistol, makes this economically a lot more sound and still almost as threatening as a sheriff.
Yes, and I mean, it might as well, especially with this kind of stack we're seeing, right? The standing crouching that we are seeing, the double up here that Glacier is about to walk into. One shot would kill both of these players, but if they are faster, that is going to cause some hassle. A decent bit of utility being chucked back after the initial engagement, but that's a big opening frag. The gun being saved and being dragged away. So the members of Trace not able to steal it through the smoke. But Jalele here with the complete rework. The right click is going to be enough. He does get dealt with, but 2 for 2. Trace are going to be so happy with that. Yosemite, though, this timing on the Delby, the no-scope. Yeah, only 11 seconds now for Wolves. They do need to get this plant down. And Abo on this positioning here manages to find another one, though. And he's in the distance. 3 bullets make it 8. 2 headshots are really all he requires here. And he does find them! He does! Suifat and Joa just line up! And the bandit lives up to his name, steals the round away! And the Wolves are gonna be heartbroken to see that taken from them.
He almost fell from his own seat. He could not believe what was happening.
Oh.
And it didn't even start off that well for him. He almost got tagged through the wall to his own death, but credit where it's due to Xiaolala. That was a beautiful round to play from him. 2 kills with the classic. They played that high-low, as he said, found that initial kill. And it just came down to this right there. That's why I love the bandit. The spray down potential this close is so dangerous. It does like 37, I think, to the torso. And from that range, it's a one-shot headshot regardless of shields. And this is where the gun really becomes effective. No bandits on the other side. Actually, there is one in the hands of Joa. But they'll gotta be careful not to overpeak into a stack that can cover a tremendous amount of distance. At least if there's something that is good for him. He's got the TP, got the interceptor, but he needs not to peek ahead of his own utility and a Wolf.
First Prowler comes through here. The interceptor gets put through. Doesn't cut off too much of the utility initially. We do see it being effective there, but Glacier not really caring. Gets the Bucky frag. Traded out now though, but the control already been gained here. Spike gonna go down very, very comfortably. And the Viper Orb just to create some difficulty. So despite the fact that this is very much Trace's round in terms of economy, in terms of firepower, Wolves have equalized it a decent chunk here by getting control of these angles because some of them are very close. You get to see where Joe is currently set up with the Bucky watching Waterfall. He can definitely do some damage here. It's just depending on whether the rest of Wolves can hold Hall. And with the utility about to burst out, we're about to see.
Well, great utility combo there from Praise. The one way still being such a nuisance, thankfully. Viva coming into the rescue. Hat-trick from the leader. Just when they needed someone to follow. That was a round that was played so well by Wolves as well. And again, we've seen how they can try to break it through. But it already came off the back of Glacier there. I feel like Delby feels bad for that one because my Bucky does not do that. Most people's Buckies don't really get a single pump from that kind of range. So they're going to be really happy about getting the spike down, doing as much damage as they did. Wolves are running into this round where you can see there are 4 rifles, yes, on the side of Trace. But that has costed them a fair bit of money here. Kai and Viva doesn't have any money to buy. So this is nearly as if it's a gun round. It's going to have ramifications for both sides in terms of their network.
Oh, it's absolutely going to have massive ones. Speaking of ramifications here, the utility, the C's into the paint shells, the tried and tested. Not going to find anything, though. A bit of chip damage has been done, but Wolves managing to keep all their players alive. As I say that, Evo nearly takes down Glacier. 2 players on half HP, and we were talking about the Sky earlier, Volts, but neither team rocking anyone that can heal, really. Delby, the only man that can heal off of any damage done, even then requires the ultimate to do so. And with this, at the moment, after the first 40 seconds have kind of calmed it down, Wolves looking towards this C site here. They've been kept out of it beforehand by Trace, but it would be Delby to do it alone.
Oh, I mean, last time was a bit more defensive. This time, offensive. The TP came just at the right time. Almost baited by the second teleport all the way deep in spawn. But he's bought plenty of time. They can try to crunch back towards the B side, but I don't think that's going to be likely. Thinking about it, they actually crossed in. That's an easy kill for Kai. I say that, but the youngster steps up to the platter, but then the captain shoots him right back. 30 seconds and not really a whole lot for Wolves to find. They either press on C or they just let the round go.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, even Spring, like, he's lurked on towards A, but he's not really gotten too much information here. He's not seen anything in Ebo. With that alone, with that utility seeing, yeah, he knows that alone is going to be a B site push. 10 seconds remain. Trace not going to immediately re-engage, though. They're playing this a little bit patient. They still want the rest of the map kind of controlled. They want to make sure that no one from Wolves is lurking. Of course, we know that to be the case here, but Spring, this corner could be everything here. Viva's going to swing through, and he finds not one, but 2. Viva and Jalele fall, and Spring has sprung here. But Delby answers back. He finds all 3 yet again. He does it not just once, but twice. He finds the 3. Delby is unstoppable. A triple headhunting machine right now for Trace.
If you can do it, I can do it better. Spring gave this round his best shake. But that's why I didn't really want them to press onto the B site. Because if it wasn't for Spring finding that double kill, this round was such an easy crunch from the side of Trace. Able to play it together that even if Delby died after that 2k, that was a nearly impossible transfer from the other side. A second time out for Wolves on their own map pick, where I gotta be completely frank. If you take the nameplates off, if you take the top left side off, yeah, I would have thought that this is Trace's pick from how good they're approaching the map. Wolves just look completely lost in comparison.
Yeah, there really does seem to be just a difference in terms of the overall level that these teams are currently playing right now. I mean, Trace are getting such beautiful retakes. They're getting such beautiful rotates. They're getting just the map presence down to a T. Wolves are having no real luck on their lurks. They're having no real luck kind of splitting one player away to kind of get some map presence, to try and get some control or even get that early pick, because Trace are just playing so stacked, so compact, and are not over swinging anything. If they are taking a fight, it is because they win that fight. The only example really of it not being the case is Delby and his 3Ks, but considering that he should not be able to do that once, let alone twice, I think that is just a testament to how on fire Delby and Abo really both are.
15-2 both. 12 kills for Kai, and even Xiaolele, who is in absolute bottom, still got 9 kills, right? So everyone is really fulfilling their part. And right now, Abel's trying to do that by being the anchor. That pit is enough to dissuade them from hitting that C site. And that limits their map control options by a ton, especially considering that Trace took that initial time that they were in mount. And now they're trying to do their best to keep hold of that lobby to make it as difficult as possible. Information gained by the Boombot. Just a question of whether or not Kai actually commits to this angle, because he can easily fall back, but he seemingly is steadfast on it.
Yeah, one kill as well for a showstopper here, so understandable that he's getting the aggressive angle, but Spring to shut it down! Spring to do it all here, 2 shots from the Sheriff, and all of a sudden what was Trace's round to lose is Wolves' round to steamroll onto the A site there. Phenomenal stuff, and a little bit of overzealousness from Trace. The aggressive defense has worked before, but if Spring's landing shots like that, and if Nightfall can just be so easily sidestepped from the utility, yeah, Wolves are going to just take that part and parcel cleanly to get this round. They're not out just yet, and they seem to have taken something personal between me and you, Volts, calling them out for having less control of the map than Trace.
I'll be completely frank. Great shooting from Spring, but that was so greedy.
Yeah.
From Trace. It's okay to get that initial spray down if you're Kai, but you still got your satchels. You can fall back. If you don't even want to fall back, you can just duck into the corner by the boxes. And then try to play the crossfire off Xiao Leda, but that's not what they decided to do. They wanted to be more aggressive, got punished for it. Right now, aggressive on the opposite end, as you can tell. Delby took such a deep angle in here. The TP is still in range, but he's only got a Sheriff, so he needs to get the drop, and he does. A double kill for the Sheriff. That is more than enough, even if he goes down.
I really thought we were going to see a third Del 3 in the space of about 5 rounds, but you can only get 2 with the Sheriff. Had it been a rifle, maybe something different, but the lockdown forced out here, and Wolves only down to 3 means they can't really afford to fake this. Abo's just sticking though. He's just trying to get this fight just before the detain happens, and he just watches his life flash before his eyes as the members of Wolves now walk onto the site. 3 ultimates as well here, Viper's Pit. But it might not matter. Okay, I was gonna say Viper's Pit, Nightfall. But the Sheriff is the greatest ultimate of all, apparently. Spring still trying to get the spike even planted here. Gonna be protected by the Viper's Pit. The Paranoia, though, gonna force off the spike plant. The TP, though, is gonna be faked by Jalele. The Paranoia did hit. And as you can see, Trace now knowing and now seeing the fact that that spike still not beeping down means that Spring has jumped off of it yet again. One more tap. We're gonna see if it's the actual force du jour to make that happen. This one's going to be it though, and Kai finds him flawlessly in the pit. Just too much for Spring to do on his own, and very composed from the side of Trace.
That is a backbreaker if you're Wolves. Not only losing that initial pair, but then the way that they approached it there, like Viva had more than enough time to recover. Should have really been a kill from Yosemite. But even the way that they played the final 1v2, so calm, so confident, and I will have to say, this Trace makes me feel very confident for what they can pull up on Bind. If they just maintain this fragging prowess, things should be a lot easier. Abo needs to be respectful. It's C presence again. Last time around, they're able to pivot back into A and find value, but I'm assuming with the Nightfall, with the conversion path, that they're just gonna hard on commit, and Albo needs to be careful. He's got the interceptor, but it's not gonna really stop 2 ultimates raining his way.
No, sadly cannot intercept 2 big lines that do a decent chunk of damage here, but no one being tapped by the convergent paths. Of course, the space has been granted, but you can see the mutation they're being played off of. The saturate, though, is absolutely beautiful. Wolves doing pushes like that do show you why this team are so solid and why this team have made such a name for themselves. And if they just keep doing that, they might be able to force Trace onto the back foot. They've still got to do it 3 more times in a row minimum just to get the scoreline equalized, but that was a very, very clean execute. If you're Trace, the saving grace being, it was a great execute off of 2 massive ultimates that you don't have to worry about anymore.
I mean, at least when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking to the same weaknesses of Trace, but this time in a different light, right? Like we've seen them basically play. I would say you'd agree with me, right? This is a basic brand of Valorant. It's not like they're doing something creative with the space that they're creating. They're just getting space and playing weak on the other one. Yeah,
I don't think there's anything more complicated than that. I would be surprised if anyone was to try and argue that, but at the end of the day, I mean, simple Valorant is sometimes the most effective Valorant. Just use your good utility, execute onto the site, force your opposition off of it, get the site taken, get the plant down, and then just get the rest of the control, apologies, off the back of that. And Wolves are doing it kind of back and forth, especially with the better ultimates, with the solid utility, but we're seeing Trace just really try and answer back here. Jalele, unimpeded by the lower buy, manages to take down his opposition, but Kai always seems to be the one sacrificing his life. It's just good that he got a refrag this time.
There's definitely some problems that we're noticing here from the first look of this Trace, but at least things that are working well are working so well.
Yes.
And LB is in a position that can do some magic. But just back to the point that we were talking about, right? I'm not against basic Valorant.
Yes.
But if you're playing basic Valorant, you need to play it by the numbers. You need to play it by the books. You cannot really do what Trace are doing and play a conventional system. If you're taking a push like this, you need to take the push with conviction. And right now, they're trying to use the wall to establish better positions, but can they find kills behind it?
I don't... Oh, okay. I was going to say I don't think so, and that's why... Even, yes, Spring does go down. They managed to find one, and Abo, now stuck in this corner, might be able to steal something away with the Bandit. Done it once before. No, gotta be able to upgrade a gun, though, instead. 12 bullets in the mag. Shouldn't need to reload just off the back of that, so can be sneaky. The jump peek, though, from Yosemite, the timing, everything just working out for him. And it's just not enough. Wolves managed to keep the composure there, and I mean, I'm starting to see, Trace really going for this aggressive kind of playstyle, really trying to not allow Wolves to get the positions and to get the map presence, but what they're doing because of it is they're just giving the fights, losing those fights, and then Wolves get the map presence anyway. So I would like to see Trace just maybe hit the brakes a little bit. I think that would do them wonders.
Yeah, and again, like, the calls are okay in isolation, but it's just about the conditioning. And that's another part of the basic brand of Valorant, that you can play a basic setup, but because you go aggressive on Rubble, for example, for 3 rounds, and then for 1 round, you feign presence, but your actual stack is on Mount, that can make the game interesting, right? Then you can make it a guessing game. And I guess even in, like, I wouldn't call poker a guessing game, but even in poker, there's like science behind it. There's like a math behind it. And that's the thing that I feel like traits are lacking. They're playing the fundamentals right, but outside of those fundamentals, they just feel like, again, to the same poker analogy, that they look at their hand, they think, hey, my hand is strong, I'm going all in. They're not thinking about what other potential hands could be there from the river, from everything that is also still in the deck. And that's the one thing that makes me a little bit worried about the bind, because in the bind there's a lot of this tug of war that can be played between the two teams. And despite Wolves' weakness in actually getting into the site, but once they get into the sites itself, especially on C, they are so successful. And that's why they've done this. Like, you contrast it to the way that they've done it. They found so much rounds of success on C that now when they go on A, it's so light from Trace.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 stack, 2 set up towards towards the door, 2 set up towards Mound. I mean, this is quite a risky setup from Trace. It is a bit more defensive though, but even still, it's that's a low bar in comparison to some of Trace's previous rounds on defense here. And to be fair though, when you are executing, and I say it in a literal way, that well, maybe if you're Trace, you don't need to worry about it. But you've got the 3k here. You just cannot afford to give Yosemite a similar spray down. We've seen what the Bandit could do, let alone the fully auto rifles. But right now, decent bit of survival here. The spike being held down, and yeah, Kai and Evo managing to clean it up here. Trace looking very, very composed and just flicking the switch on a slightly different style that works out for them so cleanly.
Yeah, and again, that comes down to the statistics matters of this game, which to me, I'm hoping that we're gonna see more of
even
that
that split
style
up there to kind of catch on to Spring, knowing that full A main had been left empty. Very, very nice. And now Trace on to match point here. Wolves having to dig deep. They've got a decent bit in terms of it, a full buy waiting for them, and the ult economy could be left a little bit more desired, but that is for both sides. So Trace, at the very least, having a similar complaint. Oh,
there it is, right? That's the thing I was talking about.
Yeah.
When they realize that there's a lot of danger, they just fall back. It's okay. We can play the angle. Now, what I want to see from Del B is that if he's going to stay around on C, I wanted him to fight for water, and as long as he's fighting, that's all that matters. And he's actually taking an aggressive angle here.
Yeah, he's taking a very aggressive angle. He wants to try and get this fight. There is no mutation, so he is going to be as weak to utility as his squad. Lele not weak to anything! A 4k for himself. Maybe could have gone for the ace, but Abo shutting it down before ever needing to get that far. But a very dominant double round setup from Trace there. Very good reads on where Wolves were going to execute, and very, very solid positioning that just wasn't as easily punished this time by the Wolves. And yeah, that timeout from Trace, I don't think you could point to a better timeout and say that, you know, it didn't do anything, because I think we just seen it play a massive role in closing out that map.
Yeah, and the same happened in the first half, where the timeout got them just the edge to actually get one more round, because it was taken at 6-4, and it got them the 7th. And from there, even with losing the pistol, the game was still pretty much playable. But this is a much better timeout. But it gives me two things, right? It gives me a lot of confidence in the coaching staff of Trace, but it also makes me really worried about like the calling between Veto and Albo maybe not really being fully there just yet.
I mean, again, this is a big aspect. It's really hard to overestimate what it's like working with a new player. So Glacier, being as young as he is, he does have the support from the members of Wolves, especially that kind of higher class and that more veteran lineup in the form of Spring and such. But is it going to be a touch too far, at least for this first set here in this stage 1? Will it be just a touch too far? Because Glacier, whenever he's being set up, we can see some glimpses of absolute beauty from him. Let's not count him out. Let's not say he's been completely ineffective for his squad. But Wolves, seeming like their refrag and seeming like their stacking potential, not quite up to the same level as Trace. Definitely in certain aspects, at certain moments. It was just on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see if that can update, or if Wolves can find any sort of patch for that in map number 2.
And against other teams in prior years, when Wolves were a lot more successful, even if you can say like, hey, it's a different core, it's a different roster, but the parts that made that happen are still there. I'm looking at Spring, I'm looking at Suvat, I'm looking at the comms that will be here now.
没有，来，加油！
死一个，
爆容器落在 A
还有2楼，2楼应该有，
有点背，
我下包，
你们躲不掉的。屏障
瀑布会有一个很快，
爆容器已过。
二楼两个，瀑布一个，随便2楼2个，80，我们110，左边这边，
准啊，德罗波！哦，你这种一颗醒的呀？什么台？楼梯，二楼 ，A B O K 上了，
还剩1人。
包点2个，一个输一个包点，3个，一个输一个包点，两个双掰了。搞笑，兄弟！我看
来了，反黑了 ！TP 了，我们 TP 了，头上。
买肉的。
And who else but Del3, the man himself. If you just add how many 3Ks he's gotten, it would have a separate scoreline all to itself. But regardless, ACS 250, 1.8 KDA. Can you really ask too much more of a man, Volts?
I mean, there's definitely, if I'm nitpicking, some stuff that you can talk about the Veto, but to its own individual and mechanical level, no. I think that we've seen peak performance from him. Great work from the team as a whole. Now we're looking at his highlights. Again, like one of the things that always stands out about Del B, whether it is here on this Trace lineup or in prior iterations, was always his level of trading, right? When his time in All Gamers, I feel like I always love the trading potential from Del B and how he plays off util. And both, he does so well here today. Again, especially when you're playing a Veto, where you just say, I'm him, you know, you just say, no, I'm him. You put the evolution down and you pull off a clutch or two, like we've seen Delby do with that. Those are the kind of rounds that you would usually bank on the Wolves actually winning. And if anything, right now we're seeing those same experienced players from different teams, whether it's AG for Delby, Viva, of course, with his time in XLG, and they're providing that same clutch factor that brings the two teams back to an even footing, where Trey's seemingly, despite Glacier's great time on the sniper, outside of that, I gotta say, he's been a little bit lackluster.
It was a little bit of a struggle there. 15 and 18 isn't awful, but it's very much down to, we're seeing the gap that Waylay kind of needed filled, right, by the other support, because dash in, saturate, and leave is good when you have the backup, when you have the Yoru, the Yoru or the Neon, sorry, that you were saying earlier. But whenever you are just on your own and the saturate is kind of reliant on your support on the backup from your team, that can be a little bit more difficult if no one else can match up that pace. What I do find, I think, actually the most interesting, the post plants is a cool little stat to see, but the fact that 11 and 11 for the first bloods, I don't think I've seen them as equal before for a scoreline like this.
Yeah, and here's the thing, when Trace get their first bloods, usually they're pretty, I've gotta say. When Wolves are getting their own, it's just usually Trace presenting the same tools. And that's one of the things that is just going to be make or break on the blind. They cannot play those 50-50s again. On blind, you're not going to get the same luxury of, hey, we got 3 players stacked on rubble anyway, so it doesn't really matter if we win or die. It's going to be very different. And, well, while the hexagon is not perfect, the gameplay was still pretty solid from Spring. Like, you consider the way that the team was playing, he was the only thing that was propping them until they got their legs back under the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about it as well. I mean, there's a reason why Spring is known basically as the veteran of Wolves, I would say. You know, even over like Kai and such like that. Just very much, you know, the experienced player, gonna be the one that Wolves rely on as a player himself to really keep the team steadfast, keep the team going, of course, even just get the frags and such. But with that, it wasn't enough for this map, but we are going to be cutting it just to a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, while map number 2 gets prepared. So we will be seeing you in bind just a moment after this. Do not go anywhere.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Sacrifice the speed.
Star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Sacrifice the speed. Left and right.
And we are back once again. We've seen Trace and Wolves nearly be neck and neck, but at the end of the day, Trace's solid start was more than enough for them to run away with the game despite Wolves' best effort, both in the tail end of the first half and the start of the second. But, well, now that is a completely different beast here, Dante, because the bind is not going to give the same luxuries as we've said. I'm just going to expand on that a little bit. We're not going to really see like 3-player stacks on a bind unless there's something that is completely made set in stone as a play. Maybe you're going to see crunches through the teleporters, which is something the teams have been getting to do more and more. But if you lose one of your extremities in that four angle lockdown of a bind, the defense will collapse pretty quickly. So for Trace, they need to be more than careful in managing that angle, that load.
Yeah, bind, at least fittingly enough or weirdly enough for a map that I've noticed, and while I've done a little bit of research on this as well, this is a little bit more vibes just from an overall standpoint. But Trace do seem to have a habit of picking bind and then struggling on it. At least a little bit. It always seems like it's been their map pick, and then they do have a little bit of a kind of tougher time on it. But hopefully with the agent pool that we're seeing here, with the agents from both sides, they won't struggle as much.
Well, I have to wait and see if the struggle train is going to be here or not, at least for the compositions. I'll always say this, I'm a massive proponent of Tejo, but always as a double initiator setup. So him and Sky both being there is great, but that means that Wolves are again playing that same single duelist waylay. I would have loved if it was the Neon. That would have been the better call for me, but they're elected to stay on the waylay, at least for now. It's going to be a little bit better on defense. I feel like the Saturate finds a lot of value in some of the crucial points when you look at the heat maps. Like, you can use it with a lot of effectiveness on places like lamps, deep in showers if they're trying to take that space, and like especially on the site itself if you're trying to execute on attack and on defense. She's going to gain a lot of value with a map this clustered and this small, but they will need this value because this is Trace's map pick and Wolves are on the ropes.
Yeah, indeed. They did not. Lotus did not go the way the Wolves had planned. And so this time they're finding themselves in a little bit of a tougher scenario here to survive bind, to try and drag Trace Esports kicking and screaming towards that third map. But they're not going to want to let that be the case. They're not going to want to let that happen here. But the first thing that Wolves are going to have to do to make that fracture happen is survive a pistol round, which they were able to survive the second one on Lotus. But we've seen earlier from the stats, a pistol round still something that Wolves can struggle with. And with the shooting initially going the way of Trace, Spring not able to get anything working towards that Showers angle, we might see that to be something true here, unless Jawa absolutely beautiful right click in and out of the smoke to try and disengage, and the trades are here. Viva gets 2 and walks away with his life.
And Viva still got full util, 2 flashes and the heal, so they're going to be rather healthy on the other side. Same done by Sufat, who was able to heal Spring up to full. So they're utilizing the util pretty well. Of course, Viva cannot heal himself, but they can definitely go for pot shots if needed. On the extremity, though, we can see that Xiaolela is trying to take the deep angle on the other side. Spring this time, a little bit more success against their counterpart. Viva is no more. This duel is for everything, and it is equally as labored as the other pair. Crisp shooting, 4-1, spray down, not enough, but Spring this time got no heals and no support. 23 HP, and will have to do it with adjustment.
The orb is enough, at least. Does get the spike down. Does keep him safe a little bit. But these players are now circling here. Avo's only down at 17 HP. Does spot Del B, but the right click with as low HP as Spring was at, not going to be a concern at all. There manages to clean it up, and a very, very nice pistol round from Trace. Had that initial engagement in Showers gone the opposite way and went towards Spring, we might have just seen this round go differently, but the way the cookie crumbles, and it's a very confidently baked cookie from the side of Trace.
Yeah, it was played so well by Viva there to hold that double, because once they lost Hookah, again, leaning into the same things that we have seen on map 1, you lose those extremities and things can go very bad. Joa almost opened up the entire site just with that one kill. You're not able to cascade that much behind it. Tejo with the supported Yuto trying to test Xiaolele, and it's great work from Glaze here. That is the outlaw gone. And thankfully enough for Trace, at least all of them are on full shields. But that 140 is going to make life a lot easier for the Stingers on the back of it.
Yeah, getting chipped down, right? Getting that just additional damage done. And oh my days, the damage done is happening. Kai getting absolutely strangled out by utility there. The special delivery and all doing its damage. And a little bit of consolation prize for Avo, but that's all it's going to be. Stinger not going to be enough to do damage at that range. Apologies there, but the jump peek there from Xiao, I don't actually think getting the information there. So Viva could go for the flash if they want. No, they're just going to go for the wide swing here. They're going to be able to take away one at that distance despite the dinks. Not going to be enough to pick up anyone else. So at the very least, a strong and a quick answer back from the Wolves here off of the back of Trace's mildly problematic positioning.
Not to say that I told you so on tape, but I told you so. I told you that this is exactly how they're gonna struggle. And I agree with you. Why are they picking blind if that's their playstyle, right? I would have prepared them to play for different maps if that's it, right? Like, you lean into that angle a little bit more of the Lotus. Maybe you can try to play something, I don't know, like a Breeze. It works a little bit better like in those angles. But again, as you said, this is how the cookie crumble, but if you're making the cookie, you shouldn't actually let it crumble down.
Oh. Well, Viva's not going to be making very much after that. The head just gets completely taken off by Sufat VV all the way over in Kiev. And that's enough just to get the information for Wolves here. The drone's going to catch a little bit more. The timing, actually, from Avo, not going to be enough to steal away a frag. But will have the information here. That's at least 3 players that Avo knows is here. So the rest of his team just scouting out those corners, trying to find where that 4th player would be. Of course, we know comfortably set up on towards the site here. But with a lower buy anyway, Wolves seemingly very confident just to take this angle on towards Elbow, take the angle on towards Garden, and then just wait for Trace to come and meet them.
They might have to meet, I wouldn't say their maker because he's probably the youngest in the server, but they have to meet the young prodigy if he was looking at Hookah for now. Holding on for the exits. And I think that Wolves are just going to run straight to the TP here. That's why they're holding Garden, making sure that they're not going to be denied of that line of sight. And for now, just fishing for as much as they can. Nothing happening on either end. Trace will be happy enough dying to the spike here. At least that's better than nothing, but information denied. But they know it has to be there, right? Because that's the only place that is safe, but they would always choose to keep their own lives than to fish for those exits, and that means that those 4 all go down. And now we got a real game in our hands.
Yeah, indeed. And just like to really highlight it, right? Because Abyss obviously not in the map pool anymore, so we can't jump off the maps and just kind of force a round to not happen. But dying to the spike like that, getting 4 players, that's 1,200 credits that Wolves don't have to work with, so their economy is going to struggle a little bit. And then, of course, it's the, at least 4 or 5 all orbs that you just deny because of the fact that Wolves aren't dying and they're not getting any other frags. So really, really nicely done from Trace to prevent that. Only 1 player down is a pretty impressive showing here, but it's now all up to them to kind of find their footing and hold their ground, because it would be a real heartbreaker, honestly, with after what I've said, if Bind doesn't go as smoothly for them just off the back of a very, very nice Lotus.
Yeah, and well, at least for now, they're trying to find some success by taking hold of the angle. And that they do something that is so desperately needed in that line of sight, and the way that they're going to be approaching the round. Trace denied the entry, and the Brimstone, remember, those smokes are the longest lasting out of all the smokes. The other side, and they're waiting for their second take. Spring wanting to spring forward, but he doesn't really have the movement, doesn't really have much to do, unlike the Neon. And that's it from Kai, a hat-trick, and Trace fully back in swinging form.
Yeah, there you go. I did ask, did say, and Kai certainly delivered, stepping up to the plate there. Did a phenomenal job alongside Delvey on map number 1, and then we just get to see it here. Yeah, 1-2. Slide makes 3. Double swing from Delvey as well, just to really sell that. And the economy's still looking okay for Wolves. I mean, we've still got a couple buys, but really this round here needs to be a conversion for them to keep them in fighting power, should we say, and fighting standing with the economy. Otherwise, they might need to start digging in and hoping that the ultimates can return them their favor.
At least for now, though. Trace doing a lot better in terms of not actually giving those tools unnecessarily for Wolves. Just a question of Dante, what does Wolves do now? Because they were able to win off of those. Now they got them. And they're adapted, and that's the thing that Trace didn't really do outside of timeouts on the Lotus. They're doing it a lot better here, and the crunch is gonna be in. The Trailblazer not really clearing that much, but at least for the time being, going back to A, and that's the Neon movement to send a quick rotation. 4 strong on the A site if they're able to hold them here for a little bit.
Ooh, and a little bit more with that first kill. Certainly looks like they will be able to hold. The Guiding Light comes through. Not going to be able to find much. Armageddon getting dropped. But that corner there where Jalele is, just managing to avoid it. And this swing coming through from Viva just to distract, to make sure that that corner isn't going to get checked. But not even necessary, as it's Viva just good for the frag. Abo good with the lurk as well, just shooting Sufat in the back of the head, getting the spike down. 20 seconds are all that remains. Yosemite would have to do everything, and that's a beautiful 3k, but 10 seconds left will be an excellent farm for the orbital strike, but that'll be all he can do here as he walks away with his gun. A bunch of 3s for Yosemite there, but not going to be the 3rd round for Wolves on the board.
He could smell blood in the water, but unfortunately, just deep territories there. Unsafe for Wolves, and despite using the Armageddon and really getting as close as possible to getting in the side itself, came down to the same problem. A single duelist, when it's just the way they, it is not enough. And that has been clearly signaled.
Yeah, it's... days, man. Yosemite getting that triple. Absolutely beautiful. And yeah, here we go. The first time out being called by Wolves. Not really surprised, honestly, especially with the with how Lotus had went. You said earlier, Volt, I think it was the second time out, you said maybe a little bit too late. And it's nice that Wolves not... Actually, but yeah. Oh, the first time out, sorry, a little bit too late. But nice to see that mistake not being recreated by Wolves on this map.
Yeah, and Wolves have been spot on with their timeout timings as well when they're on the Lotus. They took them exactly when they needed to, and they made sure to basically grab hold of the game once they got those timeouts. They came back in a massive way on the first half, and in the second one, it was right then and there that was able to put them as close as possible. Trace's timeouts, maybe a little bit later, but usually a bit more effective, and this is where things can get a little bit dicey, at least for me. You know, I'm thinking of this one, I'm looking at the angles that, like the way that you can play, right? Like for all the possible variations in a single duelist Waylay composition. What really can you do? Because that's the thing. Like, Joa can earn space, right? You can deny some space and punish people. But how are you going to punish them out the smoke without anything that gives you coverage, right? So this is basically do or die on how they place that Viper wall. If the Viper wall continues to only be placed for that A-lurk, they're usually not going to find any value to saturate with the combo there. Luckily enough for Zoa and Yosemite, escaping that punishment, there's a player in the smoke, and they are able to extract him. Great work by Trace. That's a round that could have gone wrong, but they were able to handle all the variables and even had some own tricks, of course, up their sleeves. He didn't find a success, but that was really cheeky and really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I love seeing the on lower buys. I love seeing ultimates still get used because, yes, the idea of, oh, but like you've used the ultimate and you've maybe not got the most value out of it, right? Like it happens in every level of Valorant, but the way you get no value out of your ultimate at all is by dying with it. And I think, to be honest, did see that a little bit last map. We did see, I want to unfortunately have to call him out, Glacier dying with the Divergent Paths, I think once or twice, and Sufat BB dying with the ultimates as well. So something that, yes, okay, I mean, we didn't see a kill come through from Del B's orbital strike, but just that hassle and just that control, that's allowed Trace just to stack 4 players on towards this B site, and then just as soon as Kai hears anything, we'll just re-engage. 10 seconds left. Trace, Wolves gonna have to just get any sort of decision on where the spike is being planted, and Yosemite here might just be walking into the Viper's den. Kai not gonna get cleared, at least immediately, not at that angle, definitely not. And suddenly 1v5, Jella has to do everything here. A Stinger, 20 bullets, not even gonna be enough for his first kill, let alone to get 4 more.
Yeah, I mean, this is so cheeky from the side of the Neon. Really difficult to stop a Neon once she gets moving.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess one of the most important things that we've seen here, not just the ultimate, but like something that I want to touch upon in that Waylay nerf, is that things like these are also a massive nerf. It's not just that you can use the saturate to help the second duelist, it's those combos as well are going to be a lot harder to make. And at least people are utilizing it in the right time. I think that's 2,000 kills for Kai.
Yep.
So again, a good milestone to be had. And we've seen a lot of people reaching that 2K milestone outside of EDG nowadays, and that is so good to watch, you know, because some of those players are quality, and that is quality to make that call and work the best way out of it. Viva not really making any problems with that one. And shout out and Kai that found most of those kills, and the IGL now making that call, yes, but they might be punished for it. It's a 1v2. Yes, the spike is down, but the rotation is so late from the other side.
Yeah, it really is. And what's kind of concerning me here is, I mean, we've seen what Spring can do. Definitely a contender here. The overdrive being popped. You can even hear the reaction in the crowd. But Kai actually burning that there, that's a interesting decision, to be honest. I've been talking about using ultimates when you can, but that is a very aggressive style for it. Not going to get punished in the end. Manages to get the ult orb back, but that's an ultimate that we're going to have to take another couple rounds to get charged back up there. And especially for an ultimate that's so good at recovering a kind of lower economy round, we might see that come back to bite.
Yeah, and again, like, really, I'm a massive fan of the way that they're approaching that one. Maybe I would have loved to see more util there from Trace. A little bit fortunate that the trades went their way, actually. Like using very little util, but right now they're far and away in the lead. They win this round as well. The economy is not going to be in a solid position for Wolves, but if they get into a site with the Viper's Pit and the Orbital Strike, they should be in a good position. And for now, for the first time in quite a while, they are trying to be so methodical in their approach, and that is what we are waiting for.
It's very slow right now. Probably the least amount of impact and initial engagement that we are seeing, at least immediately. Of course, it's going to explode out now. A lot of utility here. We're talking Saturates, we're talking Seekers, but thus far, it seems to be predominantly Trace surviving the Orbital Strike, doing a bit of damage. Kai getting distracted by that Showers angle there. There's so little HP from Glacier. That is the spike down. An absolutely massive blunder potentially from the side of Wolves here. They are going to have to try and recover that spike. Trace have the information here, and they've got the flank, they've got the lurk. Abo down for it here. Spring, I believe, staring him down, but the timing is everything. Gonna get found out. Yosemite as well. His position will get known, especially with that shot. 2 versus 1 here. The crossfire needing to be important, and it absolutely is. The first shot from Yosemite, and it's not gonna find anything. The incendiary, the molly, just sailing over Abo's head, and he quickly ducks under it, takes the shot, and takes the frag to boot. Trace holding strong, holding firm, and surviving a decent bit of Wolves' kitchen sink utility approach.
Yeah, and again, like, you look at the utility there from the side of Trace. Just the Waylay alone wouldn't have been enough, but the stopping power from both Hair and the Neon was able to win the round. Despite the Orbital Strike denying a fair bit of space in the site, it just came down to the same thing. I'm not a fan of this composition at all. I think that Wolves have definitely burnt whatever they were trying to pick there.
It's, yeah, the double initiator kind of style, the single duelist Waylay. Like Glacier, maybe on Neon we would be seeing a different story. Oh my days, okay. First shot not looking great, the second one no more than makes up for it. And Wolves, yeah, just on this lower buy, just having to kind of W key and force a sight into their hands, which they've not failed at doing right now, but with all three of them now stuck in lamps, this could just be a meat grinder, and it's looking to be the case as Kai, the teeth on the saw, and the mince has very much been ground.
Yeah, and of course, for Trace, this is from even good to better. Cherry on top is that they were able to not lose Xiaolele there on the other side, because it would have gone very wrong if Spring was able to play, but they'll just need to swap it around, right? I'm not a fan of the way that they're approaching that one. I feel like the way that they need to do it is to always switch for the picks. They cannot get into a side playing a 5-on-5. They need to get an advantage somewhere, and then from there, have the better macro to out-rotate Trace. If they're playing the head-on duels, it does not work, and even with their second timeout, unfortunately for them, the composition is just not built.
No, which is quite surprising, right? Because with what you've kind of got right now, you should just expect like the Teo Salvo into lamps. That basically clears that out fully. You get that angle, you kind of push through, and then like you've got a split towards showers to get a frag. But as you said, it's not really... Wolves not really able to get that opening frag because Trace not wanting to engage with them suddenly. Trace really putting their foot on the brake here and remembering that they're on defense and pivoting around that and saying fully, yeah, you have to push into us. We don't believe your composition is creating enough difficulty for us right now. Your single waylay with the saturate just has not been making the value. We can see the jackets are coming off though. We can see that the players very much locked in from Wolves. They did have a very similar scoreline looking initially in Lotus, and they did claw it back, so it's not over yet for Wolves, but they are going to have to really rediscover what their intentions were with this composition.
Well, I would have said, you know what it is, but unfortunately, not a lot of black and yellow here today. Maybe something to be saved by Kai. The wall goes down. Timing is great for a 1-for-1. And that is excellent mechanics from Viva to still turn the flash, turn around, get the kill. But that's exactly what Wolves need. 2-for-2 on the trade. Now it can be problematic if they are able to read the right side, because it's a double rotation from the side of Trace. Yes, there's a player holding the flank, but if they avoid Link, they might get to the A side completely for free. Right now is the 50-50 for Xiaolele, and he might get a catch onto what is already a weakened Spring.
Yeah, here's the thing, just with this positioning. And like, yes, you've got 2 frags from Wolves, that is great, but you've lost all of this map control here. You don't have anything like a chamber trademark or anything, a double swing to try and take down Jalele, but he sacrifices everything. Spring good for 1, but there's no way he expects Avo to be on his right. No way does he expect to be a double cross, and it will not be the case here. Decent chunk of damage done for Wolves, but that's all it seems we're saying at the moment, Vol. It's a decent bit of damage done, but nothing concrete, nothing that can springboard Wolves into any position to take this map back.
Yeah, and at this point, it just still might be too far gone. We still haven't seen the attack of Trace, who's running that double duelist. So that's where I'm really worried.
Yeah.
Is that even with the Tejo, even with the Sky, he has this information, that's power for the fights, it's area denial, but will those things actually slow them down? Because realistically, I don't think that there's anyone that is going to slow down Kai here today, and at least for now, they're playing well against the weaker economy. A lot of space given though, and there is a hero rifle in the hands of Glacier that is trying to use it from Garden. Avo, ready. How many can he get?
He'll need to do a lot. The special delivery is good. Okay, Glacier finds 1, but immediately answered back. Delby getting a little bit overzealous with his swing, but there's still 2 members of Trace alive. Zhao only with 21 HP, so doubt it's going to be too punishing. But we've seen what 2 bullets can do from both of these teams here. Beautiful relay ball. And that is the damage right there, clear as day, on what a double duelist setup can do. Because what is Zhao going to do against that? And massively fast neon swing, and then a waylay falling out of the sky. Just a bit too much to deal with.
Yeah, look, Dante, there's only one thing that I can say about a pick like that. To be clear, in Project A, shooting matters. You don't get kills with abilities. Abilities create tactical opportunities. And that was a tactical opportunity.
Yeah.
2 people flying at Mach 3. Right in your face.
Oh, they're gonna do it again. Trace might be opting for it again. They've been trying this beforehand, and they have been dealt with accordingly. This has been very punishing. The orbital strike gets a consolation frag, but I don't think Zhao really concerns himself with that. 3 kills and an ultimate for the price of 1. Sure, you're more than happy with that as your Wolves. You don't even now accidentally use the Armageddon or kind of commit an ultimate by accident. It is the last half, though, as I say, so maybe just having the ultimates at all for this last round and a half would be more pivotal. But surely Wolves cannot fumble this, right?
We say that. But you never know. Delby, he has done some irreparable damage to this Wolves half. The pit supposed to be their savior. There's a Molotov there. That will deny the space. They have not gone in. Trying to run past it. The Waylay combination doesn't actually pan out. 35 seconds on the timer. They're trying to hold on. The plant is in. And that was the duel to win. Now, there's ground back for Wolves. But if Albo does this, he steals all their thunder. He steals their souls. He's ready to go for more. But Yosemite will shut down the doppelganger.
Oh, with the amount of HP left as well on that last survive ever from Wolves. Suddenly, it looked like it was possible for Avo. Suddenly, it looked like it was possible for Delvey and co. But just a touch too far there. Yeah, the double kill immediately being shot down there. We get to see the angle for both Yosemite and Jawa. Just doing so much damage there. Yeah, Delvey potentially could have done it all, but gets shot down. 9-3. So the ultimate question remains now. Are you superstitious, or do you believe this is not going to be enough for Wolves?
Well, I mean, with that scoreline, how is it even supposed to be? You know, I mean, at least for now, what I'm thinking is on the defense, their composition could be a little bit better. But is it good enough to come back from a 9-3? That's the deal.
I'm leaning more towards no, and I think just off the back of that the double swing that we've seen from Trace against the Tejo, I'm not seeing it be enough on towards Zhao, I should say. With that level of a double swing, I assume we're going to be seeing that basically every round from Trace. And I think you hit the nail on the head earlier. I don't believe Wolves are going to be able to sustain themselves under that pressure. I think they're going to crack.
I mean, that or not, still in the hands of the Wolves. It's not over just yet.
No.
As long as it's not 13, we've seen miracles from this Wolves roster before. Of course, as we said, very different core, very different identity, but I'm really hoping that the essence of the team that has made it this far in Toronto still remains, at least for now. We've seen a team that has never been able to recover that luster. They've tried multiple variations. Glacier, of course, the newest addition in the team, and just like Swagzer, not the best of starts to their VCT journey.
To be fair, it's difficult to have a good start in these journeys, right? You're young enough and coming. A lot of people have a lot of expectations off of you, and you've got a lot of learning to do in a fast-paced
No way!
Jalele is teaching Zhao his way, and it is the way of the short A. That I was absolutely filthy. And look, that's the thing, right? Like, because Jalele's kind of showing as well that you can play the Waylay just on its own with a shorty. Picks up 2, does get damaged enough here. Abu attempting now to come off the back of Showers to try and do some damage here. Delby with a beautiful switch up with the spike, so able to get that back online and able to get the ghost upgrade occurring here. Kai now having to deal with this. The shots are a little bit shaky, but manages to get it equalized to 1 versus 1.
That means that's really close. Kai low in HP. Timing is everything. Could catch the dropping so bad, but the timing works against him. And that's the stroke of fortune for Wolves. And they will need to make the most out of it, because that did not start off well. But they were able to recover pretty solidly in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, look at look at that from Jalele. And I mean, yeah, 26% by the way. So in case anyone did see and was curious, yes, those win rates that we've seen at the start of the round are for just overall, or for the entire set kind of so far. So the fact that Wolves are looking at 26%, it'll have been bumped up a little bit. Off the back of that pistol round, but they were looking like they were going to struggle, so capitalizing off of that and converting that is absolutely massive for them, and this momentum now just needs to get kept, and there needs to be not too much over aggression from Wolves. The Marshal just being absolutely sprayed down by Glacier, and he'll have no issues getting out of the TP, and some initial presence being shown by both sides.
Glacier still fishing for more. Marshall in hand, walks into the Sheriff. Although this could not line up those shots. Thankfully, nobody's taken out on their side. Kai able to be healed back to full. But that Sheriff is the sole upgraded pistol, so the Classics would love to play even closer in terms of range. That's why they're working their way back towards A short. They can try to make their way there. Still a sprint, still a relay bolt, and even the fast lane. And even that smoke, if it is put down, it actually gives a little bit more of an advantage to the side of Trace. They get into the side itself. They got a little bit over 30. Can they get the spike down or even get something out of this round?
Well, with the salvo down, I believe Molly as well basically has been committed. Yeah, the special delivery would just have to get banked off of a wall here if it were to stop the spike. So not going to be the case. Gonna go down without too much incident, but that means you're now in a 5 versus 5 with such a low buy here. Avo's got the lurk. The shots would need to be pivotal. He gets some damage on the Glacier. Not enough, though, to get the full damage done. The Saturate at the close angle to try and force the frags, but the Stingers and Spectres remaining and going strong. Yosemite's Molly now as well. The spike gonna get very comfortably stuck. And yeah, even nicely blocked the Snake Bite as well. Both pieces of utility, both Molotovs, not enough to stop the spike being diffused. Just happily gonna get stuck. And those slight miscalculations with the aim cost everything.
What a blunder. They had it. Yes, you probably would have been able to block the Molotov, but you wouldn't have been able to block both.
No.
They just both chucked them in as if they were planted deep on truck, not out in the open. And that was supposed to be their insurance. Of course, a good bit of effort to get that spike down. That is going to guarantee force utility and full shields for the side of Trace. But right now, they need to find success. 3 players on short, and Trace electing to play safe, to be respectful. Not really giving much of a look anymore towards the A side. Back towards Hookah they go. And Joa lines up a shot straight on the head. That will be a good opener, especially considering that the guiding light didn't really find much.
No, it did not. Manages to just get beautifully sidestepped by Joa there. And this angle would be good here. If Kai isn't faster, if the trigger had been pulled by Zhao quicker, then that would have been an opening frag. It would have been a big one at that as well. The Kai just a little bit quicker to the trigger there, a little bit faster on the mark. And so one person already down as well. And Zhao going down so early is a big deal, right? I mean, Salvo's gone. Don't have to worry about the special delivery as well. Spring taking a little bit of a chunk of damage as well. 3 players on towards that A side, just Spring on his own. It's going to have to be a fast rotate here, or at the very least a held down sight from Spring. And to his credit so far, that's exactly what he's been doing. Not able to get a frag, but kill a little bit of time. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, though, as the only thing that happens is Yosemite gets killed on sight. The spike going to go down much the same. And Trace looking very confident and very comfortable to bring themselves to double digits.
That was the round there. That kill brought by Kai. The second that opened up the site and made sure that the rotation didn't come in the right time. A tad too late with them owning their own site. Glacier sending himself to be the sacrifice. The Neon shenanigans continuing to plague Wolves. Kai is a menace on this bind.
Oh my, Kai's having too much fun. Kai is genuinely just having too much fun on that Neon. But this is a big aspect, right? Like, I love, again, just killing time, just trying to do something for your team, because you don't really need the overdrive online right now. Other ultimates are better to have work. So the fact you've got a dancing Neon there, which gets the crowd kind of lifted up, but you've also then got a frag for the side of Jalele, which gets one ult point off the convergent pass. Suddenly playing around the ult orb is a possibility. It's that level of a micro play, that level of depth that Trace are really just taking to the next level.
That depth took them pretty far, you gotta say. We haven't mentioned his name, but Destroyer, I believe that this is his 3rd year with the organization. He started with Trace in 2023. And considering the name values that they've had the whole time, he's made a whole lot with the roster. Whether it was the Fong Fong iteration or, well, making multiple international events. It is, of course, at least to my money, fully deserved by the organization and by the coach. And clearly, you can see some of the magic sprinkled here. The way that they played around, the way that they maneuver around, it's just a bit better in comparison to what Fade and Wolves are able to cook to the start. Still a salvo and a special delivery. They can slow down the round enough. And time now becomes the major concern, especially with that rotation from Yosemite. Trace needs to go now.
30 seconds with no real space cleared, right? I mean, Showers is going to be a concern. You've got no ultimates that you have to worry about for Trace, so once the spike gets tapped, really, other than the salvo or the special delivery, it should be enough on its own. So, speak of one, speak of two, here's the mollies coming down as well. Beautiful dodge of the Saturate from Yosemite, and this angle being kept very held down, very controlled. And Viva the one to swing, maybe forgetting he's the one with the spike. 4 seconds left. All of a sudden, that timer that was oh so the omen for Trace, it manages to save Wolves just by the bell, but enough to get a round on the board nonetheless.
They're taking their sweet time, and it is coming to a punish. If they sprung on their execute 10 or 15 seconds earlier, Yosemite would not have been there, mind you. So again, Trace falling into some of the pitfalls that we have also seen on the Lotus. And this time, just like the second half timeout that we have seen on the Lotus, exactly on the dot, when they need to make adjustments before Wolves start running away with this game. And thankfully enough for them, they got 2 timeouts, but that is also a double-edged sword because now Wolves get to talk about what has been ailing them on this defense.
And right now, to be honest, what really... Well, I mean, here's the thing. What seems to be ailing them on the defense right now, they may have already solved just off the back of that last round. Again, the patience was very much there, not giving Trace the capacity for that initial kind of entry frag. Because that was the thing, Volts, you were saying when Wolves were having their, let's face it, pretty difficult attack. It was the fact they were never able to get the first blood and then kind of snowball that, or to then kind of build off that momentum, because Trace were just playing a defense that was so composed, that was so reinforced. And with the fact that you were now seeing kind of the opposition style, they've got the Teho for dealing with the attack, but is it going to be enough once Trace, with this timeout, adapt and potentially thrive?
Well, adapt one thing, thrive is another. So far, they've adapted, waiting to see if they are going to thrive or not. Trace, Pacey, Mackay, denied by the util. Still got the A side on the other end, and that's the benefit of playing double duelist. If one of them is shut down, the other gets the space, the TP is sent back, and there's a conversion path for Xiaolele that he can definitely make the most of here. They can put the spike down and cut off the second half of the rotation. They're anticipating more presence here, but Wolves have done so well to absorb the util and the ultimate. Now they can play. Yes, they don't have one of their own. Still got 2 flashes for Soifat. Still got a lot of utility for Joa that they can play in those next 40.
Yeah, indeed. It's a little bit of a slow take though from the Wolves. They're not immediately jumping at this. The TP has been taken. Avo now realizes both his team are going to be there. Kai as well, though, playing the crossfire. Such a delayed flash is absolutely genius, but that's why the crossfire's better. That's why the crossfire's so good, because Kai just manages to keep the control of Showers now to do all the damage here. The first spike tap comes through. The first frag is found. The molly as well gets put through, and Veto with a beautiful cross. The angle's just a bit too much now, and the Seeker's being burned. I would say a bit overzealous, to be honest. It guarantees that Yosemite gonna go off of the spike, but we kind of knew that was gonna be the case anyway. Del B has now been given away. The positioning has now been told where Yosemite lurks because of the Seekers. So, you know what? Hush my mouth. He gets a frag and gets one off of the orbital strike. So I'd say more than enough value gained.
Yeah, and the main thing is, once they use the conversion pot, they needed to fully line up for this round.
Yeah.
They sent all the marbles. It's in it for a penny, in it for a pound. And that is absolutely the thing that they have done here. Now the question becomes, for the side of Trace, how will they close off those next 2 rounds, right? They're already on 11, in a pretty good position. The finances is the main concern for Wolves. If they get this one, it's not going to only be match point. It's mostly going to be around 18 into 19 into the series. So it's everything for Wolves. But Wolves got 3 ultimates of their own. Will they repeat what has happened in the last round? At least that's what I'm hoping for. Is that they play passive, they let the side go, and once that happens with Ante, they can use their own ultimates for a fast float back on site.
Especially, to be honest, it makes it even a little bit easier. The angles would have to be closer due to the double stinger, but that's not necessarily a negative at this stage right now. Of course, at this angle, yes, okay, stinger maybe at that range, yeah, maybe a bit more to be desired. Because of it, the frag does go the way of Trace. That first blood, an absolute massive frag as well. Because of the fact as well, the convergent paths have been dealt with. Yosemite managing to steal a frag though onto Kai could be an absolute difference maker off the back of it. 1 ultimate down for the side of Wolves, but 1 player down for the side of Trace, and an ult orb stolen by Sofat BB here. Guiding Light just sent down to Showers, not going to tag onto anyone, because if we have a look at this map, 30 seconds and counting, we got to get onto the B side.
No 2 ways about it now, trying to get this one to go. Sofat holding the line, 3 for the price of 1, and Spring have found a way to make this round a believable one. 10 seconds on the timer. And he goes for the gambit. Albo back into the A site, into the embrace of Joa. Knives out. Should be easy. And it will be. No more time. Albo took his time to go for triple. And that only leads to a delayed death. The match point denied. Wolves live to fight another day.
That was 2 stingers as well. That was 2 lower buys. That's absolutely pivotal. That's a really big deal. And no ultimates as well. That was just kind of down to the pure gunplay there. Yosemite managing to steal that away is absolutely beautiful. Spring holding his ground though. That crossfire between him and Sufa, absolutely stunning. And his positioning just better than all the rest. Single-handedly. Well, I say that. The last man standing out of the B site. Him and Sufat BB single-handedly holding it down and keeping Wolves alive. The economy looking a bit cleaner, and Trace actually fittingly struggling under the weight of their own. The orbital strike getting popped down to try and stop the push, but Trace have no concerns about running it down.
Too fast for their own good here. Trace cut down the util even before it was used, placing like on his own convergent path. That's amazing there to get the snake bite on the angle, yet still Kai have bought enough time for the team. Spring again for another double. The run and gun from Xiaolele makes that one workable. 2 on 2. We've seen the bandit come into life before, and it will be it again. This time in the hands of Albo. Match point seems to be slated, fated, but maybe Joa got what it takes to win the round. On the jump spot, plays ahead of it, and the dream is alive. Wolves can afford to hope.
Joa, very, very nicely done. 2 versus 1 in that style. Delvey just not the HP there to really play off an angle like that. 1 bullet into anywhere is going to do damage, but this is a big thing. Yes, that could have been the round win for Trace Esports, and very nice by Xiao to prevent it. But that was a low buy for Trace anyway. That was a weaker buy. So the fact that all the ultimates have been forced out, the big 3 that we were talking about there, all getting used by Wolves to kind of cement this round. They do have the Viper's Pit and Spring with the Judge set up, immediately being used on the Worthia short angle. But it's this fight onto the VV in here, it's this fight onto Sand that decides everything before the round even begins. And so far, looking even.
I'll actually say a little bit in favor of Trace.
Yeah.
As Sufat and Seeker's gone, no more flashes for Wolves. As a single initiator when they're trying to take it back, but Wolves have got the right read. 2 players in Garden. They had the idea, but they're giving it up, and it couldn't have been at any worse time. Delby and Kai ready to exploit. They might catch them in transition. Back in hookah they go. And they're a bit fortunate. Trace have always been slow on their uptick, but with Abo finding that kill, that is game over. TP forced. They must understand that there's a second player there on the angle, and that's why they use their own smokes, trying to cut it off from Glacier, who gets just a little bit of a peeping Tom there, but even that, not going to be enough. Trace seems to be in the right place and the right time. Match point is all, at least for me, but a reality at this point. It's just a matter of time. They got backside, not enough util, but Spring is moving, and the rest of the team are looking for a retake.
Yeah, indeed. But look at just where Abo is. Look at just how patient he has been. And Zhao is still trying to get that angle cleared. But the spike is now taken down so much. Spring, good for 1 on the judge. But it will be all that he can find. Abo just having the rest of that site, the rest of that entire half of the map still locked down and forcing the Wolves to consider him alongside the retake, alongside the lower abilities, alongside the lack of ultimates. Just too much for the Wolves to handle. Their Trace, just a masterclass of map control and positioning here, puts them to map and series point.
It's just so important to Shadow that he was able to get that trade there. So if that was still in play, that would have been a very different game. For now, Trace got Wolves on the rope. 4 rounds. That's the number that they need to get to force OT. But they walk into this round with 2 Sheriffs and a Stinger. So it just feels so unlikely. Kai here with the Outlaw trying to fish. That's one of the light shields. Still got one more, but it might be a bit too much. The overdrive popped. Kai holding the line. Those 2 kills might be everything. The one player from Showers denied the initial space, and Xiaolele goes to cut off Spring, who might be completely unaware. But just doesn't find a kill. Xiaolele somehow saves it, and that is game over.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. The Viper's pick gets popped. There is the Seekers, at the very least, to go diving into the Viper's pit. But, yeah, I mean, you've got all of these angles still to clear. The Convergent Pass now gets popped. Jawa has to do a 1 versus 4 with a Viper's pit under the influence of the Convergent Pass, with the spike ticking down, with these angles being covered by all members of Avo is just squeezing the air horn down while Delby picks it up. A quick and semi-clean 2-0 from Trace there, but I must say, Vol, I would not guarantee that Bind was their map pick from the way some of those plays were made.
Hey, I'll just say though, the highs have been really high.
Yes.
Right? Like
yeah,
when they're on,
100%.
they are absolutely on. But I do agree with you. Again, it leans back into the identity of the team. Thankfully enough, like it's still a roster that can do a lot more, right? Because I think that we've seen good stability from Viva. Alvo's a newer addition to the team, and they can definitely work on a lot of that on their side. But let's talk a little bit about Wolves first, because where do they even go from here? This is the 3rd iteration of the team, right? Of course, Glacier added after kickoff. Yes, it's not a rudimentary or a fundamental change to the team, nothing radical, but we're starting to see that it's even weaker and weaker than ever before. This Wolves team might just fall to the wayside, much like they have done on kickoff.
I would hope that's not the case, and I am being a little bit more optimistic that Glacier still just needs a bit of time to get himself fully involved and kind of integrated into the roster. But yeah, I can't fully argue with you. It needs to kind of be a quick fix, and it needs to be one that Wolves can really identify and maintain. Otherwise, I think, to be honest, falling by the side, while an unfortunate turn of phrase, probably the most accurate to describe their current performance.
Yeah, performance that, to be fair by Wolves, we've seen the 9th, 10th better than Nova, better than the other side. But the interview is ready, and Vetos will give us the live translation any second now. We're waiting for the interview. I think that they're setting it up. Oh, they caught me off guard. Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys.
There it is.
获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了阿博选手来接受采访。阿博在经历了新赛季版本的一些变动之后，我们看到有很多的队伍都在积极尝试新的阵容，而你们在今天的图一莲花古城是拿出了镜灭这个英雄。想知道
What's the consideration behind Veto on map 1？
就是因为版本改动，然后很多队伍还不熟悉这个地图，再加上 DLB 是很准的，然后稍微镜面是很适合。
And he does that with Lotus coming back, and maybe people weren't too like familiar with the map, so we would like maybe bring something out new. And DLB's aim is also very good, and Veto's very suitable for players like him.
而我们都知道狼队是一支 非常善于去抓住机会、劣势翻盘的队伍，所以作为一支刚磨合到一起的队伍，你们在面对压力的时候是怎么去？
So like under pressure, we know that wolves are pretty good at playing eco rounds. So what do you guys do to solve that?
但是我们练的时间，其实在休赛期这段时间付出的要比别人多很多，可能就是复盘的时间啊，包括应对的时间也要交流很多。所以说，我说在比赛里我们是非常自信的，也不相信会。
And he says that we don't think there will be like too many problems in game. We've had a lot of time to solve these kind of things to build up that team chemistry.
你作为副指挥加入到队伍，会帮助大家去缓解一些临场的压力。但今天两张地图你的表现确实远超于此，尤其是在图一看到你上下半场的手枪局都有帮助团队去拿到关键枪，所以你会怎么评价自己今天在？
How did you think you played today? Is your debut on TE?
是我打比赛的节奏吧，因为就更多的想去帮助队伍做一些解析对面在干嘛，然后去给出一些新的主意，然后更多可能不在于个人发挥上。
And he says, "I'm glad that it's not just about individual performance. I've also helped the team a lot in terms of like different ideas."
帮助了团队整体的发挥。那你觉得第一赛段你的加入为 TE 带来了怎么样不一样的东西？
就我觉得会带来很多就边线的临场吧，可能我自己之前也是打指挥的，然后在边线这个位置跟Viva。
And he says that he thinks that he's added to T in the sense that he's improved their understanding of how to lurk and that kind of understanding. Because he was at IGL before, and he could like now coordinate with Viva to set up those lurks more efficiently. And what are T's goals for this stage?
这个组我觉得有点难啃，但是目标还是。
And he says that it's going to be a bit difficult, but we hope to still be the first seed of our group.
稳扎稳打的获得胜利，也是感谢你接受我的采访。那这一次比赛现场，我们还
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
抽选幸运的观众获赠游戏资产。接下来有请阿博为我们抽取今天的幸运观众。你可以说3、2、1开始和停，因为
现在吗？
是的，头顶的屏幕会滚动。
3、2、1，开始。
停。
停。
And
好的，
leader
也
of
是
the
恭喜
group
上幸运观
should
众，也希望大家都能够来到线下观赛，感受我们现场的氛围。接下来把时间交给解说。
Absolutely beautiful, beautiful stuff there, and yeah, top of the bracket would be an absolute scene, but optimistic and very much determined. I like to see it, but yeah, I'm glad that we accepted as if we're a member of Trace that it is going to be difficult. And let's face it, they have a tough group, Volt.
Yeah, I mean, again, you contrast who's there in the group. It makes a lot of sense. The group still got heavy hitters whenever you're considering about teams like EDG, XLG, that we've seen both rack up a win. Now we've seen all the teams play once.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, again, like outside of TYL proving to be a true contender in their next game, because remember, TYL were 6th place. In kickoff. They got a result that I will just said, like a lot of teams didn't expect them to be a lot better than they were in 2025, but they're slowly creeping their way up. The same thing can be said about Trace. They're improving a lot, I feel like, and I'm thinking that by the end of this stage, if they actually make it to playoffs, they would be one of my dark horses.
to be honest, I would firmly be on that with you. I would firmly agree with that the way we are just seeing the developments and stuff from a lot of these rosters, from a lot of the teams that have been very, very clean. And I mean, again, yeah, Wolves maybe not looking, you know, as clean as hopeful as we would expect. Again, you've got a piece of fresh blood on the team. You've got an idea that's, you know, going to be developed and going to come into fruition. I mean, we even heard there just in the interview, like being able to support your team kind of with those setups, and we'll get to hear those in the team comms.
去找找现在他的感觉。
对，该干就干。
夯爆了是吧？对，这张图是我的夯爆。怎样？只有外边不知道是吧？我补枪。我们3个人把 A 小掰了，到时候行吗？去吧去吧，你们上来来，他开连了，他开连了 ，B 靠过来。来，别等连下等。B 的还没下，4开也在是吧？4开在。卢哥。好顶好顶好顶。往下走了。别急别急别急。1、2、3。开车开车。我给翻换。别急，我被震了。2个，还有一个，右边一个，右边，他被震了，他被震了。40，打着，别急，我支架，我支架，有包有包。我没了，补枪2个。打70，他就过来了。110，不着急，我能看你屁股，我能看你屁股。来，一枪死，绝对一枪死。稍微在 B 楼了。他很神秘。4开。牛。Nice， 好了 ，Nice。
嗨。
It is such a deadly combination, you know, having to deal with a neon sliding one way, a waylay falling out of the sky in another, plus the saturate, plus the relay bolt. The two duelists just as a pairing are so destructive and so suffocating that I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams really get comfortable with that lineup.
Yeah, and it's really great to see Kai thriving, right? Because Kai is one of the original members of this race. Like, I only think that it's him and Destroyer that now remain from the original 2023 transfer list. So that in itself is such a good thing for the team, that you got someone that you can build an identity towards, right? Like, I mean, the case has been there for Billy, for example, with YZ, XLG, and Rarga, because that's, like, I guess the primary identity of the team that they've kept. And Kai has been nothing short of excellent for a kickoff, and he's continuing on a good run here. And now with Albo in the team, not only is he making the most out of it individually with the lyrics that he was talking about in the interview, but we're clearly seeing different compositions than the things that Viva himself would cook up. And also another part of that is going to come up later down the line, if we do actually get to see them in playoffs, is going to be 2 IGLs, or at least an ex-IGL and an actual IGL and a coach, and all 3 of them counter-stratting a team that maybe they think that if we get past them, that we can make a big run.
And this is the aspect, I think, where counter-stratting is suddenly going to be quite a bit important. We can discuss that a little bit more just after the stats, but yeah, that first blood breakdown does not surprise me at all. It did not feel like Wolves, either on defense or attack, were ever getting a snowball made. It just felt like Trace were keeping that momentum, and it's nice to see that feeling was, well, it wasn't far off the mark.
Yeah, it was translated into those stats, but for the post, though, the 2 teams were okay once the spike was down, but neither was really that impressive. And if it was that one round that they tried to play for the lineups there in the end, the Brim and the Viper actually landed those Molotovs, this game would have been even easier for the side of Trace. Not to say that Del B didn't make the entire series easier for the team as well. You know, we talk about Kai, his individual performance, but Del B came in clutch both times. In a couple of those rounds where maybe Viva wasn't really able to be up to scratch on the defense, we've seen Del B hold down the fort, and it's really good to see that one of your players that is supposed to be one of the pillars of the team is as stable as he is today in a game that feels like a must-win for Trace, because it was either them or Wolves that are getting out of this game with a win, because they're still got a lot of heavy opposition, as we said, of course. Like when you think about the group, I think they're going to lose to EDG. I think that they're going to lose to either DRG or XLG, like one of the two, and they're going to win against the other. So a win here is great to at least almost settle them into a top 4.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, just like, you mentioned the XLG there, just like Rarga from yesterday was looking very, very clean. A very, very solid performance from him there. So we do expect that coming up a little bit more. A shame we didn't get to go to Fracture. It would have been the first time I've seen Fracture get run on this map pool since it came out. But we are not done for Valorant here just yet. So Vol, if you have any last things just to say to our beautiful audience, and then give them a little bit of a spoiler of what's coming up.
Well, I'm really glad to see this level from Trace. I'm in love with the 2025 core of XLG, and I'm really glad to see most of them actually finding success where they are. But for Wolves, this is a wake-up call. If they don't get it hanging up pretty soon, Dante, I think that it's going to be over. That is it for you and I, though. As we've seen, a really intriguing game to be had up next is Bitty taking on TYL, a team that got top 6 in kickoff, and still can probably turn a few heads if given the right opportunity. So we'll leave it over to Zen and Palmer for our next best of 3.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes mean. He gets caught real big, gets off quick, and if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gore, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for their body. And if you start shit, you'll be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
to me, come on.
We can set the world on fire, fire.
things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite.
Hello and welcome back to Project Horizon. We do apologise for a little bit of a couple of tech issues, but that happens and that's life. We are so close to being in this game. Charlotte, hello.
Yes, hello. Didn't expect to be here, but that's okay as we jump into this one. Billy Gaming, their debut here in Stage 1 after a fairly tragic end to kickoff, if I'm being honest with you, Palmer. Like, they had obviously K-Knight had some medical issues and Bianca had to step in. He did a great job, but obviously, you know, that's going to unsettle the team. They lost 2 best-of-5s 2 days in a row, which also is not ideal. But they're back in here now, and yeah, looking to prove that that was just a blip and that they are ready to be at the top of this region.
Yeah, absolutely. From so close to go into Masters, Santiago, it's just so unfortunate they're ending 4th. I mean, that's still +1 to the Champions point, so that's always a little milestone to keep remembering. Let's keep pushing, let's keep moving forward. I mean, TYL coming 6th, but they can still turn some heads. I definitely think they're going to play different, you know? I think that this team has taken the time and really practiced. Okay, yes, they did play each other very, very recently in the China Evolution Series. Yeah, it didn't end too great for TYL, but things can definitely change.
Yeah, they can, and to be honest, for TYL, I'm surprised that they made it to 6th, actually. This was a team that I wasn't necessarily the highest on coming into this year, but, I mean, they certainly surprised me, and Splash is looking absolutely incredible in that duelist role as well, where, yeah, he's really started to shine. He's already found himself an ace as well in VCT, which is always good, and it's a good result for TYL to get to that 2nd place in the Evolution series as well. Again, something that maybe we wouldn't have expected from them. They beating Tech, beating AQ, but like you say, falling short to Billy. It is a good result for them and puts it through to something that, you know, potentially the road is upwards. Looking to the map Veto, though, we start off with Bind. That's the TYL pick there. Then we have a Pearl, and then Breeze as the decider. So looking at these Bind comps then, I mean, I think the obvious thing to point out is Neon Waylay, which is very much the meta at the minute, along with Sky. These 2 agents are very, very strong. Really, the only difference between these teams is the Astra compared to the Brimstone. And I mean, Astra's a really interesting one for this Bind pick, because I mean, I feel like this is possibly the map where Brim shines the most, but Billy looking away from that agent.
Yeah, I completely agree, but you never know, the Cosmic Divide could be sort of substantial when it comes to winning rounds, post plants, and even just taking site in general. So having that is going to be definitely different, like you said, and I think Brim does shine the best on this map, especially if you're locked down with the lineups, and the ultimate is just so powerful. But if Billy have practiced with this Astra, it can work, and it can sort of shine this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely can. As we look towards this game, Billy chosen to start on the attack on this map. And Bind is a map that we've seen a lot so far in Stage 1, with many different ideas on how to play it. Some have worked more than others. I'm thinking particularly about All Gamers picking the Gecko back on Tuesday, which maybe didn't look the best. We'll have to see which one of these 2 methodologies looks the best here between that Brimstone and the Astra. But hey, it's all to play for as we head into the pistol round.
Absolutely. Let's get moving. It's sort of a simple round. Or close to Incon's sword. He has to back up so early. A lot of teams have been struggling to play against the Sky. We saw last game, a lot of players are just really struggling to turn away from these flashes, getting caught off by the fakes. Decent util for the stoppage. Molly comes out. Has to slow down. Splash has taken all this space towards A. The rest of these 3 of his team. K-Knight finds 1. Sword's fine for his life back sight. Finds 2. That's fantastic. What? ERV gets taken out, and that's incredible.
The 2 versus 1 now, and slowly is wrapping in from Hookah. Billy are going to be able to get the plant back sight.
What a shot from YZ. Round. I mean, tales don't be told on the first round, but wow, that was looking pretty impressive. Great util coming out for the to slow down the push, but it didn't matter because look at the 3 players re-wrapping, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
Neff.
Billy did a great job in this one, to be honest with you, Palmer. Like, it it surprised me because, honestly, I mean, Sword Knight did a great job backside too, but you just look at what the duelist players are able to do on that double duelist combination, and it is just so strong. This is why this is looking like the meta. TYL, now that looking through the TP and looking to take this fight right to Billy.
I mean, Neff manages to find just the nick onto Splash, which is kind of crazy, but the Sky will heal them right back up. As anti-ecos go, this is going to be very, very difficult to try and tackle, because Billy are here and they are making a statement.
That they are. They're going to be able to flash through the smoke as well. And oh my god, all the players rushing in, Palmer.
The bandits come to play as Splash finds two. Usha gets the trade. K-Knight there too. The sheriffs, they're flying. Sword, take your time, do as much damage as you can. Oh, close to get caught off there, but Neff, so quick. Insane reactions as it goes. It wasn't too bad. Good damage is dealt, but inevitably, it's a 2-0 to Billy.
Yeah, and again, that's where you really see the weapon differences here. But I do like the way that TYL came into this. They flood out from CT, get a couple of kills, Splash especially, like you say, with that bandit. But in the end, Billy just had the advantage, and they've also just been looking clean in these gunfights as well. 3 players, falling is going to be a bit of economic damage as we set up for this B main fight yet again. It's a fairly weak anti-bonus here from Billy.
Yeah, I completely agree. Guns are just not looking in the favour of Billy, but Neff, with this Outlaw, can do some serious damage. 5 stars to play with as well. Utility for the team is still pretty good, because let's see what they can do with it. Otherwise, he's going to try and look for the first contact. That Bucky shot is ridiculous. My Bucky definitely doesn't do that kind of damage. Oh, slowly in scales. Managed to pick up 2 on the trade, though. Slowing everything down exponentially. Yeah,
TYL now find themselves sitting in the advantage, and Billy have cut noise here. TYL expecting there to be a rotation towards A. You can see 3 players making their way over, and that's off of Scales inside a hookah, having seen nothing. YZ is about to walk into his crosshairs, and that's going to be the signal. Spike dropped down as well. TYL will know now that B site is looking where Billy want to end.
No utility, no gas. Scales is going to have to rely on nothing but mechanics to take out Neff. And oh, that's close. Splash course is stuck in the TP, waiting for something. Audio cues ever.
The time though, Palmer.
Billy
have nothing here. They're teleporting over to A, and Yilai has the sprint here. I don't think he's got it in time.
Oh, that was so close.
He didn't have it.
What a gamble play to go through the TP with that little time left, and it's just sort of a bit of a cocky and arrogant play, don't you think? Maybe it was the right idea, but you just had to make the decision just a little bit earlier. Eli, you're just so unfortunate that things don't go your way. What a round from Scales, finding 2 there. So close to getting that bomb down. Maybe it
like a
could have been
20th of a second, perhaps?
A winnable round, but who knows? And we won't find out, because we're moving on to the next round super swiftly.
Again, Billy love going for these B long fights early on. Sword Knight shouldering the angle, but I mean, he doesn't really want to be on the firing line there. Billy again showing a lot of favour towards this western side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving towards long nearly every single round, and Sword keeps investing that Sky Flash like he's getting some sort of information that he doesn't already know, which might be a little bit of a waste in the long run, but moving towards the A side of short. But look at this rotate. TYL, they are so aware. Molly comes in, Dog comes out, it's time. Saturate as well, slows the Dog just a little bit. Splash is going to hold down the left click, try and find something. Stun just to follow, completely blind. Trades coming out here and there. ERV is stuck between triple and a cosmic divide. Bombs finally planted. 3v3 situation, but look at Sword in a fantastic position. Neff tries to find something, does so much damage. But what a double from Sword 9. K-Knight in 1v3. What can you do? Finds the first. One flash is just recovered. That's the worst whiff I have ever seen.
Oh no.
Oh, head in hands. Shake it off, son. That was... Oh, I was so excited to see that. I was halfway from jumping up. That would have been a fantastic 1v3.
It would have been, and he looked on for it as well, K-Knight did, but great work from TYL to actually get it into that winnable position, particularly Sword 9 on this flank as well. YZ caught out there despite the Seeker in Sword 9's face as well. Just the whiff at the final moment. K-Knight, he's been a player for a long time and he won't let that stay on his conscience for long. But same old. Billy.
Man.
Yeah.
A nice shot onto ERV. Just completely whiffing on the next. Operator been invested to the side of TYL. I mean, Splash has been a consistent duelist. I think Yoru has been the talk of the town, and we don't really want to keep on that. I mean, everyone's sort of picking it up and throwing his name around. Yes, Yoru can't be played, but there's so many other duelists, agents that these high-level players can really sort of think their teeth through and just get to work on.
Again, the pivot towards A coming through, and Lamps is a particular area of contest here. ERV wants to fight back in. Billy a little bit disjointed there. Yile trying to capitalize, but it's Splash to find the opener.
Slowly to find a second. Has his ult. Bomb is going to go down. It's to fake out the Brim ult. YZ finds one. Great trade from Slowly, though. Bomb in hand as well. That aggression. 2v4, there's not much you can do. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, they just got to try and peek their way into this, and with Slowly doing as much as he is, a 4K in this one, it's just too difficult for Billy. It feels like they haven't found what they wanted to necessarily, even despite the little tactics that they've been throwing out. You know, that the Neon Waylay sort of dash in towards Lamps doesn't come into anything, and it's completely undone by Slowly in this one. Trading out nicely and just hitting some nice shots. I wouldn't be surprised if Billy call a timeout here, to be completely honest with you, but no, back into things. Not pressuring B this time earlier on, but A short has been where they've looked the past couple of rounds at the end of things. What do they do here to spice things up?
I mean, seems that the B-Long adventures didn't go as fond as they'd liked, but it looks like we're speeding up towards A. Great molly towards triple. Slowly's going to have to put his smokes down in a desperate attempt. ERV goes out swinging and catches Eli. Slowly taking so much pot damage through these double smokes. I don't know where Rushi is looking, but that's Neff with another trade. ERV in his famous position in the last couple of rounds. Can he find anything to stop the bomb from going down?
There's still the opportunity for some kind of teleport play here, potentially for Billy, but it looks like they're wanting to put themselves in towards CT. You do have a Sword 9 over in Vent, though, and perhaps this is the cue to just dip away from this one, not make any noise. Look to head towards the B site here.
Leaving so many question marks towards A. They might be uncovered with that Sky Flash, but you never know. You could be hiding from it. Scales is sort of looking towards the BP, walking down long. This could be an incredible timing from him to re-wrap, but if he doesn't get the timing right, it's going to foul right at his feet. Good flash to clear all the angle, but look, they're so aware.
They've got. I feel like they have no idea about the Scales wrap either. Not necessarily, they are hidden from it, but still just somewhere else to keep an eye on. And there's 3 players in the defender side spawn. This is going to be a massive team fight coming through.
Not even taking Scales into consideration. Now Bombs is going to be stuck. No molly to really fight it. Saturate comes out as well, and there's nothing K-Knight can do other than just try and stay alive. Save this Bulldog. Never mind.
Don't really want to be doing that. You don't want to be saving a Bulldog at all. So we'll go
Try and
down.
look for one.
Yeah,
Maybe an
that's the thing.
orb, but
Might as well try and get some damage at the very least, but not to be. Billy have stemmed the tide there in a round that felt a little bit confusing at first. Like they did get outplayed on this A take, but yeah, you just didn't set them up with enough to go for it. And TYL are starting to extend their lead here, Palmer. It's looking difficult. This is where the timeout comes in for Billy, because it feels like their ideas have kind of been falling flat a little bit. They, on these initial moments, right? We're looking at those sort of B main fights. We're looking at the A short fight in that previous round as well. They have just been cut down, and they're then fighting into the rest of the round at a disadvantage. They've not been able to try and convert those, and we nearly saw a 1v3 come in from K-Knight, and that would have been something, but I mean, you can't rely on hero plays all the time, and that round wasn't even a win.
Yeah, I completely agree. Some executes have been looking promising towards the beginning, and they sort of slowly fall off towards the middle of the round. I feel like it's a big struggle for the team cohesion and sort of confidence. I feel like they're swinging individually when it comes to players on Billy. I think TYL are really walking as a unit. You see the retake from that last round, 3 towards CT, and they're just making moves. But as we go into the next round, this is super aggressive from Eli, taking all this shower space. No care in the world. He might get punished just right now as ERV comes in. Sacha comes in as well. Slowly manages to find him through the smoke. Easy pickup.
They did have a judge in that spot as well, so could have done some damage, but not to be. Eli has really struggled so far in this game. 1 and 6 playing on the Neon is not what you want to see. Recent academy pickup from Billy's academy, promoted into the main roster, and just hasn't really been connecting so far. Plenty more game to go though. Okay, nice. He has to get something here, but oh my god, the timing just completely betrays him.
Great reactions from Splash. Manages to pull out the short to do little bits of damage. The RV's there to pick up the last 2 kills. I just want to pick up on what you were saying about Eli. Yes, he has a lot of time to find his footing. Sort of, I think we've been ruined by NA and EMEA culture of if a player's really not looking that great, we're going to sort of boot him off. But I feel like giving players some time to really make their own sort of statement and hold their own and show how good of a player they can really be. Enough time.
But time's running out here on Bind already. TYL have 5 in a row. They are just looking so clean with it. Incredible shots coming in. It's just aggression. So proactive from TYL.
ELV is just not letting go of this W key. He's so confident right now, using his utility to perfection. Trying to find something on the Eli. Can he find this shorty kill? Maybe swaps the rifle to find a second. Rushia's there though.
Thought it was
Let's
good
see
for
if
it, I'm
slowly
going to
can
be
hold
honest.
the line. And absolutely, Kef is walking blind through these smokes right now. 12 and 4 in 8 rounds. That's incredible.
Nothing left to do but save in this one for Rushia.
100%.
Just, it goes from bad to worse for Billy. TYL again, just on the front foot consistently. A criticism that's been leveraged at quite a few China teams in the past is that lack of proactivity on the defense, just waiting for things to happen to you. But I mean, TYL very much not one to be criticized for that in this game so far. It's into red time and the time will expire. It's going to be 6. They've got plenty of ults as well, but Billy maybe could get something done here. They have Seekers, Convergent Paths, Overdrive, and the Viper's Pit as well. Seems like we need a big round from them, but I just don't know what the money's going to look like into this one. TYL might already be setting themselves up for 7.
I mean, where do you balance the monetary consumption of the weapons and the ultimates? Do you invest a couple ultimates and go for a pretty weakened buy? It looks like they're opting to have a decently strong buy. It's not too bad. 1 away from the Cosmic Divide also, but the side of TYL have 3 ultimates in line to match theirs. So, moving on to the next round. Flash with this operator. He's been so consistent with it. So many clean shots. I just want to see more and more. Maybe they can shut it down. Just slow now. Taking their time. Billy really need to concentrate on is clearing all these angles, because Scales has been absolutely incredible holding the line here. Starting to speed up. Seekers come in. So the stuns saturate as well. Scales manages to find one. Unbelievably. Splash retreats, but the overdrive in the back pocket. Here comes the Brim ult. Denies the plant, but time is still available.
Oh, the operator from Heaven could be massive here, though. From Splashes. Another incendiary comes through to deny the plant even further. A Viper's Pit to provide some extra security for the side of Billy in this 4 versus 4. They want to reattempt the plant here, but still the Sharks are circling here. TYL getting closer and closer, but I mean, ELP's still over on B. He's got to get a move on.
And manages to go down after all odds of everything being in their way, I guess. Splash. Gonna try and look for something, but here comes Wizy's ultimate. Slowly manages to find one. Just so confident. The ERV as well. Finds 2. That's another round for TYL. That was trading the ultimates with a waylay, but the confidence is unmatched. It's unreal. Walking in, no hair given, to be honest. Shorty out. Just trying to gather information, do as much damage as possible. Managed to find 1 and then a second. But how is Scales, after all of that utility, finding 1 in A short?
Good question. Again, like you say, it's just the confidence from TYL. They've really started to hit their stride. 7 rounds in a row. It feels like Billy don't have an answer despite the timeout that they've taken. Back onto a Pauper's Purchase. The 1 rifle coming in from Russia. They are pressuring Splash's operator here, but Scales backs him up. I mean, Billy just can't get anything going.
I mean, they found 1, and that's Rusha on to slowly, but is it going to be enough? Bomb is going to go down. Neff with a non-shot ERV. Here is a 3v3. That's quite different. We were so scared that this was going to be another round in the side of TYL, swift and easy, but it looks like Billy are putting up a bit of a fight. Cosmic Divide invested already, so K-Knight finds sword. If you have to find something here, yes you do. Splash goes down. Like a pretty impossible 3v1 for Scales, but if there's anyone to do it, it might be him. Viper's Pit available, but time is not on his side. Neff picks up the last, and that's a big round for Billy.
Huge. Absolutely huge. To get the thrifty win here, and finally they get another on the board. Round 10. That they do find it. It was a good start to the round as well from TYL, but Rusha on the lurk with that 1 hero rifle opens up so much space on the A site, and from that point onwards they then can get some more rifle upgrades in hand, and they can start to push their way through on towards the site. As we do have a tech pause here, but yeah, maybe for Billy got a bit too excited about that round win. Their computers have now got gremlins.
Well, that'd be super unfortunate, but let's just talk about one thing that I really wanted to shed a light on. That round was definitely the best sort of map control I've seen from them this entire game. Yes, TYL have been super aggressive, taking so much space. either side, but I like the 3-2 split. 2 going into hookah and then 3 towards the A side. Yes, they did unfortunately walk into Scales and the operator. Didn't really work out, but Rusia was there on the other side to pick up one, sort of snowballing that the rest of the round. I mean, look at these players, they're relaxing, they're so ready. Nothing to be worried about. You're playing it out of your mind. Let's just keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, even despite that round win, it feels like a bit more luck than judgment, to be completely honest. I mean, obviously, for Billy, they did get the round. They did find a really nice lurk timing, but even still, feels like TYL are probably going to be aware of that next time around. You can't just rely on those singular moments. But a trend in the right direction. Still possibility for a 7-5 half as well. And at that point, you think, you know, Billy, they've got a good springboard to perform in the second half. If they get that, maybe a pistol round as well, suddenly they're back in this game.
Absolutely. Best case scenario would be 5-7 towards Billy. Working on that defense, we haven't sort of seen what they can do since the last time these teams played each other. So it's all about adapting and changing up. Not since the Yoru nerfs, so we're not seeing Yoru at all now, but Neon is being mentioned in nearly every single broadcast, every single Twitter post. It's like, guys, can we stop talking about Neon? We understand that she's so incredibly strong. Nerfs will definitely be following suit, but I think let's give some time to shine on the Waylay. Yeah, I understand people say Waylay is as broken as Neon, but I'm a big fan of a Waylay. The character is incredibly fun to play, incredibly fun to watch. The kit is just so exciting, especially on players like ERV, showing us exactly how to play it.
They're doing really nicely, but I mean, you look at score lines, Bash line slowly 14-5 on the Brimstone of all agents. He's certainly doing well for himself. Billy looking back towards this B-long fight that we saw at the start of the half. This time they do have an operator in the hands of Neff.
Viper's Pit invested by Scales towards the A short. So Rusha definitely has his work cut out for him if he wants to try it, find anything. Towards the side of Showers as well. So trying to walk into this, it's going to be super, super difficult. The presence that Sword and Slowly made, this made BLG second guess where they really want to go. Tackling this Viper Spit is going to be very, very difficult, but if they can sort of wiggle their way in, catch a timing, it might be the right thing to do. EP from Slowly could be huge here though.
And you still have these two players watching Showers, and well, that's going to be the outcome there. And trading things as well. This is a massive fight that TYL are coming out on top of.
Wow. ERV turned that flash, and I blinked and I missed it. It was sublimely quick. Not even attempting to attack A short. Showers was the only thing, but you're walking straight into Splash and ERV, and it just failed so miserably. I think they're lost, completely lost. They have no idea what they're trying to do, how they're trying to do it, and they really need to find something quick if they're going to lose this map.
Yeah, I mean, it is TYL's map pick, but even still, feels like Billy struggling a fair bit on a map that, you know, has been in their arsenal in the past, but even still, TYL right to be confident here. And now the operator taken with the two operators in the hands of TYL, in fact. I imagine one will be going over towards Shower, but no, instead Slowly's up in lamps and Splash is looking towards this Sands fight.
find something that's so close from Splash, nearly clipping his ear. Izzy, what a player, but really struggling to find his footing in this game. Last time these two teams played, like I've been saying, TYL did get the upper hand over Billy, 13-9. Flash dropping an absolute masterclass, going 22-14. Oh, nearly misses out on sword there. Just going to find something towards this long side, but it's off. Oh, the flick is so close. Bit weird from him, trying to find another. But here comes Scales to clear up 2 kills. Neff, decent lurk into Lamps, but is it going to help you in this situation?
Risha as well, expecting a TP play to come through from TYL. Not gonna happen. Now he makes his way towards the site to regroup with the rest of the team. 2 from Spawn, 2 from Short as well from TYL, looking to put the crunch onto these players on the retake.
Only 1 star available, so this might be pretty difficult. A flash in hand at K-Knight. Use it pretty early for that information. Those ones towards the Heaven side. What a dash from ERV. He's so confident. Shorty in hand. K-Knight finds him just like that, and now it scales and slowly in a 2 versus 2. But Knight and Rusha are so low. Molly misses, so it's going to be to find something. K-Knight. That's it. That's all you needed to do. HP was so low, but they finally found something in a post plant.
That's such a bizarre round from TYL, though. They just didn't give themselves enough time to get the defuse. They just sat there waiting for so long, no one actually attempting to get the spike to half, that, well, they just didn't give themselves enough time. It takes 7 seconds to defuse the spike, and, well, they just didn't give themselves that. It's been a good half from TYL, but that's put a bit of a sour taste in my mouth, if I'm honest. But despite that, still up 8-4, still very, very nice on the defense on the whole, getting very proactive, things that we like to see. But now we switch over to the other side, and this is where Billy can get a chance to show us what they're made of and why they chose this Astra as well, because from the first half, I'm not convinced with the Astra over the Brimstone.
100%. The Cosmic Divides weren't really as impactful enough to say, why have we picked the Astra here? Some of the stars, very questionable. Some of the smokes, pretty default, bog standard. But when it came to sort of post-plant situations, the bomb wasn't really down enough. And when it was in a really difficult sort of numbers advantage towards the side of TYL. So it was never really in play to see the reason behind why they decided to pick it. So I completely agree.
Again, into the switch, this pistol round is going to be pivotal for what these teams are going to want to do. For Billy, it's the start of their road to recovery on this map. They're way back into the game. Currently trailed by 4 rounds, despite winning the first pistol round as well. After that and the bonus, there were 7 in a row from their opposition. Hoping this time that they can be the ones on the positive end of that fate.
The aggression from TYL was so exciting to watch on their defense. Can they show us a replication of that on the attacking side? It looks like they can. Here they go, straight towards this A site from Showers. Not contested whatsoever. Deep smokes as well. ERV tried to find something, but Eli's there with this the frenzy. Slowly manages to pick up a trade, but Scowl was what an incredible timing onto K-Knight. That's your initiator and flashes down. BB3. Pot shots coming back and forward. Eli getting super aggressive with this ghost. Manages to find 2. Leaving Scowls in a 3v1. What a cleanup from Billy.
Yeah, it's a nice pistol round again from BLG. They've won both of them so far in the game, despite being behind by 3 rounds at this point in time. Like I was saying, that's the way for them to get back into this, and a good round from Eli as well, which we've honestly been needing to see from him. Might just be a defender-sided player, but he's found the board. 5 kills now. Yeah, looking to start to fill in that duelist role, but I mean, both duelists running for 9 kills in this one is it's a rough sign for Billy. Hopefully the second half is to provide the confidence they need to get back into the fragging zone.
Not exactly what you want to see at all. They need to really put their foot down and put pedal to the metal and really start to do some damage. Splash has taken a lot of damage in a sense, but will be healed up to 100 HP by Sword. How kindly of him. Pretty different approach to an anti-eco, I'd say. Moving towards showers and being super aggressive, taking that space and sort of giving it up, not even inserting anyone. Scours is towards short where the classics try and do as much damage as possible. Going slowly with a sheriff, but what is that from Splash? We've talked about the bandit before, and here it is, and he finds another. Russia has to cling onto something, manages to find Splash, but at what cost? He's 14 HP and his net being spammed. Russia finds one, but what on earth was that?
Brilliant round.
Kidding me?
From Splash. I'm gonna need to see the replay from his POV, I think, to truly appreciate that. But yeah, the bandit is looking pretty good in his hands, and yeah, pistol win, immediate denial of the anti-eco. Oh, clean shots coming through from the Indonesian duelist. And again, Scales cleans up the last 2 as well. Full house from TYL. Deny Billy the momentum into the second half. And, well, now the defenders that have the weak buy and TYL basically get to have themselves a bonus round.
No, it's not what you wanted to see as a BLG fan whatsoever, but TYL, what an impressive eco. Sort of sent Splash out into his own world, and he found 3 kills. What a lovely shot onto Yili as well. Mid-slide. I think Billy are going for a gamble stack towards this A side. Scales is creeping his way up towards the top of Showers, but 4 players towards this long side with an uncontested B site. Here comes the execute, but there's no one here.
Yeah, TYL going to be aware of that now. Still suspicious of a couple of corners. Obviously the utility won't clear everything, and oh my goodness, Billy rushing through the TP. But now the spike is making its way over through Showers, and Scales has found the opener. A lot of space over here on the A site, but I mean, K9 could still get something. No, okay, the judge just immediately takes him down, and Billy are in the disadvantage in the retake. It's not looking good.
Great level of calls from Scales, walking all the way to Showers, waiting for the audio cue to sort of solidify his timing and position. Manages to find 2 for that round, I believe. The TP was sort of adventurous, but the other duelists from Billy couldn't find anything, because as soon as they TP'd, TYL took the initiative and TP'd back. I mean, Wisey right in the open as he returns. 10-5.
Let's go, guys!
Look at them laughing to themselves. They're so confident, so happy. This is how a team should be playing. I love the energy. Keeping up as we go into round 16. Here's the bonus for TYL, but it's great weaponry. Nice shot from Wisey. Can he find a second? Saturate's good. There's Knight for the backup. Finds 2 through the smoke. Absolutely fantastic. No one to heal him though, as he's the Sky, but doesn't matter because he's found 2. He's done all he needs to do. Can he find a 4th? Onto Sword. Great flash comes out. Activating Wisey. This is how we should be playing with K-Knight. Get him on the board. Keep him pushing. Scales, there's not much you can do here, my friend. Sitting behind this box, maybe try and look for some points towards this Viper's pit. Not really fooling anyone with that wall because no presence anywhere else. Not really much he can do here.
So against 5, he's the lurk player after all. But
the life of the lurk player once your team dies.
Well, yeah, exactly. I know the feeling. Seems like he's just going to have to wait this one out. But that's the proactivity that we wanted to see from Billy on their defensive side. The B-long fight goes their way. I mean, K-Knight does a really good job to find 2. Well, it seems like Eli and K-Knight is having a little chat about this round as well. As timer expires...
I thought we were interrupting something. Oh. I definitely like the activation of YZ. I definitely think that K-Knight needs to be sort of attaching him to his hip and allowing him to sort of go out and in, sort of controlling him basically in the nicest way possible, sort of telling him where he can go and what he can do, as Initiator should. But great double kill from K-Knight there. Great flash as well to set up YZ3 second of the round. But going into round 17, is pretty good from both teams. K-Knight has the Seekers, one away from the overdrive from Eli. And we are, I mean, matched. Splash has the overdrive as well, so we could see a dangerous battle between the two Neons.
Good. K-Knight pressured by Trailblazer here, but it's a little bit of information over to TYL. Control of B main, I think, the crucial factor here. And they're just waiting for something to happen for now. And, well, that's a reclear, and there's ERV jumping in.
Splash follows suit. He's here. Takes out Neff. Even gets caught by a Seeker, but it doesn't matter because he's got his team to back him up. Why is he walking out? That's the confidence that I wanted to see from him. And he needs to keep that up. ERV going to grab the orb, and it looks like a retreat to the TP. Scales. Another lurk, but he might be just a little bit too late. But whoa, K-Knight is going to catch him again. I think that's maybe the like 3 times now. Unfortunate timing. Eli catches the timing of his own though. Good spray towards triple. Whoa! He picks up 3. What a shot. Great tracking. And he is activated. We did say that this team might be a defensive side. But that's 4 in the round.
Goodness me.
It's an incredible switch up. Flick of the switch. It is completely different. And this is what we wanted to see. The confidence walking here. Saturate was okay. Flash catches him at a bad time, but he manages to get out. Nice couple shots and he's great tracking onto Sword. Finds the last A short. That's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, what a play. And, well, of course it's TYL to take a timeout because it felt like they had the read there. They had the A site for free, but just, I don't even know. Faffed a little bit. Got caught out there by some really nice shooting from YZ, but it felt like that sort of position wasn't even considered. Just a small lapse in the judgment there, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes to give Billy a way back into this, and now they're only 3 rounds behind and looking like the team with the momentum in this one.
I mean, I did say earlier this game, I feel like a lot of teams are really struggling to adapt to this Sky. I was saying in Trace versus Wolves, a lot of players were sort of really finding it difficult to dodge the flashes and work around them because there was some great fake flashes. But it doesn't really matter when players with this much confidence are walking out and dodging the flash like it's not even there, like it's cosmetic. ERV definitely one to stick out. But look at YZ, he has climbed his way up from being so low on the leaderboard, having barely any kills to his name. We're going to go straight towards Showers in this round. Round 18 starting off with a bang. Neff stars down, has to try and find something. Eli gets caught by the dog in a desperate attempt to find something. Splash finds one, gets traded by Neff. slowed things down. Repositioned, but left. We're caught in a really dangerous position. Scout gets caught by the flash. Finds two, though. Denied everything. Rusha with a double trade.
This position again. This time it's cleared by Slowly, but I mean, I had flashbacks to literally the previous round and thought, oh god, Rusha's going to do it as well.
Yeah, thank God Slowly was there to give him just a little kick and a tap to move away. Stop affecting his teammates. K-Knight, flash in hand, but Slowly has a molly in the back pocket, so he's probably going to throw that, but it doesn't matter. The sword is there to clean up. That's a big round from TYL.
Yeah, it's a massive one. To get themselves back on the board, find 11 as well, just a couple rounds away from taking the map. Obviously their own map pick, but they have looked like the better team here overall. Despite Splash getting caught out there with the ultimate in hand and some sharp shooting from Rusha as well. Even still, they steady things out, they get the round on the board. That's all you need to do really in that situation, and Billy know that that's a big moment for TYL. They want to call the pause to have a chat with the team.
Everything is needed, you know.
It's just 2 rounds away from losing this map, and they're still 4 rounds behind as well here. So not too many chances left, but yeah, promising signs in the second half. But yeah, there's just not many chances left in this one to actually find the success.
I mean, what they've said and what they've changed is, like you said, promising. I'm happy that they are making these quick, like, adaptive changes. It's very difficult to do it on the fly. The coaches and analysts all know it's so incredibly hard to sort of adapt to a team that's playing at this sort of level, and the mechanics is just frying. But it looks like Billy are really finding this defense to be more of their fit, trying to control the pace, control the rest of the map really. The util, the brim isn't really showing through for me in this attack side. Smokes are great. Ult has come in just once, but coming into round 19, why is he going to look for something super aggressive? Oh, he gets caught up by Scowls, doesn't clear his corner. ERV doing the exact same thing, being productive, taking space all the way to long here, going to speed up. K-Knight gets caught off, couldn't find one on the tracking. Great spray from Splash. Rusha all alone now, tries to find something, but only finds Slowly. That's a 3v1 for Neff, and that's a judge in hand. I don't really think you're going to be able to do much.
Got a Phantom now, but a 1v4.
Sorry.
Looking
1v4.
unlikely. He's just going to have to try and save this Phantom into round 20, I think. I mean, TYL did such a good job on the team fighting there. Playing together really nicely, like a well-oiled machine. Like a pack of wolves as well. They swing together, playing off of the utility and just each other's positioning really nicely. Although Slowly does get caught out by Neff there, playing a little bit isolated. So, or maybe avoid saying any more to curse them further.
Yeah, TYL have been playing very coordinated as a team. I definitely feel like that's something that Billy really need to start not copying, but sort of making their own version of. And I think looking at ERV and Splash, they're working hand in hand, sort of like bound by the hip together, an incredible duelist duo doing so much damage. But we're on match point now, and this is going to be make or break for Billy. Rusha decides to invest the Viper's Pit, but look, TYL on the other side walking into only one player, and that will be K-Knight. Can he hold the line? Here comes the Brim ult. A lot of util invested for only one person cleared, but sight is down. Scales, you are disgusting. Sitting in this corner, finds 2. So close to the 3rd, but he's slowly with a trade.
Yeah, again, TYL playing off each other really nicely here. Splash now has this information on K-Knight, and ERV falls behind him. It's just not going to be there. And the kills come through for TYL to get the map under their belts. A surprise to me to see TYL looking this clean, but they're continuing their kickoff form and, wow, potentially improving on it. Plenty of questions though for Billy and for how they want to implement Eli going forwards, because he did start to warm up, but it just took a little bit too long in this one. The game had already run away from them.
Yeah, we did start to see him towards the middle of the match, and it was like a high peak from going from low to sort of really showing up and showing some good performance, and then sort of slowly dying down again. I feel like one player that was really starting to warm up was YZ. It's just unfortunate that he couldn't do enough for the rest of the team. Slowly, that is a disgusting KDA on a Brimstone of all agents. 20-9, but he definitely deserves it. Look at the kills that he's been pumping out every single round.
Yeah, slowly looked like a real performer here for TYL, but the whole team was firing and they were playing together so nicely as well. We've got to talk about Splash and ERV2 on these duelist roles. Also putting in some really big work to get things done. And even in the rounds where things were looking a little bit shaky, they still had what it took to come out on top. Again, these pistol plays with the Bandit from Splash. And like I say, just the whole team firing. Scales found some really crucial lurk timings too, some crucial kills in there. I mean, this looked like a really, really good performance. And you know, we can't take anything away from Billy either. In the second half, YZ started to show up. K-Knight was a consistent performer throughout, back after his surgery as well. But at the end of things, just too little, too late here for Billy. And it's TYL who end up coming out on top.
Oh, let's go, boys.
We'll hear how they did so in the team comms.
大家玩的开心就行，还有小智，我就直接一句话好吧，就是别让你的选择成为你的负担好吧，限制你自己的发挥。OK， 玩的开心，兄弟们。Happy game，Happy game，干我一个，我帮你兜啊。好，我被震了，震了。加油！三分你要来，跑吧，跑一个，我被掰了，跑 ，nice。来下一个。大家，加油！三都在。慢点死。黑屋一个，黑屋压口。我顶着这里了，兄弟们。爆点下爆。我们家能进。 好，这个，来，学到，李伟，别急，我开大，我来了，等人，别急，等人，去地包，没事，去地包，黑屋，打40。还剩1名敌人。漂亮，有毒了，小心小，高海不得高。我到警交了，兄弟们，领手会了，你们能拖吗？能拖吗？保着打，我到警交了，警交2楼一个，不用，我到了，小两个，都别吵，我看楼。A 上，打上去。A 小1D，干他李伟，干他，他的分子别接，左边进。Let's go， 减速，左边。Let's go guys, let's go boys.
Slowly.
What a fantastic map we just saw there. The comms show us just how enjoyable TYL are to watch and to listen to. The boys were so ecstatic, especially every single time they were getting killed, chasing. They were just having fun. And I think that's definitely what a lot of players really need to take into consideration. You can be hard on yourself, but players like this, if they're playing at this level and this high caliber, but having fun with it, you know, I mean, slowly he was active. He was having fun, making great comps, but
on fire.
Look at the shots, especially this 4K. It's unreal. I mean, yes, they were just walking into him because they have nothing else to do other than sort of take the fight to TYL, but finding everything. He was in the kill feed nearly every single round, and it's just fantastic from him.
Yeah, I think one part of it is as well that we kind of need to talk about is Sony's util usage as well. It felt like every time his incendiary was getting some kind of impact, some kind of value. And yeah, I think he made a great showcase on why people play Brimstone on this map. And I think it also just came down to the fact that TYL just came out of the blocks faster. They started a little bit hotter in this game. Despite Billy winning double pistol, it's just 7 rounds they were able to get onto the board. And I mean, as much as you hate to point out individual players, you look at YZ, who has been on some massive stages before. You know, Champs 23, they beat NRG twice thanks to YZ's antics. And Eli as well coming into this roster, he's had a slow start to things here. Both players on the duelist roles really struggling to get on the board, and that's something that you have to look at to improve in the rest of the series.
I mean, these first kills don't surprise me at all. TYL were taking the initiative nearly every single round on their defense and taking so many kills alongside space. You know, I think the two duelists from Billy really struggled until the end, and they wasn't really finding anything. I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of the first kills from TYL were scales and slowly, to be honest. I mean, yes, the other two players were really shooting. I think this man deserves a lot more credit than he's been given by us right now. We're sort of been putting slowly on a pedestal, but Scales is just right behind in that second position, 20 and 9. Look at these statistics, they are incredible.
Yeah, and again, it was lurk timings that he was finding on the attacking side that really did the damage, I think, as well. When Billy were getting proactive on the other side of the map and forcing TYL away, Scales was already in. He was in there like swimwear on the other side of the map, and it just made everything work out for the side of TYL. But I mean, that's it for map number 1 of Bind. I'll be making my leave. We'll be back to our regularly scheduled programming. We'll get Zin back in as well. Technical issues all resolved. But yeah, map 2 coming up. It's looking like potentially an upset is on the cards here. We'll have to find out whether TYL can close out in 2 or if we go to the decider after this break.
a star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. High, 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 high.
Tell them what your name is. Spotify for the spot.
Welcome back. What a match we just seen. TYL putting themselves one step closer for an upset for Bilibili. 13-7. This isn't Charlotte, it's X1N. Tech issues resolved. It's nice to have you here. How are you feeling?
I was cursed. I'm back, baby. I'm ready to watch some high-level Valorant. Honestly, I watched it from the sidelines, and TYL, they look beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. In terms of fundamentals and playing together, they just outclassed Bilibili in almost every single round. Splash, don't even get me started on him. He is the prodigy that China needs right now, okay? This guy with an operator, he's unstoppable. And you know what I loved from TYL is the spacing from Splash. He always had somebody with him. So no matter if it was a Waylay following or a Neon, he always had the backup. But regardless of that, I need to talk about Pearl, because I think that this is going to be a completely different side to Bilibili compared to Bind. Bilibili are coming in with an 83% win rate. I'm pretty sure on this map. They look confident and they look comfortable, and the only change that I think they've kind of swapped out is, of course, the Yoru due to the nerfs. So Bilibili, I think they're going to mental reset, they're going to come in strong, and they're going to come in hot. And this is a completely kind of different composition coming out from TYL as well. But like you mentioned before, with that Evolution series and the tournament they played previously, both teams kind of know what to expect from either side. So in terms of the prep, in terms of kind of Sword9 being, you know, a previous coach for EDG as well as TYL, I think he's going to have a good understanding and hopefully a good game plan coming into this match that will be able to give both Bilibili a run for their money, but also allow Bilibili to look like completely different compared to map 1.
I know you had all that bottled up, waiting just to say it, and I'm glad you finally get to speak your mind as we go into the first round of Pearl. I'm super excited, and I know everyone else is watching this. Let's
Not more
see.
than me. Not
more
than me,
than you.
Ellis.
No one more than you. You finally get your
course.
chance to shine. Don't worry.
I'm really excited to see the Chamber as well. I think Chamber is a very kind of unconventional pick. A lot of teams are talking about the double dive, the double controllers, everything like this. But it's only Bilibili, and now from what we're seeing, of course, TYL, kind of opting for that Sentinel, which it's going to be exciting. Early A main fight coming in. When you're running a Phoenix, it's all about kind of farming those ult orbs and making sure that, you know, you've got your ults as quickly as possible due to the short ult count. I mean, it's a very kind of slow, passive round. Of course, we have got Scales posted up on that A main line. Let's see what he's able to do. Does spot one, but falls back nice and quickly. And whilst all this is going on, 3 players are pushing over towards middle. And this is nice proactivity coming out from TYL. Playing with confidence, but it looks like Neff is calling
if you
the
don't
team
find
back
anything
over to B.
with the Headhunter, it's going to be difficult, you know. I mean, slowly's here. I mean, Neff sort of calling his team to hit this B site. Slowly's going to have to try and find something, but here's Yeli. Splash repositioning himself to get close and personal, finds one. Now he's just going to have to creep towards this CT side, try and find something on the 12 HP. Yes, he can. Good trade from Scales. K-Knight here in the back line. No utility available. 44 HP as well. Goes down to ERV. Wisey got a couple dinks through the box. Is it going to be enough? Here comes the TP. Util's being thrown out left, right, and center. ERV's just farming. Take your time, Wisey. Yes, that's incredible from you.
What a crazy and chaotic kind of round there, Ellis. You know, we started over towards A main, finished over towards B. You know, kind of fights going left, right, and center. It's a great pistol round coming out from BLG. You know, I mean, even in Bind, they had such strong statistics, winning almost, I think it was every single pistol now, and they're following it again over into Pearl.
I mean, Eli finding that first initial pick was so detrimental to this round, you know? I think getting that opener was huge, then just sort of jumping and dodging all of Splash's bullets, and then finding the third. Like you said, ELV trying to farm for these orbs on Phoenix. He's only now 1 away from that ultimate. Scowls takes a big chunk of damage, but can he find something with the headhunter through this gap in the smoke?
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult 5v5 retake, but you know what? I thought the same for TYL on Bind, but these players can just pull anything out of their pocket, and as the retake commences, it's chaos, there's flashes.
Good trades, but it's not going to be enough. Nice shot from Wisey there. He has the ultimate online now. Wait, no, never mind, that's ERV. 2 away from Wisey.
Only with the bucky. Unable to catch that
1 away
pick,
now.
But yeah,
both Phoenixes so close to the ultimate.
Really in for an exciting buy round with that Phoenix ultimate coming on for ERV super early. And so far, it seems like BLG are playing very calm, very collected. Neff, you know, the mastermind, probably the most experienced IGL in China. You know, he enjoys playing this slow game despite running the double dive. So, I mean, we'll have to see what we're in for, but it's gonna be exciting. Looks like a 4-person takeover towards B long. They are going to be contested. A nice little bait and trap play from the Chamber and potentially the Phoenix.
Can they find
TYL's odds?
It's unlucky because Scales finds one, gets insta-traded from K-Knight. Splash, I don't know how you found that connection. ERV using utility, but it's just not worked out in your favour. Rushia there with the trade. Sword 9 slowly in a 2 versus 2. Russian Neff got time, but look at the space that he's created.
He has all of the A site, and this is going to be really useful information for future rounds. Kind of Neff limit testing these kind of lurks and the timings that he might be able to get. You know, I spoke about before the mastermind of him and partnering up with Coach Muggle. So, I mean, it's interesting. Of course, Rushia has to be cautious if any pushes over towards middle, but it's a 2 versus 2.
I mean, he's just going to speed up now. There's nothing stopping him because A main is clear. Could have got a crazy timing while Neff was sat in this little corner, but it's very unlikely. Both of the players are making their way from B long all the way to a wrap. Looks like they're sort of parting ways to clear shops and top mid, but they might come back collectively together. No, they won't. One is going to go towards R, and that's going to be slowly. Can he find anything? Sword's position is going to be revealed. They might be aware that they're separated. Rushia has the idea. Turret finds something. I mean, time's ticking. Smokes are desperate. Neff just sitting in it. And Rushia picks up a 3rd of the round. And that's 3 for Billy Billy. What a change in events, you know. Yes, they won the pistols in Bind, but they really couldn't capitalize off of the anti-eco and the bonus. But it looks like they've completely flipped the switch here.
I mean, I love this kind of mini trap play that TYL did at the start of the round. It's a shame that it didn't go more in their favor. I think maybe the timing of Splash, you know, not being able to fight off of everyone's kind of chaos as effectively as he may have liked. But honestly, like you said, BLG really kind of coming in with a different kind of style, you know, compared to Bind.
Both teams do have the Phoenix ult, but the buy from TYL is just not good enough. Headhunter from Scowls is just trying to find something, anything to really put his team in a better position than they are right now. Why is he? He's just crouched trying to find something, and there's Scales going down. Oh, that's a really good trade from Slowly though. Eli goes down. They're going to try and retrieve that gun. He's going to sort of beltway all the way to long.
Ellis, look at the instant reclear from Slowly. He's instantly pushed up B long, reclaimed the weapon, and this allows TYL to stack all of their players over towards A. This is a really nice... Oh, that's unfortunate.
Unlucky from Sword, tries to find something in the smoke, but Wisey is so aware. Splash finds something. This is the man you've been talking about. Neff with the trade onto ERV. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. That is disgusting. How have you done that? Hold on a minute.
Splash is cooking.
You can hear the crowd. They're roaring. That was incredible. Why is it away running and gunning? Splash, what a round from you. Oh, you kidding me?
I told you.
He took it upon himself to be judge, jury, and executioner, dragging his team by the ankles, making them win an unwinnable round.
He's so talented, mechanically, but also something I've started to pick up when watching his player cam is how vocal he is. He's so talented, and these rounds, it's not his first and it's not going to be his last, I can assure you.
I mean, he looks incredible on bind, but wow, that is something different. From being that low HP to finding so many incredible kills after all odds were defied. I mean, YZ investing that Phoenix ultimate and getting no value off of it. It's so difficult. ERV and Splash now have their ultimates online. But look at Scales. Operator in hand. This man's just going to hold the line. Sticking towards the B side.
Look at BLG. They are sitting over towards B lobby. They've got no info over towards A, no info towards middle. Oh, it's a tech pause. I see. This is why we're sat in B lobby. I believe that YZ may have had a technical issue. Yep.
Look at you. Look how smart you are.
That makes more sense. Wow. That makes more sense.
Called before me. I was like, what are they doing?
Why is Billy just sat B lobby? The discipline's
maybe they're scared
incredible.
of the operator. I was like, oh, maybe they're just taking their time. But, you know, as a tech pause, he gets the opportunity to talk about that round from Splash because that was just filthy.
I mean, as much as I'd love to talk about kind of, you know, Splash's incredible mechanics, but I want to draw more attention towards TYL in general, because they are down 3-1 and they could have been down 4-0 if it wasn't for Splash's kind of miracle round. And I do think that the last time that this team faced, you know, it was a very kind of dominant side for BLG. I believe that TYL did lose in a 13-4 fashion. So coming up against BLG on this map again, you are going to be aware of the tendencies that they might like to do, but I think that the star of the show for me is Neff, and the way that he has this very unconventional kind of style for China, at least, you know. I think he's very comparable to a lot of EMEA gameplay in terms of the big game plans and the macro kind of idea of the match. So I'm going to be really excited to see just how he adapts his style to this double duelist, because when you're calling on such a huge map like Pearl and utility might be kind of restrictive, it does offer unique challenges. So I think seeing how he tackles that is going to be really exciting, but also see what TYL has in answer to some of Billy's tendencies and, you know, the big macro plan that they like to play.
I mean, absolutely. You said they both play with some sort of plan. It's just how which team are on their game today. Bind looked pretty promising from the get-go for TYL, and then working towards the middle and the end of the game, a lot of the players were sort of warming up. So this could be an opportunity for Billy to really get back into it. Yeah. 3 rounds on the board is absolutely huge. I mean, but like you said, the miracle round from Splash could really be sort of damaging to mental and the snowball effect it could have for the rest of the players.
Yeah, I think Pearl is going to be very different to how Bind turned out in general. You know, for me, Bind, especially with this double duelist kind of composition, is very crazy and chaotic. And as much as you like to be a mastermind with the teleporters, it is a bit difficult. However, with Pearl, there's so much room, there's so much space. I think Neff is going to be a lot more comfortable on this map, and I think already, yeah, converting an anti-eco, converting your bonus, you know, it's a great start, and it's a great way of kind of forgetting about map 1 and getting your momentum and your foot in the door for this second map. However, we do have a tech pause, you know. I hope this doesn't kind of holster Billy too much. But the main priority is making sure that YZ, arguably the star of the show, is able to play on a PC that doesn't break. I'm literally like YZ, Ellis. We've both had tech issues today. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I mean, yours were a little bit less inconvenient because no one really had to listen to your voice for an entire first month.
Whoa.
We all are super glad that you're here now and get to share everything and anything that's sort of flying around in that brain of yours. But this could hinder Billy just a tiny bit because I think it's one of their players. So if it was from TYL, it wouldn't have been
we're back.
An issue. But sometimes it can get a little bit frustrating as a player. You already know if it's not even your PC and it's not really working the way you want it to. Scows looking for a pretty aggressive op shot. Can he find anything? Drone gets missed. Finds one on Tarusha. Can he get a second? Because he's injured. He can't escape, so slowly has to find a trade onto YZ. As Phoenix flashes down, they're going to have to rely on K-Knight's utility to sort of
ERV
take
has been sitting on his Phoenix ult for quite a while. I wonder if this is the opportunity that he might want to use it. Really nice lurk from Neff. He's going to be able to get the second. He gets the shutdown onto Slowly. Oh, Splash comes out on top as usual for the fight over towards CT. Huge relay bolt coming out. Oh.
Catches himself. It's unfortunate, but he manages to find something. ERV used the ult, but it didn't get anything from it. Molly and a flash.
K-Knight could go down.
Oh, the flash. A little bit too much power. He's just going to walk straight in. Good bait. The flash gets caught off trying to retreat back to CT. Big round from Neff. Incredible lurk through doors, catching that timing from the guy onto Link. And wow, that's a huge round. You said ERV was taking his time to use the ultimate, but no value off of it. I think both of these teams have invested their Phoenix ult and nothing has come of it, Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, ERV looked very frustrated, missing out on that potential clutch. You know, that Astra smoke really did kind of just throw him off ever so slightly. But I mean, it's a great result for BLG, keeping that momentum up and coming.
Splash. Caught the diff onto Eli, and then he caught himself with the stun. I think he's going to be sort of kicking himself after that because that was a free kill onto K-Knight, and then the Marley missed as well. So the round didn't fall into place like TYL expected it. I mean, timeout probably needed. I think after that tech pause, maybe vibes aren't really the greatest, but you never know. I feel like these players are all confident, all cheery and all happy, but sometimes, as everyone knows, it can go wrong very, very quickly.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think it's going to be interesting to see just what TYL decide to change coming into this next round. B-Long does seem to be a little bit of an issue. I do feel like maybe Chamber needs to be repositioned somewhere else, and then you fight heavier over towards that B-Long. But it does seem like BLG do want to kind of change up the pace and go for this heavy contest over towards A main. Molly in hand. Let's see what Billy have got.
It has to be something, because look, they're waiting with all the utility out, then they're throwing stuff of their own. Eli gets caught into the trap, but he doesn't go down. Splashes the one that falls. Neff with a great kill. Here comes Eli with the ultimate overdrive. Manages to find one. K-Knight there, pushing from ARP. Scales just galloping towards this A side from the T spawn. I mean, slowly, what are you going to do? You have a classic in hand. It's not really anything here left for you to try. Maybe a little chip shot onto Eli to try and take him down, but other than that, it looks like a secure round for Billy.
Yeah, I kind of want to see YZ play a little bit more aggressive here. Try and get his Phoenix ult online for the soonest round possible. Regardless, K-Knight gets the kill. And I like Billy's kind of adaptation, you know? You condition B-Long and just taking B-Long for free almost every single round. And then you go for a heavy fight over towards A main. But TYL, in terms of the adaptations, I think we will see it coming into this round rather than that round, just because of the economical disadvantage that they had.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see, you know? In terms of ult, I think there's nothing too crazy online. Other than, of course, the Astral Wall.
Going into round 7, what can we see? Molly's good, does a pretty decent amount of damage.
That's lovely.
Why has he managed to pick up the kill? Putting him ever so closer to his ultimate. ERV sort of stuck here. Oh, that's a nice shot from Scales. Russia couldn't find anything there. Splash, you're getting so confident in this smoke. Are you going to make it or break it? Decides to retreat just a little bit. Is aware. Scales repositioning himself to try and find something. Flash is good from YZ. ERV to find something back, but it doesn't catch YZ. He finds 2. Phoenix are online, but they're gonna are they going to need it? Because Slowly is the only one alive.
Yeah, and like we talked about before, Ellis, this is a completely different side to BLG. On Bind, they looked so just uncoordinated, like lost at times, it has to be said. Whereas now, TYL almost looked like to be the one struggling. Not having the same kind of fundamentals that they had in that first map, playing quite separated. Almost just doesn't look as clean, not as confident.
I mean, you said Billy have a really high win rate on this map for a reason. YZ, what a round from him. I thought it was going to go TYL's way with the amount of players they had positioned towards this A side. The preservation of their util was pretty good, throwing it at decent times. But Splash couldn't find anything through this smoke. YZ so confident, manages to throw his flash, connects, dodges the second, picks up the last kill onto Slowly. I mean, got the ultimate now. Can we not curse them again? Because last time he used it, he got absolutely nothing, and Splash found an incredible round with the Sheriff, which he has in his hand going into round number 8.
Yeah, B-long fight from TYL. Not super aggressive, kind of repeating the same trap play that they did on that 3rd round, I believe. Nice kind of molly over towards middle to potentially destroy the chamber trip, but as we can see, it's a little bit further back than anticipated. And just look at the pace from Billy Ellis. This is what I mean. This is the mind of Neff. He loves to slow the game down, poke and prod different areas. Yeah, look at the aggression coming out from middle. YZ gets the kill onto Slowly, and that's your main controller down. Retakes are almost impossible now unless you have a miracle like Splash.
A fantastic amount of util just being pummeled into double door. They know they were completely aware from the drone that Slowly was there playing with the Bucky. Spacing him out was just crazy. Eli takes a little bit of damage from Sword, but I think it's not going to be too much. Gets caught by the C's, but there's nothing that you can sort of coerce off of. Util is just being thrown out. Here comes 3 on the flank. Neff gets caught out. Russia manages to make it out, but the pinch, it might be just a bit too tight. Overdrive isn't good. Here comes the pot shots, but YZ, he's in the backline. 10 bullets left, 1 flash. Can he find something before time goes down? No, he can't, and that's Sword with time remaining to put 2 on the board for TYL.
Yeah, and I'm happy for Sword 9, but for TYL, these rounds aren't convincing at all. They're kind of just getting lucky, thriving in the chaos at times. But I mean, a round's a round, you know. But if I'm the coaching staff at TYL, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit anxious. You know, we need to find that winning recipe, the recipe that can allow us to succeed every round. Because right now, it's not too convincing. Let's see.
Overdrive invested by Splash. It was difficult that they couldn't really find anything out of it, but it opened for more opportunities for them to win the round, so it's definitely worth it in the long run. Guns look good. Scales back on this operator and back to taking A main control for this orb.
ERV has his ult, but he's still taking the orb anyway. He doesn't get
that's just aura. You don't care.
Of course, but look at the rotations. They take over towards A main Tyloo, and they instantly rotate over towards B. And look at the masterclass from Neff. It's a little bit of an overheat from Tyloo. I'm not really sure what made them over-rotate so quickly, you know? You have no info over towards middle. It's a little bit sketchy.
I mean, I'm not quite sure. They made so many question marks with K-Knight's Molly, but that was about it. I mean, it came later into the round. They sort of started to rotate just before it, and it sort of solidified them to take all this A site. That's a pretty good stun. Lockdown comes out. Here comes the Nightfall in retaliation. So much util being flooded out right now. ERV finds 1. Splash there to follow suit. Flash will slow him down just a little bit. Rusha finds a fantastic pick onto Slowly. YZ picks up 1 from the lockdown. Scales! Trades flowing. time ticking. Can they do anything? They might just take the time to save. Cosmic Divider was also invested. This is another round for Billy.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to bring up that we complimented on Bind was TYL's proactivity. And I'm going to say something relatively bold. It's the idea that TYL are being way too proactive right now, to the point where it's actually hindering them from having a chance into half of these rounds. The over-rotations, the over-keenness of fighting too much. I think right now, if I was to call a timeout, or hopefully one of the TYL players can raise the alarms, guys, we need to chill, you know? Stop reacting off of everything that Billy's doing and just take a deep breath and relax.
I completely agree. It sort of worked towards last map because, like you said, it was a different map that you could play around those TPs and it was kind of difficult, and they were taking the fight to them every single time on defense. You could see in the stats in the after game 15-5 on first kills, but it's not really looking to be in TYL's favor as of now.
Yeah. And look, they've taken over towards A main TYL, and they instantly leave it and go back over towards R. And I think this is a tendency that I've started to notice they do a lot. It's timing, but it's the discipline that Billy bring, Ellis, you know? This is something that they're incredible at doing. Can they get anything off this mid-punch? It's looking pretty good. Oh,
decent reaction, but wise. He throws a molly at his feet to sort of create his own domain and sort of playing it. Finds two. Sword picks up a trade, but all slowly. Good catch onto Neff, but Bomb's going down on the A site. Yes, it's a 2v2. Gun in the hand of Sword, but here's Yili to take down slowly. Reveal's good for nothing. Not even in a clear A main. That's K-Knight. 8-2, Ethan. This is looking dominant.
I think Billy were relatively outmatched on Bind, at least in the early stages, and now the table has just flipped. You know, TYL just cannot comprehend the chaos that Billy are causing around the map, and even watching it from an observer's perspective, it's a lot. You know, Billy are just too good. On Pearl, there's a reason why they have an 83% win rate, and I think it's only going to get higher. Of course, TYL calling their second time out. The alarm bells are ringing. They need these last two rounds to even have a chance within this map. I mean, if I'm the coach, I'm just going to say, guys, chill. You know, maybe fake an A main take and just play safer, play smarter. Because right now you're showing all your cards, and I do feel like Neff just is predicting every action that TYL are going to make, and it shows.
Yeah, he's having a complete whirlwind when it comes to an IGL standpoint. I really like one of their rounds that TYL did where they were preserving their util, waiting for Billy to take A main, and then they'd sort of use it as a sort of retake of space. But taking that space, grabbing the orb and insta-retreating and giving up the site completely has caused them to lose 2 rounds. They haven't changed it, and I definitely think that this timeout, that is probably the key thing that they are sort of talking about as we go into the next round. Buy is absolutely subliminal. It is. Look at it. It's perfect. What do you want? More. 2 Sheriffs, a lovely bandit, and a Bucky. Let's see what they can do with this, Ethan.
To be honest, TYL have got both of these rounds off of Squiffy Ban, so I actually like their odds.
Wisey finds one. Ult as well. He's just going to pop it. Full confidence. Probably a little bit too early because not a lot of players. He's just going to shift towards CT. I'm not quite sure what we're doing here. Maybe it might have been a misclick because Splash is playing some different game with a Bucky. K-Knight does manage to trade, but at a big cost of his HP. Good flash from Wise. He gets traded by the Headhunter. K-Knight could stay alive here because he does have the ultimate, but it doesn't matter because Russia's just double tapped the last 2 remaining members of TYL, making it 9-2.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like it could be due to the lack of practice with this specific comp, but especially slowly, there's no need to play solo site there. Like, as the main controller, you are kind of a VIP in a sense where you always have to be alive to make these retakes winnable. And with you going down so frequently, it is making everyone's lives harder. Regardless, I like the reposition from Chamber, playing over towards Art.
Eli's just gonna kick it. He's just gonna move. Manages to find one. Does so much damage to ERV. Why is he there every single time? Just slowly behind. K-Knight. That's a timing that they might not be aware of. Yes, it is. But Splash insta-rotated. Neff finds one on the BLG. He is all over this side of TYL. He is playing mental domination with this map. They're playing checkers and he's playing chess. It's a completely different game for this man. He might not be showing it for the KDA, but he is controlling it.
Yeah, his life seems pretty fun. Like, having the role of Neff.
Yeah.
Just being Astra, just sitting in B lobby and just waiting. Seems pretty chill. You know, I wouldn't mind that kind of job.
Well, they're just telling your team what to do. It must be the best experience. Yeah, do whatever you want. What a shot by Splash. That could
He's so aware.
How does he know? He's walking in to Splash's crosshair. That's Rusha down. Overdrive. He's... Time's going to be ticking, and Scouts is going to have to reposition. Whiffs big time onto Wisey. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Splash, show us what you can do. One away from the overdrive. Hypothetically, pick up a kill, then use it. You know exactly what to do, and you know where he is. Take your time, and that's incredible from Splash. This man is disgusting.
The confidence that he has, of course. For those of you that don't know, Splash, he's had time in Tier 2 with RRQ Academy. And even being on the big stage, he's still got a next level amount of confidence. Like, I don't think that he believes anyone on the server is better than him. Because he's never scared or nervous. The dominance that he has in-game is those of the top VCT players. And I'm here for it, you know?
I mean, I think we're all here for it because that was fantastic. What a round. From finding that first initial pick, incredible. Yes, it was through a little bit of a one-way and he did have the upper hand, but the awareness that he had for Rusha to be flanking in that position. But yes, one away from the overdrive, it was there. The stars fully aligned for him there and then, and he knew exactly what he had to do, and he had the power to do it.
Listen, I want to touch on the fact that BLG have won every single pistol. Right now, TYL, this is the one pistol you need. If you want a 2-0 Billy Gaming, you have to win this pistol to have a chance. And we'll have to see. Because I'm nervous for them. You know, Billy, they look super dominant on the T side. In terms of CT side, the way that YZ and Yeli are looking on the Phoenix and Neon, they look unstoppable.
It's hard to say because the pressure's on. Yes, you do have the map of Breeze to fall back onto if you can't find Pearl, but a 2-0 is in every single person's mind when they're trying to go into a best of 3 every single time. You want to walk away with the absolute domination. The first map was clearly that, and they're not really bringing it into the second game. Neff is just pulling an absolute masterclass, and if he can bring that into Breeze, TYL are really going to struggle here.
I think, of course, Neff's like bringing a masterclass, but it speaks on Billy. We can't forget, this is a 4-man core with Yeli like slotting in as of recent. So the experience and the chemistry that these 4 players have built with each other is something that cannot be underestimated. And I think that we're going to see that in this half, because look, the discipline, slowly faking a takeover towards A main, inserting Yeli, and just playing it slow. Lovely.
Splash is going to get confident, but he doesn't find anything. Just a little bit too many hops and steps to find Yeli. Does get traded, but that's 1-1. Scales taking that little pot shot damage from that turret. Could find something with a hen on here.
I favour Billy in that exchange, though. I mean, losing Yeli, but him being able to get the opposition's Neon. Look, they have to re-clear over towards A main, invest more utility, and whilst all this is going on, we're stacking players over towards CT and Flowers to potentially get a flood retake going in.
just leading Russia towards B for that info. I mean, yeah, Wisey has a flash molly to his advantage. Nice shot from Scales. That can sort of turn the tides here if K-Knight can't find anything. Oh, there's so many whiffs coming out from either side. Scales is 3 HP. Slowly has to find something good. Turn on the flash, but K-Knight's there to find 2. He's going to go super quick. Both vulnerable now, but K-Knight comes out on top. He's just fighting for his life backside, and it doesn't bother him in the slightest, Ethan.
Yeah, I think Slowly, of course, picked up the role of Yoru before he was decimated into the ground. And I think his transition from Yoru over to controller, at least for Bind with Brimstone, looked really good. Whereas I think we're starting to see the mistakes that most controller players wouldn't necessarily have just off of the suck over towards dugout. Like, he sucked himself, you know? Yeah. So it's a shame. I hope he can kind of get more confidence as the match goes on. But I mean, just look at the cold, cool tempo that Billy are kind of setting on the CT side. They're not panicking. They're not rushing anything. It's a lovely reclear as well.
It's a lot of you to invest in, and a pretty good C. Splash finds one. Good flash onto Wisey. He finds a second. K-Knight, you're going to be so caught out here.
He flicked him with a right click.
That's unreal. ERV goes down to the molly. Sword with a stinger in hand. Neff, what can you really do other than do some damage? Hold on a second.
It's a stinger. Never underestimate an IGL stinger.
He's going for the rewrap. Bombs down. He's playing this exactly how he wants. Putting Slowly in a position. He's just going to give him it. He's Slowly going to overthink this, or has Neff created...
Neff's going to B-site.
Has he implanted sort of something in his mind? Is he going to second guess himself, or is he going to go for the plant here? I think he's going to have to with 30 seconds, and Neff is sort of aware. 2 stars available and a second C's, so
hey man, this is lovely. I don't think Slowly's going to ever expect this.
But the gun difference.
The smoke over towards A main is going to sell it even harder.
Oh, but he might be aware.
No,
Time
he
will tell.
Not be aware.
Neff has to find so many shots onto Slowly here. Get the timing right. Yes, he does. Slowly nearly finds a flick. Oh, look at him standing up. He knows. What a 1v3.
He's so IGL coded, and I love it. The fact he instantly runs over towards B thinking that Slowly might pivot, and then he goes for a flank. Slowly, in all fairness, he did consider the A main flank, but I think the timing was just so unfortunate.
That flick with the right click classic is unreal. A lot of these players I'll be seeing, my Bucky doesn't do that, my right click doesn't do that, and I know everyone that's watching isn't the same. I think it might be something, it might be different on a VCT team, on a tournament client on stage, right? It might just be 0 input delay, okay? Because what is that? I mean, what a fall away round. Incredible from Splash to find 3, but it doesn't matter because Neff was there to take everything back. Going into this next round, I mean, Wisey sitting towards this art side, is he going to be able to find anything early? I love this smoke. Yes, he does.
Why are you so good?
He's 22 and 10 right now with a full kit remaining in this round. On away from his ult. Slowly manages to find him though. The collapse onto Scales is inevitable, and Sword is in a 4v1, Ethan. There's not much we can do other than talk about the rounds that are going to be happening after this. You know, this is match point for Billy.
Yeah, if you're Sword 9, you hope and pray realistically. Oh,
a little bit of a jump causes Rusha to fall out on a kill there.
Rusha thinks he's an Easter bunny.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's honestly a shame that TYL haven't been able to have too much of a say in either half. I mean, we spoke about it before, but in the exact same here, 13-4 they ended it. So if TYL can get another round and then crumble, then it's a fitting ending. But honestly, BLG have just they've not took their foot off the gas. They have had so much control throughout this map. It's great to watch. YZ, Yili, no slow starts. They come in swinging and they don't stop punching. And I mean, Neff, the IGLing, Rusia from the support, everything just look. This is the Billy I expected. This is the Billy that should be setting their sights on qualifying for Masters London. And I think if they can fix some of the tweaks and the issues that they may have had in Bind, and if we can explore more of their map pool later on in stage 1, I think we can see them going to another international event and really kind of setting the bar to a higher standard than what China is traditionally used to.
And we would love to see it. I think we're all here for it. I mean, Masters London is something that everybody's excited for, especially if you're from the UK and you've got tickets. You're going to be so happy to be there. Yili creeping towards Scales, but Scales gets the upper hand on that sort of different peak. But here's Neff with the insta trade. It's kind of crazy that he knows he's going to try and look for more instead of drop with his team back to A side. Here comes the ultimate from Wise and Rusha there too. So many gunfights. Billy need to land on top if they want to win this map. Good flash, decent reveal. Why is he somehow finding so much flashing himself in the meantime? K-Knight, that's incredible. Neff being in the right place at the right time to take this map, and we're going to Breeze.
What a show. What a lovely second map. I mean, I'm excited for Breeze, Ellis. I'm really excited for Breeze. Just to kind of refresh on that map, because it was super dominant. I do think that TYL, whilst they did have some good ideas, especially on that CT side, they were very predictable. They invested a hell of a lot of info over towards A main. They would over-rotate. I don't think that they really got the most out of Scales on the chamber, personally. I would have preferred him to explore more over towards middle, potentially even over towards A main, and almost had more fun and not being on B long duty.
Yeah.
But no, it was a very convincing map from BLG. And like we said, Breeze is next. And that's the one map that both of these teams didn't face each other on in the Evolution series. So they're going to have a clear idea of what both teams are playing. I mean, Billy, my lord, they played Gecko, I think, last time on Breeze. So hopefully we don't see that again. But in terms of TYL, we'll probably just see another double duelist. Double duelist, double controller, single initiator, just the bog standard stuff, you know, the current meta that we're in. But I just hope that the next map is a lot closer.
I mean, kind of crazy that they have to rely on Splash to win 2 of the many little rounds that they won overall. They won 3 rounds, and Splash had to sort of drag them across the line to give them hope. I mean, Neff, how many clutch situations has this man been in? And he made it seem so easy every single time. It's unreal. The highlights were absolutely fantastic, but we can't take away from...
给阿特烟吧，给阿特烟吧。我有2个烟，有火吗？有1个火。我包点烟里就1个火，开烟开烟。他听到了。投放风群手雷。我也给开包的火了。杀阿特了。我要自驾了。部署炮塔。加油！就这样，挺好的。保卫他了，帮你看。好，入晃。对，他在下方没事。屁股一个。屁股一个，屁股一个阿特一个，屁股一个阿特一个，一个阿特一个。我要跟 A 大单挑。好。哎 ，A 大出来了，漂亮 ，A 大的，来，被隐身了，好冷静了，我给炮抽包了。3打3，别左边一个，凹头歪着，你能掰他，凹头。2个，左边躲，别急，他抓我了。 左边坐下。
One cow share.
I mean, I was saying, like, we can't take away from Splash's sort of personality and performance for those 2 rounds, but having it only be 2 rounds, it's just not enough. I mean, but there's so many players that we can talk about from Billy, YZ, 2.3 KDA. Unreal. Playing so incredible. Throwing so many fantastic flashes. Sometimes catching his teammates and him, but it happens all around the world. You know what I'm talking about? I think K-Knight is a real pillar when it came to that defense, solidifying himself as one of the best players in the server right now, getting so many kills off of so many hard situations, Ethan.
Yeah, YZ looked a lot more confident and comfortable on the Phoenix, surprisingly, but I think it speaks more on the map choice than the actual agent. Mainly just, honestly, I do give Neff a lot of the credit for all of the players being able to pop off, just because I think when you have that confident caller that knows exactly what they want to do, what pieces they want to move, and almost predicting the reactions that they're going to get, just allows all the players to excel and succeed. Some of the things that I think BLG do really nicely as well, even though we didn't see much of the big brain kind of ideas, I like the conditioning with Teo. I thought the use of Teo and kind of breaking that chamber trip, so you're running a Sentinel, but you're not getting any Sentinel utility realistically. I thought that was really nice. But honestly, TYL, I watched them play Breeze in the Evolution series. I do think that this last map is going to be a banger, and I hope I'm not wrong. I hope I don't jinx either teams, but I think we're in for a show. And I think seeing YZ versus Splash on what could be a Waylay off, a Jet off, a Neon off, who knows at this point? The meta's, in the duelist meta's like completely open. But I'm excited. I think we should throw over to a break and get some snacks, get some drinks, and enjoy the last map of the day.
I mean, if you take a look at this first kills, I think it's a complete flip of the script. We know it was difficult for Billy to really find their footing in the first instance. I mean, like you said, I want to see a Waylay off. And the one thing I just wanted to touch on before we go was Neff, sort of having that comfort in having a great IGL and that backline to sort of guide you and understand the game to that sort of level, puts you in a more confident position to go out and really start to frag. You see YZ just making so many confident moves because he's so happy and like confident again in the rest of his team, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you touch on a great point in terms of like the IGLs. I think in so many regions, including China, the term of IGL, people want too much. They want you to frag super high, and they also want you to call strats, and they also want you to be a leader inside and outside the game. Neff, he's not dropping ridiculous numbers. He's not searching for these kills. He's not trying to be the star of the show. He's trying to be a leader. He's trying to do what he's supposed to do. You know, he sat over towards A lobby or B lobby, kind of listening out for audibles, letting his team be the ones pressing W, and him just kind of gathering the information and creating a plan for the round. And I think it's why he's still in CN. It's why he's still at Billy, because he's good at what he does and he doesn't have the ego to do too much. And I think having someone like that, hey, I think it sounds pretty damn good.
Well, on that note, we hope you join us for the third map of Breeze. We shall see you there after this short break. See you then.
As they always used to.
monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemies. I road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically.
Welcome back. What a crazy turn of events we have just seen, and it's only going to get even crazier. Ethan, what do you think we're going to see in this big old Breeze game?
I see what I see, Ellis, and I see a Sky, Chamber, Neon. Billy's comp to me seems super interesting, and I think that this is the style of composition that they want to lean into for most maps. I think most notably kind of Split, other than the Neon, they have a Waylay. YZ is definitely a dominant chamber. I don't think we're ever going to question that. But I do question the Sky pick. I think while Sky and the buffs are really nice and, you know, make her pick rate ever so higher, I do think that Sova offers a very unique selling point on Breeze. Like, for example, when a team's A executing, you can simply just dart and spam, you know, little things that are very gimmicky and very easy to do, but are very effective. And with Sky, I guess, you know, you're going to pop flash out of Omen smokes and do similar things like that. But with TYL, they've got a KO, and I think having Splash with more utility and more assistance is only going to make him pop off even harder. So I'm all for that as well, you know?
I mean, the difference between the second controller of Astra and Omen can come into play a lot, but look at that. That's super aggressive from the side of YZ, trying to find and hunt something with a headhunter, but can't find anything just yet. Eli playing towards this backside. It's just slowed down very... Oh, here comes Drone. But they're not even going to clear. YZ's in a fantastic position. Can't find the second on the right click though. Scales with the trade. Flash is pretty decent. Catches Eli. He's looking up. He's not very happy. But look at slowly. Yep, here he is.
And Rusia is so aware of this potential lurk, and he unfortunately doesn't get rewarded for it, but the info will be gathered, and this will allow the rotations from Billy to come in. And slowly, you kind of just need to play smart and safe here. You don't really want to throw away your life.
What a shot from Naf.
2 versus 3. ERV, let's see if he can get anything early. He can, as well as Sword 9. Knife goes out. ERV in a 1 versus 1. K-Knight is usually good for these, but not in this instance. And ERV wins his team the pistol.
That's massive. I mean, from ERV, the knife was pretty decent. Little bit of a overstep from slowly in that point. Neff got a really nice shot through the gap, but it doesn't really matter because the Neon was sort of running in at 1,000,000 miles an hour and couldn't find anything. Eli is just sort of struggling to find anything there. What a round from TYL. That's the first pistol round they've won in this entire series. Massive from them.
Let's see if they can win their buy round. That's where it counts.
I mean, if they can converge on it, it's definitely important. Splash. Are you gonna find anything? I do like that we're seeing Jet. A little bit of a change from the Neon, but wow, Splash already goes down. Molly's decent. Is it gonna catch anything? Because Eli found. Oh my, that's a lot of util and a lot of players. Too many bodies to stop. BLG, you couldn't do anything there. Even with the gun on Eli's hands, it's just too difficult. Rusia, bandit in hand. I mean, this weapon we've seen throughout this series do a lot of damage, but it's probably going to end in just maybe a little bit of damage.
I want to take this short period of time because I don't think Rusia is going to 1 versus 4, even though I have so much faith and confidence in him. To just quickly touch on... Oh, Rusia, let's see what you can do first.
Hold on a second.
No, it's all good. I can yap.
Yeah.
ERV previously played Astra on Breeze, and he was the team's main controller, realistically. But now, with the Yoru nerfs and slowly kind of struggling to find his new identity. Of course, he's gone onto the controller, and ERV's taken this flex position. And I think he needs a little bit more credit where it's due, because the fact that you go from playing Astra, who is a very defensive, oftentimes anchoring controller, and then you pick up a Waylay, and then you pick up a KO, and you pick up a Phoenix, that's no easy feat to do. I don't think many VCT players are able to do that to the same level that he is, especially in the CN region, and I think he needs to have more respect on his name. You know?
Yeah, definitely. Juggling that many agents is difficult for anyone, and anyone at a high level will tell you it's really hard to knuckle down and sort of perfect the agents to the best of their ability. I mean, in round 3 for the bonus, here we go. Sort of a different change in pace, executing this B side. TYL taking as much space as they can, because Sword and ERV have pretty bad buys. 2 Bulldogs on their team as well, and Scales is the only one with a rifle. I mean, retake starts coming in. Wisey finds one. Good tag. Flashes follow. Nice shot from Neff. Can Sword find anything with that Sheriff? Yes, he can. Insta-traded. Scales is stuck in this corner. Nice shot into Neff.
You got to get more.
Taking his time, playing time for slowly. Has one suck, but that's about it. Can he get it to half? Oh, he's just going to have to hold for it. Try and pre-fight. Nice shot from K-Knight, and that is the round.
Even K-Knight's not sure what
Billy on the
Slowly's doing
board.
there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He goes for the Astra suck, peaks ever so early, and almost isn't sure if he should fight. I think...
And then he goes wide.
I mentioned it on Pearl, the nerves may be coming in for Slowly on this new role, on these new agents of Astra, and I mean Brimstone he was cooking on, so I'm not even gonna speak on that.
I mean, I do want to touch upon a point. When TYL played Billy in the Evolution series, it started really slipping out of TYL's hands in the last couple maps. Taking Bind was obvious. I mean, they're fantastic players at Bind, but when it came to Pearl, losing 13-4 and then 13-5 on Haven, ending the series 3-1, it's not really what they want to do. So maybe Billy can sort of gain the leverage of being players with a bit more stamina, I imagine, playing at this sort of level. But no, it was a really unfortunate round, Slowly with the crazy misplay. But let's see if they can change it here. Scales has an outlaw to do some big damage onto players like Neff. I mean, most of the team actually, other than you. Actually, that's all the team though. Has the ability to one-shot all of the team. Eli's going to get super close and active, but it's not going to matter because Splash goes over the top of him.
Lovely insert from Scales. K-Knight does get the trade though. Splash on top of a mountain almost.
He's got 3 kills on top of those pillars. That's incredible. There's not much to K-Knight to do other than save here, Ethan.
Yeah. Wise words from you there, Ellis. I mean, Billy almost struggling to get their foot into this map, almost quite comparable to Bind. Sure, they were able to win their bye round, last round, but, you know, it was quite close. It was very narrow. I mean, I do feel like they maybe need to focus more over towards this B site and really stop playing towards the retake. Of course, this is the second round now. And that's difficult, you know. On the fly adaptations can be challenging for some teams, especially when you got Splash dashing on you with KO flashes and whatnot. I mean,
every duel is stream, you know. Take all that space for no care in the world. K-Knight manages to find a nice pick, backstabbing Scales, but I mean, that's all he could really do. I mean, the buy is completely all over the place now. There's just K-Knight's weapon from last round.
And Billy still decide to play heavier over towards that A site. And of course, it is an eco, so they're probably just going to hope and pray. But you'd think that TYL is going to be able to get this B site with relative ease. It's going to be a relatively clean B split. Over towards tunnel, Molly goes out. Splash able to get in through tunnel. Smoke, dash, lovely entering, but there's nobody on the site.
But that's met with no resistance, so it's... Yeah. We can't really see if the B split would have really gone as way as they planned, but for now, it does exactly what it needed to do. Splash. You have to clear this corner. Get confident. That's a really nice flash from Irv. But what a shot from Rusia. Slowly gets caught off like that. Why is he with a trade? Too many trades coming out so quickly. Irv is in a desperate attempt to win the round. Popped his KO ult. Sitting in this Viper's pit. They've really got to find something. Seekers are here too. Can't find them. Gets caught out by K-Knight. He's down and out for the count. Bomb is being stuck, but Scales, drop the Viper's pit if you can. It's to half. It's nearly there. Nice shots from K-Knight and Wisey. That's a massive round for Billy Billy.
Yeah, I love the fearlessness from Neff just to full stick the bomb as close as he can. It's same again, another IGL trait. You just don't really care about yourself and only care about the result of the round. Some teams might be bouncing up and on, but he just decides to full stick. It's nice, but like I said, these retakes from Billy Billy for this B site are getting extremely close. I do hope that the adaptation they make maybe for this round is to focus more of it towards B, maybe take early mid control, and allow these retakes to come in a lot quicker.
I mean, showing off that B split in that round, having 4 players towards A and still losing out on it just like that. Wisey, don't get too cocky for a second, slowly does take you out. Drone misses Eli in this dangerous position. He can find more than one. He has to get something, but Splash with the bandit. Insta-traded, but still, what a lovely shot from him. Scales takes too much damage, so does ERV. It's like all players are retreating, sort of cooling down, and now we're in a breathe period.
Look at Slowly. He's managed to get all the way out onto B, backstab Rusia, and allow his team, but K-Knight, it's a lovely play. It doesn't matter in the face of Scales.
How has K-Knight found those 2 kills, and then Scales, all confidence in the world, grab that bomb, pick it up, take K-Knight out just like that.
Yeah, it's a really nice idea from BLG. You know, they did the exact thing that I kind of wanted them to do. However, with YZ going down really early over towards elbow, it kind of just started crumbling. It's a nice idea. I don't want them to get too nervous about losing that round, because if YZ just played it a little bit slower, I think the round outcome would be different.
100% agree. We're in a timeout right now for Billy Billy. They're only 2 rounds down. It's not too much of a dangerous position. They did lose out on their pistol, but it's a really nice time to sort of sit as a team and really have a little chat with the coach. What do you think they're going to be talking about?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think the coaches know that the rounds that they've been winning aren't super confident, you know? I mentioned it before on Pearl about the winning formula. It doesn't feel like they have any formula, or the formula that they believe in is retaking B every round, and it's not that easy. A site is relatively easy to hold, so I would prefer they to play them to almost post YZ over towards that A main, just play for delay, and then try and gamble a retake over towards there, and focus more over towards B, inserts over towards middle, and just change things up for the better.
I mean, 100% we're changing things up in this round. Look how fast we're going. ERV with a pretty decent flash. Great reveal coming out from Sword. Splash finds one off of it. He's an absolute madman going in here. Manages to survive. The rest of his team aren't so lucky. Only Irv goes down and Splash is 1 HP. But wow, the confidence on there. Slowly, can you find Rusia here? Yes, you can. He's not even aware. Nice position from him. I mean, Wisey is sort of in an impossible situation. Maybe you can find Splash, but he's positioned himself so deep into A. You've got so many players to go through first.
Yeah, it's interesting, Ellis. We've just seen one of the most standard anti-coach timeouts, you know, kind of ideas. Your opposition calls a timeout. They'll almost oftentimes give adaptations, changes for you to make coming into this next round. What do? You run a fast strat. And TYL go for a fast A split through double doors, lovely pop flash, jet dash to follow up. It's a really nice round. TYL look like they're back in form. They're back in the swing of things. They feel comfortable, confident, exactly like Bind. Pearl's just been forgotten.
I mean, yeah, that's sort of the goal. Sort of scrape it off and imagine it never happened. They are still 1-1. Don't forget, this is the time that they need to really kick things into motion and make sure that they can end this 2-1. Still got a way to go though, as it's only 2-5. I mean, Billy haven't really been the greatest on this defense so far. Scouse is looking like he's back in form from the first game. More kills than he had in the second right now. In the first 7 rounds is incredible. Knight Seekers send him out, but so much util to get him off that angle. Splash caught by a Seeker. He's gonna have to try and find something through this Viper's Pit, playing jiggling in and out. He gets caught by the Eli. Viper's Pit here too.
Yeah, and this is a nice retake from Billy. Super fast. Almost as soon as that bomb goes down, we start to flood. But oh my lord, slowly we just had a round.
Props to him. Let's all just chuck our money right at this man, because what a performance that was. Dodges the flash. So many things that could go wrong in that sort of bricks position, but he doesn't care. Swings out, finds one. Finds a second. What a spray transfer onto the third. Let's watch it again. That's disgusting. Find the fourth. That's going on Twitter. It's going on Twitter regardless, actually.
I think Billy are really struggling to get a grasp into this match. I do like some of the ideas that they have, but they're just getting super unlucky in some of the duels. I mean, I think even personally they're going to be quite defeated and a little bit distraught, because they're changing things up. They're adapting to whatever TYL are throwing at them, but it's just not clicking. It's just not working for them.
Yeah, it's really difficult to, as a player, to sort of keep that mental fortitude. Having Pearl go your way and have it played as Nef's game is completely fine. Morale will be constantly peaking, but continuously having to adapt and nothing, like you said, working for Billy, it's gonna really start to snowball their mentality, especially going into the next half.
Like their current setup, Neon Relay Bolt is perfect. Can Eli get the booking shot off? No, he can't. That Splash is cooking though, and he is about to overheat potentially. YZ in the Astra Smoke, playing it smart and safe, waiting for K-Knight to be in a better position to maybe assist him in this retake. The lovely shot from YZ. I'm not sure how he's managed to get Splash there. Now the round becomes ever so more slightly winnable. YZ gets one.
He has a lot to do.
Gets the second. Gets the third. The Astra Star from Slowly might be able to secure the round, but Knight,
he does the same thing.
Shut him down. It's lovely from BLG. That is a 2 versus 4 retake, Ellis.
I mean, incredible round from YZ. That initial first shot onto Splash. Yes, we are aware he's been playing that. Splash getting those 3 entries is absolutely ridiculous. Dodging all of this util, as we can see right now, from 1 to 2. He's just flicking around. He's got so much space on his mouse pad, he does not even mind. See, he was aware trying to pre-fire the position. YZ just slowly taking his time to clear his angles, but what a shot onto ERV. And slowly there, doing the same thing he did the round before. Swinging a little bit too early, not really playing off that util. Yes, he has to sort of isolate the 1v1s, but he can't even find the first.
Yeah, TYL do decide to take a timeout after that round. I wonder if it's to address Slowly's post-plant Astra util. Because I do think that some of these rounds would have been won if he just used that Astra suck a little bit more efficiently. But the coach is smiling. He doesn't seem too bothered. Of course, I'd hope morale is still up. Of course, I mean, winning 6-3, you know. But same again, Billy. I'm not feeling too happy with. I think they're really just struggling on these sight holds and the timing of the retakes. I think they're just gonna have to keep experimenting. Of course, they have just now had an opportunity to talk more, and I'd be interested to see what Muggle would like to change and potentially adapt to.
I mean, the grace of YZ there, they really had little to go off in that round with so many bad weapons all stacked towards one side. It's difficult, but he sort of made a miracle happen, and they can sort of take the time and really work off of it. Like, he might try and find something again here. Flashes are pretty decent, but K-Knight can't find anything off of it. They're going to try and walk towards Wisey. He's caught now. He has no TP to fall back on. K-Knight does find a trade, though, but slowly, always putting himself in this sort of position. Great shot from ERV. Slowly is making a lot of noise now. Is Neff going to be able to try and track him down?
Yeah, and I think TYL just want to cut noise and wait for any aggression from Billy. Will they be faced with aggression? I'm not so sure. Neff goes down. Lucia able to get one. Gets instantly traded by ERV and Yili. If there's a round to pop off, my friend, it was them.
Nice little shot from Sword. I like that. I mean, yeah, he had so much to do. A mountain to climb. 3, I believe. 1v3, sorry. And everything just fell into place for the side of TYL. I mean, Wisey going off a round, I think anybody's going to be sort of playing that sort of aggressive after pulling off a round to the one previously. So you can't really blame him in that instance. It was just a little bit sloppy on his part. But he's pulling out the tour de force in this round, Ethan, so let's see what he can do with it.
A-main flash from K-Knight. Viper's Pit does go down. That's just smoke is taken back, and Yili's taken all of middle and could potentially run into all 4 players if he's not careful. Slowly is playing it relatively slow and safe, which I like to see. But of course, Billy have full info over towards B main. Wisey's posted up on elbow. This looks like an ideal scenario if you're a Billy fan.
Yili, you haven't been super reliable this game. 1-10 on the scoreboard, but he's going to try and fight for something. K-Knight finds 2 through spamming smokes, and Yili just gets caught out as well, and that's him down for the count once again. They're grouping towards double doors here. Oh, Rush's leg gets poking out of the smoke. Put that away. Your dogs are sticking out. That's not good for anyone. Sword's in a pretty good position. Wisey just might get caught. Not going to be aware to the slightest. He makes a jumpy. It doesn't matter though. There's the trade. K-Knight's just the only one in this round trying to find something. Killing in onto the round win. But it's Neff, the LGL, the mastermind. Oh, that's a little bit of damage, but not enough. Paranoia is available, but Bomb's going to go down. The Sword fakes it. I mean, if Neff just played that a little bit more conservative, maybe the round would have gone to BLG. But nonetheless, big round from TYL.
Yeah, Billy were in a perfect sort of position to win that round. You had over towards A main with Rushia posted up. You had over towards elbow. You knew they were towards middle. We don't need to be so aggressive over towards middle with 2 bodies against 4. You know, it feels like the fundamentals of Billy and the individual sort of ego or confidence is kind of becoming their downfall in a way.
I mean, it sort of seemed that Yili really wanted to get out there, but he has just been so unfortunate getting caught in so many situations. His confidence is probably to the lowest it's probably been in this series. He didn't have a really good first game. Nice shot from Wisey though, but Cosmic Divide comes in as a reaction, and so do the Seekers. A lot of util flowing out, but is it really going to affect anything? Because the pace of the game has been slowed right down.
Yeah, TYL fully cut noise. Explore back over towards middle. Investigate spawn in case any of the Billy members have decided to be aggressive. And it's nice. It's calm, cool, collected. It's what we love to see. Scales going to be able to pop himself over into heaven. But Rushia on the jump up does spot him. Really nice angle from him. K-Knight reclears over towards A main and gives the info that there's at least one. And I think that this is going to make Billy's lives 10 times easier.
Oh, I'm not sure what's happening right now. Oh, never mind, I'm back. Apologies for my little bit of delay. YZ, can I try and find something? Nice shot from ERV. Knight sitting in this Hunter's Fury. Flash isn't going to change anything. Neff's there as well. Bomb is on the floor and time is relatively sort of vanished. Neff's there to pick up the last, and that's 8-4 at the half. I mean, no pistol, 4 rounds. It's not particularly the worst thing in the world. They can definitely sort of turn on in the next half, but it's not been that impressive from Billy, especially after last map.
Of course, I think there's, of course, a noticeable difference in the quality from their Pearl to their Breeze. However, 8-4 half, if I'm Billy Gaming and I know that I've won almost every single pistol of this series, I'm going to be okay with an 8-4 scoreline, Ellis, you know, coming in at half time. We might be more comfortable on the attack. I think YZ being able to explore and do whatever he likes is definitely a strength, but also we can't ignore the fact that this has been a really difficult game for Yeli. I believe he was 1-11 at some point. It could be higher or lower now. So I think having him as your star entry on Breeze will be a little bit of cause for concern, and I do hope that he can have a different half than that first one.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like you said, the confidence going to this pistol round for Billy, it has to be at the top level, you know, otherwise it's just not going to be the result that they want. I'm hoping that they can really start kicking things into gear and moving into this this next half. Attack for them might be a completely different story. You never know, but we will only have to see going into it right now.
I think one of the big strengths of TYL's composition is the double initiator. Because you have double initiator and the KO knife specifically, you can clear the main extremities really easily on that CT side. You can over rotate if you want, you can take space early, and that is something that Billy are going to have to be aware of, is we might have to widespread default quite often, otherwise our opponent's just going to get too much space and make our lives really difficult. So I'm interested to see how they use the KO, especially ERV, because I think it could be the final nail in the coffin for Billy.
I completely agree, but I just want to touch on, like, K-Knight has been the pinnacle of this game. He has held his own, and he is dropping 16-8 despite the scoreline. Let's just see what this side can really do. We've got K-Knight towards mid B. Might be looking towards some sort of fake or information gathered, but not a movement from TYL. Starting to walk out here, get aggressive. Molly comes in. It's pretty good. Scales finds one. Insta trade there. Rushia, nice double kill with the Sheriff. Glad he picked that up. Gets traded by Splash. Dash in as well. A little bit of an odd one, but where is K-Knight? He has to come running from B. I'm not really sure. He has one flash in hand that can be useful in this post bomb, but slowly he's just going to clear the board before he even gets there. Really good stun. Neff's caught out, and it's just slowly. This is such an interesting round. Flash is going to be decent, but what can he really do with it? He's going to have to jump through. Hold on a minute. He finds one. After everything, if you win this, I was going to say nice shot from slowly to round it out. That's 9-4. What is K-Knight doing?
No, so I understand what he's doing. I'm not a fan of this pistol round, Ellis. When you're playing a Sky, you know, you play with the pack. You want to kind of pop. You have great opportunities to flash through the Viper walls, flash through the Omen smokes. But our initiator's lurking over towards Elbow. And I just don't understand when we have YZ, when we have a double controller, why is it our initiator? You know? That's just really confusing to me.
I don't know, maybe we're sort of stuck in the feeling that K-Knight's the only one that's sort of feeling confident to find a kill. You understand? Maybe that's yeah, I think that's the only reasonable explanation I can sort of fathom in my head. But
I'm glad you're not a coach.
Yeah, thank God I'm not. That's why I leave that job to you, Sunshine. YZ has an outlaw. He's going to try and look for some damage, but Splash. He's confident, but he knows where he's not wanted. Takes the jiggle and suitably leaves. Why is he going to sort of converge off of this flash? Here comes Eli. That's another failed attempt of an entry from him. But look at that trade. Nice shot from Neff though. It's looking pretty good from the side of Billy. Scales and ERV have pretty bad weapons when it comes to a long range combat. Rusha is going to try and sit close with this this Viper wall.
Whole plan of this round is to stall and delay so that Neff can get a potential backstab. If the shots aren't connecting for him, Scales will be able to stick, and he goes for the pick. And that's a big investment with YZ purchasing that outlaw. Russia takes the hit. It's going to be a very squiffy buy coming into this next round. And if I was a betting man, if TYL can secure this round, it's going to be sadly game over.
I mean, nice shots from YZ finding 2 there. Good trades from the side of TYL. It just didn't really fall into place for Billy. Eli, he's just really not finding anything. Like, I understand as a duelist player at this level, you have to be playing at your highest sort of ability and mechanical skills has to be sort of super polished, but he's not even getting anything lucky. Any sort of timing, anything to sort of get him back into the game. 113 is so detrimental to your mental, but as we move into round 15, looks like we're speeding up just a little. Why is he sent hunting towards double door in the attempt of a 4-1 A split? And he finds one. Can he get some more? No, he can't. Good trade from ERV. Hand delivered Scales a weapon.
Scales does have snake bite. If he decides to use it, he's going to save it for the retake, potentially over towards bricks instead. Like the decision making. And BLG in the post plan. Eli, can we get anything? Nice kill onto ERV. Gets the heal from K-Knight. Snakebite goes out. Forces K-Knight and Eli out into the open. Eli able to get another pick onto Scales. Eli bouncing from pyramid to pyramid. Left to right, left to right. Sword 9 does somehow get a miracle shot dart off.
It's close, but Eli can't find it. No time.
Neff is able to secure the round for Billy. And to be honest, that is the round you need. Let's get the snowball rolling. Get the momentum underneath us. I do think that TYL, from the looks of things, have a much better understanding of how they want to approach the CT side. Trades and spacing are lovely. Very reminiscent of Bind. Because this A site, it's not easy to hold. It's not easy to defend. It's one of those where you kind of just have to retake, especially when you're going against a Neon. But regardless,
thank God Eli sort of put his foot down in that round. 2 kills for him. That's huge. Sort of delayed the time for Neff to really secure the round. But let's hope round 16 can go in the side of Billy. They're really looking for more and more to bring it back. They don't want to go out this way after having a fantastic comeback on Pearl.
And just look, this is the IGLing that Neff was doing on the T side of Pearl. Smokes over towards B main just to create that question mark of a potential lurk. Whilst all this is going on, we've got Viper Orb over towards middle. There's pressure in almost every single area of the map, and this allows the 4 other players of his team to execute into A.
Snakebite's pretty bad. Eli goes down once again. How many first deaths has he accumulated over this map? K-Knight finds something, so does Neff, but Scales off the flash.
Look at the pivot.
ERV is throwing absolutely bangers right now, but I mean, like you said, Neff is here. Bomb's gone down. Has another smoke to play with. There's 45 seconds. It's going to tick very quickly, Ethan.
Really nice look. It would have been.
It would have been, but it's all right.
I think YZ forgot the door was there.
Yeah, might have done, but it's going to be in the favour of TYL because now they're aware. Here comes... Oh my! Are you kidding me? Splash goes down just like that. Neff, this is your round. Then he finds both.
It's lovely.
He needs to do this every round for Billy to be really, really locked in. Okay,
but
like
this
you
is
said,
what I want to draw attention. As much as the micro flicks and lovely shots were hit, it's the IGLing aspect. The round was super slow, super drawn out. This execute out onto the A site wasn't really needed. I think the fact that he was able to get this lurk and he was able to ult over onto that B site and collect the bomb was of the utmost important. If Billy keep controlling the rounds in this manner, they have a chance to win this round, to win this map even.
I mean, it's looking the exact same this round, but that's a really nice shot from YZ Scales. I imagine he's just trying to hunt for something. Neff towards this B window, like he has been, and it's been working out, but are they going to be aware of this little bit of a 3-stack walk in here?
The lovely reclear though, it'll allow Slowly to kind of be on his best behaviour over towards that B site and play a little bit smarter and safer. Hopefully he doesn't go down just so that smokes can help him in the retake. Let's see what he can get.
He's going to go for a timing. Both outlaw shots missed. Arusha. He's going to get caught up. Why is he in a position? Yes, he does. Can he find a second? What a shot from him. He might just turn this into an ace. Never mind, it's been stolen him once again. That's another 4K for him.
There's such a huge difference from Billy on CT to attacking. It was the same on bind. On defense, they really struggled to get into it, and then on the attack, things came a lot easier to them. Same on Pearl, and it's the same here on Breeze Ellis. Billy's attack looks very structured, very effective, and it's nice. And I think there's no one else that you can attribute that to other than Neff and the coaching staff of Billy. I think we're really now seeing why they can be so dominant and why they can cause so many teams a lot of issues. And it's forced TYL to take a timeout because in terms of the adaptations, they're not catching on to Billy's calls and the reads.
I mean, yeah, quite an interesting standpoint though, because it's exactly what was happening in the first half of the game. But for TYL, Billy weren't able to sort of pick up and adapt to side of TYL, but now it's the other way around. I'm
going to be interested to see what the TYL coaches want them to adapt and what they want them to change. We could be seeing a heavy A main shutdown, smoke off, Omen Paranoia, or not Omen Paranoia, sorry, KO Pop Flash. Certain things that just to make their lives easier and put more pressure and stress onto the Billy players' lives. But I mean, YZ is dominating this middle area, making the retakes for TYL a lot more difficult. Splash, he's on the operator. This is the weapon where magic things happen for him. Looks like a straight up B execute. It's a
he might not get there in time to catch one out. I mean, Neon Wall comes in, so does Flash, but look at the util. So many smokes, but they've been separated.
It's a fake.
Oh, Neff, you're so smart. Oh, he gets caught up by ERV. Can Neff find one on a trade, though?
Look, this is incredible from the TYL players. The head coach has clearly communicated to the team that, look, we need to stop over-rotating. We are very aware of the playstyle that Billy like to play. And it's very fake pressure, almost full commits, but a pivot. And we've still got the Viper's pit up. We still have ERV holding towards that double doors. The fake over towards B was not enough.
It's a good flash. They're going to just bucket run at ERV, but he has flashes and mollies to play off. There he is. Assisted by the rest of his team. Finds 2 for the third of the round. Now it's just K-Knight in an impossible 1v4. Might even try and get the bomb down, but Scales. Snakebite lands right on his forehead. as he tries to hunt for something, but Scales inevitably takes him out with a shorty.
Yeah, and it's a lovely call and a lovely timeout from the head coaches of TYL, just to really kind of communicate and calm the team down that, look, you're not actually doing anything super treacherous or, you know, disrespectful. You're almost just playing into their hands, and I need you to calm down and need you to chill out. And just off of that lost round for Billy, they counter with another coach timeout, maybe saying, look, they understand that we're trying to fake, they understand our style coming into this attack half, so I want you to play maybe more committed, maybe more site execute based, maybe slow the pace even slower. I mean, this is very guerrilla warfare-esque, you know?
Yeah, I mean, having to adapt on the fly over and over again, it's like, look at Billy adapting and sort of slowing the pace so they can sort of control the map and have Neff sort of allow time for his brain to really think of great ways for the round to play out and mid-round in a really great way. And now, TYL are in that sort of advantageous position of, well, we know exactly what they're doing, so I'd like to see what Billy have in store for us after this one.
Yeah, I think we've been faking a lot over towards the main extremities. Maybe they want to explore more towards middle, but I do think that we are starting to see some of the struggles that choosing a Sky over a Sova has in terms of clearing middle. You can't recon dart over towards top mid, thrown over towards A main. There's a lot of things that you lose out on by playing the Sky. Correct, you get info off of the flash, but you don't get as much info as a recon dart, you know?
100%, I completely agree. Going into this next round, splash on the operator once again. Didn't really get to see much of it last round because it sort of fell apart because they read Billy like a book. A little bit of util used to clear this A side. And now they're walking straight into B. Seeker's out.
Highly re-clear all of over towards A main. They re-clear towards middle. They know that it's going to be a B site execute. Allow Scales to really get that site hold down. Astrostar's pop makes their lives 10 times more easier. 3 versus 4.
Oh, no.
Down to a 2 versus 3. TYL.
That's not what you want to see. But it might not be an issue.
Sacrificial lamb to secure
the round.
the
He has to, yep. Great shots from Scales. Yeah, Eli did manage to get the trade, but he's still really not finding his footing. Splash, operator in hand. Show us what you got.
It's the dream duo of K-Knight and YZ. They were able to win a 2 versus 4 earlier in this map. Are they going to be able to win a 2 versus 3 against Splash's operator? It is going to drastically reduce the chances ever so slightly. Flash out. It all depends on YZ and if he can. Nope. Oh, that was short-lived.
Yeah, K-Knight has nowhere to go because Molly's in place of default. That's a crazy flash from ERV, chucking it right at the floor, Tom Brady style, as fast as he can. Swings and gets the final kill. Looking impressive from TYL. I mean, yeah, there was a sacrificial lamb incident. We won't talk about or touch on that a little bit too much for the embarrassment of the player. But yeah, lovely round from Scales. After at all odds, he's stuck on site. It's really difficult, as any anchor knows, to sort of play in that position, especially against a Neon like you were talking about a while ago. So for him managing to find 2 there, putting him to 22 kills, sticking TYL onto match point is impressive.
Yeah, lovely flash over towards A main. Allows Splash to get set up on that operator line. Counter flash from K-Knight. And it looks like BLG is just going to fully explode out onto this A site.
It's working pretty well as Lucia gets one. Eli finds another.
Bodies are falling, Alice.
Couple trades. YZ picks up the operator. Can he find anything with this? Maybe an insta swap to the headhunter because Scales is right there. He's just quicker, so much faster. He's playing incredible. Here comes Cosmic Divide. It's time to get tense. Weapons aren't the best for the side of K-Knight, but he might be able to do some damage. Could have a pop flash through this if team are ready to play together. Meth, that's incredible timing. You find one just playing jiggles. It's time for the Cosmic Divide to fall. Puts himself into bricks. Scales, you can't win this. No, you can't win this.
Okay, nice.
Oh, Yana, where? Does he have the paranoia as well to buy the time?
It's a great reposition from Neff.
You can't get it to half. You can't do this. Is he hidden from it?
Lovely, well played.
Incredible. Incredible from Neff. But wow,
TYL
what a
gave
round
that
that
a
could have
really
been.
good attempt. BLG are really kind of teasing TYL and almost being quite disrespectful at times. Of course, the instance I'm referring to is YZ picking up that operator and instantly going over towards double doors. Whilst I appreciate the confidence, it is also making TYL's retakes a little bit more easy.
Yeah, I mean, he was searching for something. If he found it, then that's 100% the round win for them. But it's a little bit too overconfident, especially on match point, to go for something like that, especially after such a great A-site take. You didn't really need to, but I think if he's feeling it, you can't really blame him. He's been going for a lot of exaggerated peaks, and sometimes they're paid off and sometimes they haven't.
Looks like we're going to see a fast B execute. Neff kind of disregarding the idea of playing that big mastermind game plan and just strat calling. Seems like our screen's froze, so I apologize for the delayed response. Execute coming out from BLG. Scales inserted in that left cubby. Lucia managed to get the trade.
He snuck himself in a good position and it paid off, but I think it sort of puts him in the position of BLG because there is no Viper's Pit to retake this. However, Splash does have that operator. He might not be able to find anything. That's a nice shot from slowly onto K-Knight. Can he find a second? Yes, he can. I'm not really sure what Neff is trying to do outside that Viper's Pit. This makes it a lot easier in this 4v2. Rusia with the judge. See what damage you can do when it's all left to him. Is this where TYL take the match? Insane volley from ERV and a great spray from him, and that's it.
And that is a huge upset for Bilibili Gaming. I feel pretty confident in saying that they came into this match as the favourites over TYL. But I don't want to pat myself too much on the back, but I predicted TYL to win. But honestly, TYL looked so much more confident in this last map. Bilibili were very up and down, up and down. Some of the ideas, especially on Pearl, sometimes even on the T side of Bind, looked pretty promising. But then at times, it looked like they just had no response to what TYL were doing. It's a shame, but you've got to give the credit to TYL, because wow, did they look like one of the favourites for this group.
I mean, 100%. I think Splash has not cooled down all three maps, playing fantastic in Bind, dropping an insane amount of kills alongside his two controllers, which were the MVPs of that first map. Pearl was the exact same. Yes, they fumbled completely, only finding 3 rounds, but to sort of snap back into reality and turn on sort of a new sort of level of mode that these teams can be playing and sort of come back into this Breeze map and win is huge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for giving Splash like an insane amount of praise because he is such a mechanically talented individual. But what really impressed me about TYL today was they were a unit. They have great fundamentals, they have great spacing, they have great trading. This isn't just the Splash show. This is a team of really solid individuals that are only going to get better. I think one of the concerns that we saw throughout this match was maybe Slowly's comfort on the Astra and some of the mistakes that he might have been making. ERV didn't have the greatest time on the Phoenix when it came to Pearl. Scales had issues on Pearl. So I think this team is still in their youth, you know? It's a very young team. They play 6th at kickoff, and they've already taken down one of China's most dominant teams and most prestigious teams in Bilibili. So I think seeing this team's journey, each week with each match getting played, is just going to be something that everyone needs to watch.
因为我们这个团队需要更多
人来兜底。
How's the trying the duel's role today?
是交给 Slowly， 我觉得是更好的选择。
但是你今天的发挥也非常的精彩，当时在图一。
And he says it's basically because our team is playing a lot of double duels.
时光修罗场掏出了短炮收割残局。当时你是怎么那么精准的找到对面蝰蛇的位置的？
因为
Why was it you specifically
我们
playing
开
the
大招
duels?
清黑屋嘛，所以因为对面换人也有大招，所以我把那个大招躲了之后，我直接就。
And he says that we need more people like behind the scenes to have that like clutch potential. So that role is left to Slowly, so I had to do the duels.
对。
那听语音回放的时候，感觉你的调动气氛的能力非常非常的强。当时看到你是鼓励 Sword Knight 去寻找最后一个击杀，你一直说 Let's go Sword Knight Let's go。你觉得来到了团队之后，因为你也说你的心态提升非常的多嘛，那在休赛期你是怎样去建筑属于你的自信心的
？He does that during a clutch, right? Because opposite Whaley also had ult, so their main priority was like clearing out the closer angles, and so he just went in and pulled out that shorty.
道具啊也好，也是需要更多的学习去成长，对。
也成长了很多，包括你的 KO 也玩得非常非常的好。你是怎么样现在做到这么全面的
？How did you build your confidence during the break?
有教练对你的帮助。
对，他们教会我很多东西。
对，看来团队对于你的支撑是非常非常多的。那看到你们其实也在杭州稍微玩了一圈嘛，你现在对于杭州的印象是什么样的？
杭州西湖很美。
Because like he was a duels player before, and then now he's transitioning to like smokes and initiator info roles. So he had to learn a lot like different like smoke timings, utility timings, and the team really supported him throughout all that.
现场将抽取我们的随机的观众来获赠我们的游戏资产。那接下来有请你喊开始和3、2、1停。
开始。
What are your first impressions of Hangzhou?
3、2、1停。
He says that the lake in Hangzhou is very beautiful, and the fans are so passionate here.
那我们本场的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，接下来把时间交还给解说。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
I mean, what a fantastic match we have just witnessed. In the interview, we can understand why this team are so coordinated and so confident as a five. They're sort of bound to each other's hip like you were playing. The cohesion was there every single time. They were following each other in, playing, making so many like great plays as a unit. But you can definitely tell by the way he talks about his teammates. You understand? Talking about Slowly has like great clutching potential and great power behind the scenes to sort of be that sort of person, so they're confident in each other's gun skill and ability, and that makes the whole team sort of fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just can't wait to see more of this team, Ellis. I think, like I said before, they're still a team that's growing and learning with each match and with each day going by. But I like what I see. They have great building blocks to just continue working with and to keep expanding on. I think I can't wait to see this team play a Lotus or a Fracture. I think their take on the Yoru nerfs and even Waylay nerfs will be interesting because Splash looks like a really dominant Neon player. He's still consistent and he has such a crazy, wacky style for that agent that it's just entertaining to watch. And he's just pulling out some crazy rounds that nobody should ever be pulling out of their hat. So honestly, I'm really impressed. This is their first match, and they've already defeated a Goliath of the CM region. So.
还有那个炮，你先一个。
郑哥，他兜底，郑哥，你换人。三个吗？漂亮，郑哥。
包脸一个，包脸还有一个。
他黑脸了，底线有个刺凯。
包脸，
一打一了，郑哥。没打到。
把他们拖进来。
哦，没事。哎呦，可惜没事，孙哥。
很撞的兄弟。
没事，孙哥。
放币了，该
他没什么钱的啊，放币了。80。
爆能器落在 A 区。
包脸。收没有？这边。
剩余10秒。
把包下了吧。
准。
对。
go guys！
太漂亮了！
别急，小子，慢点，打。Don't give them chance. Let's go, boys.
Scales.
I mean, it's lovely always to hear how the teams are sort of communicating together. Yes, there's a massive language barrier, but you can always understand the body language and the energy shows that how the teams are really feeling and how they can move on from hard losses and some really great wins.
Yeah, I mean, they're super vocal. It's not just, you know, one or two players kind of IGLing and mid-rounding. Everyone's chipping in. Everyone's giving positive feedback, kind of just super excited at the end of every round. So it's lovely to watch. Of course, if we look at the highlights from Scales during this match, there's such a huge difference. If this guy can get his chamber on the same level as his Viper, oh my days. Everyone's in for a shock.
Yeah.
Everyone is in for a shock because he looks so much more confident. And I think, especially when we look at Bind and we sort of look back on the day, Scales is a big lurker and I think he is very passive. And I think when it comes to chamber, if he can almost tap into that more aggressive side of his identity and his play style, I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. And like, look at the scoreboard. Splash 12 and 17. It's Scales, it's ERV, it's Slowly. This isn't just a one-man show, which is great, you know? I just can't wait to see this team play again in, I think, like a day or two.
Yeah, I think it's 2 days from now they do play, and I believe it will be against Titan Esports. But yeah, like I completely agree with what you're saying. Like from the first match going, I think it was 19-8, something I believe. First kills in this this match are pretty even. First 2 games it was sort of either one way or the other on the scales. 50s, I mean, TYL couldn't really find anything in that regard, but post plants, it's really good for TYL. They sort of changed their way around and it looked pretty impressive. I mean, BLG hit 1 flawless and that was really it. But other than that, TYL played super well, and I'm just sat back and impressed. I am just genuinely impressed. I mean, take a look at ERV's stats. It's unreal. Yes, the KO flashes were fantastic. There's some times where I thought that they could have been used in different scenarios, but at the end of the day, it got them to where they needed to go, and they're sort of reaping the rewards from it.
Well, we touched on the interview during like that segment then that, you know, his life's not been easy. He's had to bounce from being Astra player and Brimstone to now playing the Duelist and a KO and just the flex for the team. It's not something that's just going to magically happen overnight and you're going to be the GOAT of every agent. But I think for what he's shown in this match against one of China's best teams and most experienced teams, every single one of the players put up a great fight and they should be proud of themselves. Go rest, eat nice Chinese hot pot and just get back into the server, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what they got to do. I think both teams are taking away a lesson from this game, and that's the best thing to do, especially when it's early stage 1. This is the time that you guys really need to learn and practice. Like the evolution series was good, but it only got them so far. I mean, losing to Billy not too long ago and sort of coming in with a fresh new look and really adapting sort of quicker than Billy and makes it super impressive.
Yeah, I think for BLG going forward, I think they really need to have a look at that defensive half of every map almost, Ellis, because I think Pearl was pretty good, but they showed they showed some really worrying signs on Breeze and Bind. I think when this team doesn't win a pistol and have a decent amount of momentum behind them, they really do struggle to get back into the match. It'll be interesting to watch them play again soon as well. But both groups look very difficult, very competitive, and so many teams have had a wide range of upgrades from coaching staff to individual talent and rookies. So Billy, I think this is the wake-up call that they may have needed in terms of going, we've got to really work for this. We've got to change our style. We've got to anti-strat. We've got to get ahead of the curve. And I do like their take on the meta. I think playing wisely on the chamber, whilst it will make Yilai's life a little bit more difficult, I think if teams are going to start running double dive and double duelist, then why not play a chamber? You know, make the util even more suffocating and give your team 10 times more info. But yeah.
I mean, take a look at these stats today. I think Trace played incredible. That 2-0 definitely deserved, and what a series we were watching. I think that's all I want to do is just watch more. I just want to watch more. I just want to just consume as much as I can. It's just, I think everybody else does at home. It's just something different to other regions, you know, and it's something I want to see. But if you take a look at both these groups, EDG at the top of the group Omega and JDG at the top of group Alpha, but both teams are sort of mid of the pack. FPX and TEC have both lost their games, but to the round difference, keeping Billy up.
Yeah, I mean, if we just focus our attention over towards Group Alpha, JDG looked really strong and promising. All Gamers, of course, back from Santiago. They did upset Gentlemate, so they're going to be coming in pretty happy and confident. FPX still look to be making some tweaks with the addition of Kovac and their other roster changes. And then, of course, Group Omega, we've got EDG, the Titans. XLG look as consistent as ever. And Trace, I think they got a pretty big upset over Wolves today. I think Trace, they've been to international events similar to most Chinese teams, but never really been able to produce anything crazy. But I liked what I saw today in that Wolves match, Ellis. They seemed really exciting. Kai looks unstoppable. I loved seeing a Veto. Yeah, I'm ready to watch more of the Chinese Valorant, and we're back again tomorrow, aren't we?
I mean, we aren't, but I mean, stream will be most definitely, so make sure you tune in for that. I just want to touch on the Veto. I think it's one of my favorite agents to see. Look at Spring doing God's work, sitting #1 for kills, and it's just incredible. Look at his ADR, that's unreal. I just want to say FPX, like you said, are making a couple changes with Kovac from CGN. It's going to be kind of difficult, but I think they can definitely make it work. But make sure everyone tunes in for the streams tomorrow. We won't see you, unfortunately, but we should see you very, very soon. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on. Forgive me, but I must confess.
Bye.